Yeah. Yeah. This is Simon up in comms doing level check for broadcast. Hopefully you're hearing through okay.
Welcome to Twickenham, welcome to the Army-Navy rugby match for 2022, back at Twickenham, where it should be after 2 years away. Something very special now to set the tone as we build towards kick-off. Would you please welcome, under the direction of Captain Andrew Porter, British Army Band Tidworth.
I'm hearing you. Welcome to Twickenham, and how good after the last couple of years does it feel to be able to say that again, to be here for the historic Army-Navy fixture, to see one of these sides lift the Babcock Trophy, the culmination of the inter-services competition, but also this year for the first time ever to do so as a double-header with men's and women's teams going head-to-head at a ground steeped in rugby and military history. It's a huge crowd, an amazing day, people watching around the UK and the world. You have got a front row seat. We are back.
It's great. It's really nice to see the whole union combining this weekend.
We can thank all of the women, past and previous, and the whole squad.
Try and take in the atmosphere and the noise and the warm-up.
It's very unique, and not many people get the opportunity to put on the jersey.
It's amazing. Just walking in the stadium takes your breath away.
The weeks and weeks of prep that we put in, lifetime dream achieved really for me.
Know that you don't own that jersey forever, and you've got to pull it on, you've got to perform.
It's all about the bragging rights.
Really nervous, but I cannot wait to go on the pitch with the girls. So excited.
Yes, double the entertainment today, double the glory. 2 games here for the first time ever. The women's side head-to-head. That game kicks off at 4:30 p.m. after the men's, Army and Navy sides have locked horns. And kick off for that, our first game, just under half an hour away. Live and exclusive from Twickenham. And you just couldn't ask for a better day for it. I've never seen Twickenham so busy so early. People making up for lost time, bringing the party atmosphere early. But make no mistake, there are trophies on the line here, and the attention will focus very soon towards the job at hand for these players. As relaxed as they look there, serious business of a Babcock Trophy match is ahead of us. Huge game in store. But just to set the tone, I've just listened to a brass band play Queen's Don't Stop Me Now. So that probably sets the tone of the kind of day we've got. A party atmosphere. You're going to be taken through this one by Corporal Josh McNally of the RAF Bath and England, of Lieutenant Owen Salmon, ex-Navy head coach, and of Jane Leonard, ex-Army and England international. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How good is this? I'm going to come to you first, Owen. What does it mean for this fixture to be back?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It's always been a fantastic occasion. Walking into the ground this morning, you saw the amount of supporters that are already filling up and around Twickenham. It's already started to be a great atmosphere, and it's going to be a great day.
And Jane, a very special one this. What should have happened in 2019, but for obvious reasons couldn't. A double header. How special?
It's so exciting. The girls are buzzing. It's been 25 years in the making, and it's just so good that the women have this fixture with the men today.
Yeah, and it's important to point out this is part of a large competition, the RAF of which are involved, Josh, the inter-services competition. This reflects that is back fully as well.
Yeah, this is obviously a big year. The inter-services is back. The Army and Navy have played the RAF in the previous weeks, and yeah, they both won, so it's come down to a big decider today. So huge occasion, and a lot up for grabs.
Where does winning this championship in 2018 rank in your rugby memories?
Yeah, extremely high. I think a lot of people have always thought this was the big day, the big Army-Navy day, the inter-service day. And yeah, I think in that year to be able to come here and sort of ruin that parade, I think was probably the biggest part of my career, biggest highlight of my career, really. So, yeah, amazing.
And as an occasion, I'm just thinking, you've played at Twickenham a couple of times, Jane, but
Very, very proud military family that come here for this occasion, and you'll see it on the national anthem.
I think like across the world, like you wouldn't find an atmosphere like this. Like it's very, very different. It's a very different occasion. Fans are here for not just rugby, like getting back together and seeing friends and stuff. I think it's a much bigger occasion than just rugby here.
Well, to reflect the point that it's bigger than just this fixture, the people involved, people have been involved in the past, want to be part of it still. And Julian Evans, our reporter this afternoon, is with one such person.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I managed to find Josh Drananoo, who was part of that Royal Navy side that last won the competition here outright in 2010. Now, we know you from tearing up the turf on your England Sevens days, but that victory in 2010, what was that like for the senior service?
For the Navy, it was everything we dreamed for. I think it's after 11 years that we had our first win again. And that season was just, a blur. after the win, it was just kind of, you know, the Admiral of the Fleet kind of stood up after the game and he just said 2 words: let's party. And that says everything about that win.
And you haven't stopped that party since?
I haven't. I think I haven't. But I've since carried on with still playing professional rugby. Just came back from France, a couple of more seasons down there, and it's been an amazing ride. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Conditions-wise, as a winger, this is ideal for those blokes out wide, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll be looking for Semessa Rokondunguni, and all those wingers are kind of better than me, I'd say, right now. And you know, hopefully get some great rugby, great tries, and you know, be entertaining rugby.
When you see Twickenham filling up like this, we're expecting a huge crowd today, 65,000. What goes through a player's mind?
Probably nerves at the start, and then when the whistle goes, just, you know, what's in front of you, what's going on in the actual game, rather than everything around us. But with 65,000, you know, it'd be pretty hard to kind of hear anything that Tan says. So, you know, all the Navy boys and the Army will definitely be listening in to the Tan.
In your playing days, you would whiz by the photographers at a rate of knots, but it's all about shutter speed for you now because you are that person. You're taking photographs.
Well, I've taken the opportunity taking photography. I got the urge to take photography in France because of the landscape, and then, you know, Geraint with his wisdom kind of got me up here and kind of, you know, show what I can do with obviously shutter speed, as you say, or the photography. What do you call the camera? So I'm quite happy with it.
Josh, we wish you all the very best with your trigger finger. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
It's a great story, and Josh just took his place in part of a long-standing fixture. You can see the history there, stretching back decades. Over 100 years they've been doing battle here at HQ at Twickenham in London, and well, in recent years the Army have dominated this fixture. You have to actually go back 12 years for the last Navy win here, but there's a feeling of new beginnings today, and can that inspire the Navy to repeat those heroics of 2010? And on that one, Owen, let me ask you about your memories of 2010. You were backs coach on that particular day. How fondly do you remember that?
Very fondly during the day, and then got a bit hazy towards the evening. But no, it was a great day, great occasion. We had some great players, the likes of Josh, as you've just seen on TV, Greg Barden, Sevens International. It was a really good team, all coming towards the kind of end of their careers for the Navy, and it was a good way to go out that day.
And Josh, obviously you've been able to keep playing with Bath in that capacity. For a lot of these guys, their last couple of years as rugby players has been stilted. They've been robbed of that time playing. So that just adds to how important this is.
I think it just emphasises the whole occasion for everyone. The fans haven't been here, the players haven't been able to play here for the last few years. Yeah, I think the in-service had a different buzz around it this year. Get guys back on the pitch, and yeah, it's been a great spectacle, I think, so far.
Well, as Josh was talking about, this is part of a bigger competition, the Inter-Services Cup. 2 fixtures have already happened. This is the 3rd and final one. Let's have a look at the story so far.
Wilden being asked to get on with it by the referee, Fatiaki. Good strength, and the offload is there. David Tanivalu with the first try of the match. Bean trying to jackal, falls over the ball, and I think conceded that penalty. Good pick up from Lemon. The ball is there. Cutting back in is Ryan Crowley, and Crowley has got there. Midfield, Will Lamont putting his body on the line there, but the ball is still there for Army. Here's Rocco. Rocco's going. He was denied a while ago. I don't think he's going to be denied now. On the charge. Reeve ranging round Rokondunguni. You've got to take him down at first tackle, because if he gets through, he has now the power to make you pay. Good work from Smith. Here it comes, and here is an impact from the bench. Around one of the half dozen or so, well, from each camp that were involved in that UCAF game in November against Help for Heroes. Conor O'Reilly, another one, as was Jamie Miller. Miller gets the offload in, opens the door for Jack Johnson, and Johnson strolls through. There's a gap. They will look to try and find it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the RAF have missed a trick there by not getting the ball off the field when they've got their man down. But here we go with an opportunity on the right-hand side.
Henry Hughes does find the opening. And the RAF desperately trying to up the ante now. They go again, and they're over! 2 minutes before half-time, and the RAF break the bagel. The Evesham hooker. Oh, that's a great slap in front, and suddenly it's the Navy flowing towards that 22. Ramakita. Out it goes to Jesse Lowe. The cut back from the outside centre, and he's over. Well, the Navy need to do some hard yards to get a better position. Hayler and Spencer combining in that breakdown. Now Duncan gets his hands on the ball. Quick transference out to Jesse Lowe. Has he got in there? Yes, he has. Lowe gets a second at a critical time. Moves the ball out to Crowley, who's made that traverse right to the far side of the pitch. A knock on. The referee's whistle goes. That's it. The Navy's first outing in the Inter-Services Championship of 2022 has success on it. It's been a very, very tough match, an intriguing match tactically as well. But they've held on in the second half.
So that leaves us with the state of play after a win for the Army and Navy against the RAF, who were without Josh McNally, I will point out, but that makes things fairly simple today. Winner takes all here. A first win in this fixture in 12 years for the Navy, and they take the pots home. A win or a draw for the Army, and the same goes for them. Do you know, I've got to ask the question, Josh McNally, should the RAF be playing at Twickenham as well?
It's a question I ask myself all the time. Obviously come to this fixture for the last 12 years now. I don't know, it's become such more than this game. I think it's such a spectacle here. I'd love to play it. I'd love to run out here. I've run out here many times before, but never in front of this. So, yeah, I'd love to, but maybe future down the line, I think things are getting better. Like, we're playing at Premiership stadiums now, but yeah, one day I think maybe we could get here.
It would be great. And Jane, the women were meant to play this fixture here in 2019. Gutted that they couldn't, but they made up for it in other ways, I gather.
Yeah, so there was a mad initiative started by Captain Gemma Rowland and Captain Erica Mills, who's actually starting today at 6. They came up with this mad challenge of, okay, so albeit we can't play at Twickenham, there's 82,000 seats, so what we'll do is 82,000 burpees. So we had a competition with the Army and the Navy to get as many burpees done as possible, and it was to raise money for the NHS. So I think there was a ridiculous number, like 167,964 burpees complete on the day that they were supposed to be playing at Twickenham. And they raised like over 18,000 for the NHS, which was incredible.
Fantastic stuff. And Owen, again, just going back to that 2010 memories, what's the head and the heart like right now as we approaching kickoff for you?
I think from a coaching perspective, it's giving the players that responsibility, knowing that you can't really affect too much of what's going on the field, and this is kind of the dead time you're just trying to fill, because there's a lot of nervous energy and nervous tension with the players, and as coaching staff you're there just to try and calm it down and keep the peace. But yeah, back in 2010 it was the tension was right up there. Well,
if it's going to be a dark blue day, Sam Matavesi will have a big role to play today.
Yeah, huge role. He obviously raises the standard of the other players around him, brings a wealth of experience playing for Fiji and obviously Saints. Man of the match against the RAF, carried really well, defended really well, and he's a big part of that back row.
Josh, you've played against him, he's having a great season.
Unbelievable, yeah, he's extremely physical. Something the RAF couldn't cope with is his ability around the ruck. I think in defence he was over every ball and every ruck, and the RAF just weren't quick enough to get rid of him. So he's going to be a huge presence today in defence. Carried extremely well against the RAF. He does it week in, week out in the Premiership. So he's going to be a big target for the Army to stop today.
And Jane, how influential can one international class player be to the teammates?
Speaking from experience, I think very influential. They have the experience, they've got their knowledge of the game, but it's not just a one-man job. It's all 15 on the park, all 23, all management. Everybody plays such a huge part of getting that team ready for the day.
We saw him scoring some tries earlier. Rocco there on the screen. Josh, you can talk from a position of knowledge about how special a guy he is.
Yeah, he's been here for nearly a decade now, scoring tries on this pitch for the Army. I've got the pleasure of playing with him, training with him every week. He's a different specimen when it comes to rugby. You give him 2 meters of space, he's going to get round you, he's going to beat you, he's going to score tries. So from a Navy point of view, I think close his space down, don't let the ball get to him, and it could be an okay day. Give him time, give him space. It's going to be a very tough afternoon.
Interesting matchup. Henry Hughes looks like a talented guy on the wing for the Navy as well, so up against an experienced guy like Rocco.
Yeah, very much so. Henry's got experience of playing here with Oxford University, played very well against the RAF, and yeah, that'll be a tough matchup today for him, I'm sure.
But there is what, chatting earlier, the Army have got a young guy at fly half, looks like a real talent, Jack Johnson. I don't know if he brought his guitar along, but he looks a talent, but a potential someone the Navy could target.
Yeah, I think so. I followed him through the under-23 season, and he was the outstanding player of the tournament throughout before Christmas. Very, very mild-mannered, unassuming character. Again, man of the match when he played against the RAF. But I think if they can get to him in an atmosphere like this, you know, it will show what he's made of today.
We just saw the players walking off the pitch, and Julian Evans, I think, is with one of the skippers.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I'm delighted to say, before Jamie Miller, Army skipper, heads to the sheds, he's just going to give us a quick word. You know, the talking is virtually over, but one more voice has to be heard, and that's yours. Give us an insight to what you're going to say to those boys in the changing room.
I mean, you've nailed it there. The time for talking's done, the time for prep is done. It's now just about getting ourselves ready, focused, and ready to come out and put in a performance.
It's a team game, obviously, but this is your last fixture. One last hurrah for you?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, every game's the same for me, but I'm going to leave it out in the park, and I just hope everyone else does the same.
Well, look, we want you to do the very best that you can, obviously, but what's it like when you're doing it in this cauldron of noise? How is your voice heard? As you know, we can hear the PA now going out.
Yeah, it's an extra challenge, and you know, ultimately that's where you know, we rely on our systems, we rely on the training we've done all through this year, and just falling back on those tried and tested systems, and we're just going to try and perform that today.
Good luck this afternoon. We wish you all the very best.
Josh, what would you be saying in the dressing room? We can see the pictures there. What are some of the final words you would be saying on an occasion like this?
Just go out and get into the game as quick as possible. I think it's a huge occasion. Don't get left behind. There's obviously some big characters there that are going to go out and really put a stamp on the game. Don't get left behind. I think you've got to go out and put your stamp on the game and get into this game as quick as possible.
Same question to you, Jane. You've been inside that dressing room as a leader.
Yeah, it's super exciting. You do want to just be in the moment, and you know, all the hard work's done. You've just got to come out now and put it all together.
From a coaching perspective, Owen, at what point is your job kind of done and you just have to take the hands off the wheel and let the guys in charge?
Yeah, that's right. It's all about the trust, and the trust you have in your players, and the trust you have in the leadership group. So it's all down to them now. They're ready, they've done all the prep work, and it's just about putting that performance on the pitch.
We can see the guys in dark blue out on the pitch. Do you fancy their chances today?
I've watched both games quite closely against the RAF. I think the Army game was slightly a looser game, and the Navy had a better control over that game, I think, and I was really impressed with their defence. So I think it'll come down to who makes the least mistakes in the game and who gives away least penalties. But you can't afford to give the Army any space. You know, with the likes of Rocco, if you give him 2 or 3 opportunities, it'll take the game away from you.
I think Julian has got the Navy skipper now. Julian.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I've got Gerard Hayler with me. Look, Gerard, this fixture has been absent from the calendar for 3 seasons. We're expecting you now to come out and put in a championship-winning performance, but I'm sure that you say that your players are more than capable.
Yeah, we're going to be absolutely firing today. We put all the work in, all the small details. They're going to be going out, and we're looking forward to it.
You had a little bit of rust against the RAF. That's all behind you now, but that victory will have buoyed you for this performance today.
Yeah, a little bit. We polished it off now, and now we're looking to go out and have some fun. So yeah, it'll be good.
A lot of people here, they all want to see the best people here, but they also want to see some of the Premiership stars. Sam Matavesi, how much will you rely on him today?
It's a team game. He's absolutely brilliant. The energy he brings to the team is immense. But it's a team game. 15 players will win this game today.
Gerard, thank you. Good luck.
It's a big, big day for that man. Can I just say, this is bonkers. I've not been to this fixture before. This is mad.
It's not even full either. It's probably only half full at the moment, and the noise in here, and the team's getting announced. Like I said before, there's no other occasion like this in rugby around the world.
Well, I think we'll have a word with the DORs as well now. We've got Sandy Carmichael, Director of Rugby for the Army, and earlier Julian also caught up with Navy head coach Dave Pascoe.
Dave, glorious day for rugby, perfect conditions for you, and I understand you've been having a few words of advice from the top brass inside. What was being said to you?
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. They just had an insight to how we've prepped for this game, so yeah, it was good.
Obviously, you've had your guys together now for some time. What are you expecting from this fixture? Because some guys have not played rugby at this level because of the pandemic.
Yeah, we had 14 new caps going into the French game early in the season, and the squad has come down from 90 players down to 30, and then obviously we've gone for our season to this occasion. So
a lot of inexperience in that squad, but experienced players too. I'm thinking of the likes of Sam Atavesi, who's had a glorious season this year for Northampton Saints.
Yeah, Sam's in there, but also Prids is taking the boys out on his 34th cap, which makes him the second most cap player of all time, so don't come much more experience than that.
The Army need broad shoulders because they come into this fixture as always favourites. People expect them to come away with a win.
Yeah, but we're both coming into this, both beating the RAF. Great games for both. It's a big occasion. Army-Navy is always very different, has a slightly subtle nuance to it, but the winners will be Inter-Services champions in 2022, so can't wait for 80 minutes.
Yeah, it's that one-off game, isn't it? Although you've already beaten the RAF, it comes down to this, so those guys have got to put in a monumental 80-minute shift.
Yeah, after 3 years, Inter-Services Rugby is still in a great place. All three teams have put in fantastic performances. The Masters, the Mariners, the men's, the women's. And what a great way to set it off. Lots of people here, sun shines out, pitch is looking fantastic. What a better place.
What an occasion we have got. And if we can have a look, I just want to see this. Josh McNally's got a couple of the ball boys stood next to him. Josh, there is an amazing obsession with rugby players and ridiculous haircuts. I love it. I absolutely love it. What's going on?
What's with the haircut?
Oh, no, come here. What are your names, guys?
Harry, Charlie.
Harry, Charlie. I've been talking to England international Josh McNally about how excited he is. How are you feeling?
Pretty excited.
Must be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, I am.
Good. Go well, lads.
Cheers, boys.
Oh, this is really, really, really special. Josh, were you the kind of guy to headbutt walls before games like this?
No, I try and soak up this atmosphere as much as you can. And just try and get into game as quick as possible. It's so hard to do it in the change rooms. You've just got to do it on the pitch.
Jane, Owen, Josh, thank you so much. We've got the game ahead of us, and commentary will be coming from Tug Wilson. Owen Salmon, you better get yourself up to comms with Simon Ward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the home of rugby, which for today at least becomes the home of military rugby. After 3 long years, we have the Army versus Navy locking horns once again. An historic day, because when this men's encounter is done, we've got a super second helping with the first ever women's Army-Navy tussle here at Twickenham. There's the Army getting set for their next challenge, and what a big challenge it is. And you can see they're in the home changing room today. That's the way it rotates now. Let's just take a look at the lineups from Mal Roberts. There's the 23, apart from Matt Dawson's return at open side. It's the same pack as set up in 2019, of course, the last time this game was played. Titchard Jones, Austin and Dowding reunited in that front row. Only the tight head appeared in the RAF game some 5 weeks ago. It's the same backline from Kingsholm though, except both wingers change sides, and we see the introduction for the first time of Superliga Mitch Vuliki Japani in midfield. A big, big day for Jack Johnson, who begins in that pivotal number 10 shirt. On the other side, well, the Navy know that this is a huge task ahead of them, but they're confident. They've been setting up well. They held off the RAF at Ealing 3 weeks ago, and now they believe they can do a job on their nearest and dearest. Dave Pascoe, well, he has familiar faces in the senior service outfit, though some have changed position. Ben Watson moves up a row in the pack. Similarly, Ed Pascoe sits in the second row this year alongside John Kerwin. Some newbies out back. Gott, Lowe, Hughes taste the Twickenham atmosphere for the first time in one of these inter-services contests. Be interesting to see who he brings off the bench as well. Watch out for Jerome Rudder, the Filipino Sevens international, can add something a little bit different should he be called upon later on in this game. Well, it is an absolutely beautiful day here in Twickenham, southwest London, resplendent in the sunshine. We've had some wonderful fancy dress already. There's people in red and blue and a few in purple as well. But it's really, really going to be, well, 4 hours of high-class rugby, because, of course, historically, for the first time, we have the women's game following up this match. You can see just how much people are looking forward to this one, and let's face it, it's been a 3-year wait. Well, you can forget Burnaby Road, you can forget Taunton, you can forget Aldershot. This is Twickenham, this is HQ, and this is very, very special. Jamie Miller leading out those in red for the last time. He's already said he's retiring from rugby completely after this game, and I think from the services later on in the autumn as well. On the other side, Gerard Hayler, a man who knows this contest only too well. Now, before we get into the national anthem, we are going to get a moment's applause for all those in the armed services that may not be able to be here this afternoon, and also tribute to the Ukrainians, of course, very, very prominent in everybody's mind right now. So due respect and support for all those people we mentioned now. Time for the national anthem. You will never, ever hear a more passionate rendition of the national anthem. Beautifully led there by Alicia Lowe, getting the adrenaline surging through, well, not only those 46 men, but also the 60+ thousand we're expecting here this afternoon. Well, another bit of history being made. First time we've had a female referee. Sarah Cox, one of the best in my book, is going to be on the whistle for this one, and I know, talking to her ahead of this game, how much she was looking forward to it. It really is a unique occasion here at Twickenham. Ian Bibby and Nick Marshall in support, with Alex Thomas, the fourth official for this one.
Alex, just give us a nod when you're ready, mate, all right? Nick,
well, I'm delighted to be joined by Lieutenant Owen Salmon from the Navy and Warrant Officer Tug Wilson from the RAF, and of course UCAF as well as DOR. Looking forward to this one, Tug. I know you are RAF through and through, but this is special.
Yes, it's a great fixture to come to. It's a great fixture to be involved in, seeing the guys already have played against the Air Force and now coming out against each other at this fantastic venue.
Well, for the Army, it's 1400 hours. For the Navy, it's 4 bells in the afternoon watch. For everyone else, it's all systems go. It's Act 1 of this historic day. The battle for the Babcock Trophy, the 103rd Army men versus the Navy men contest. Of course, both teams looking to settle themselves down as quickly as possible.
Okay, yes, please.
They've had that huge adrenaline surge on the walkout, on the national anthem, but now they have to focus and concentrate on what they've been putting together on the training paddocks over the last few months. Craig Duncan, rangy fullback for the Navy. There's the skip, Gerard Hayler, scored the only Navy try in that game in 2019. Sam Matavesi with the 8 shirt on his back may well look to swing into the front row later on in this game. We shall wait and see how it pans out. Certainly an option for Dave Pascoe. Garreese looking to keep up the momentum. Jordan got his first taste of
He's allowed you to get on that ball.
this
5, get out of the way
hugely significant day.
Yeah, that's a great start from both sides there. Navy kick-off, and then Army went through a couple of phases. Probably kicked the ball a little bit too deep, allowed Craig Duncan to counter a couple of other phases, and now the Navy have got a shot for the first 3 points of the game.
Doug, when you are a coach, when you're on the sidelines, you're watching such a frantic start quite often, because there is such importance on this game. The Navy settling in fairly quickly from that kick-off will please Dave Pascoe, no doubt.
Oh, definitely. When they come out, national anthem, as you say, and there's a good crowd in, a bit of noise, but the defence from the Navy was excellent throughout the season, has been building, and there it goes again.
Got sends it underway, but doesn't hit the target. Now, very early stages in this one, yes, of course, but I was talking to Dave Pascoe before the game. They left 18 points off the tee in that RAF game at Ealing. They cannot afford to not take points when they're on offer, right?
No, it's crucial. And like you said, they didn't do that well off the tee against the RAF, and they've got to make the early inroads. When they get the opportunities, they've got to take them.
Duncan out to Rees. The 2 Welshmen will be combining well, and there goes the little Welsh scrum half, offloading to Gott.
Over the shoulder.
Suddenly blue shirts surging through the red line into the 22. Matavesi, always a danger man. Pretty with a nice little offload to open up that right channel.
He's double rolled, we come back. High tackle.
Come to me, come to me. Bringing things back for that high shot.
It's a great run by Gara already, sniping. He's got great attitude. He really gets a team going for the Navy, and as he does for UCAF, he's such a good character to have about, and that sort of turning the Army defence around quickly will make a difference in the next few minutes of the game.
Yeah, I also think when they played against in the Mobs match earlier on a couple of weeks ago, Northampton found a bit of space in behind that back line, and it paid dividends. So yeah, well done for Gar there for spotting that space.
There is the 27-year-old Carmarthen Quinn, the scrum half, now watching on as his half-back partner gets second dibs. He's already had a sighter moments ago, and now bounces it off the post. Well, it may not be the last time I say it in this game, but points mean prizes, and points early on in this match could be critical to the psyche, if nothing else, of the senior service.
Just building that score, as you say. That's 2 opportunities now. Need to take the opportunities, build the score, builds the pressure.
Lloyd Whedon clears his lines, but Matavesi invites this back line to go again. Craig Duncan has that rangy stride that seems to eat up the ground. 6'4" fullback is going to be a real danger given the opportunity, and that pass from Gott really not helping Kai Beasley. I don't think that was the loose head's fault there.
No, I wouldn't put it past Kai Beasley to cling on to that one. He's got some good footballing skills, but yeah, they just asked a little bit too much of him now. It was on out wide though. That was definitely the right option.
Space, okay?
And at the moment, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
When they step out for the first time, it must be like playing table tennis on 4 tennis courts. It seems to be so big. In fact, it's not. But once they, I guess they can settle in and focus on within the white lines, then you can get your regular rugby into action.
Yeah, athletes, and they get across this pitch really, really quickly at a good size. So they cover the ground and the space quickly. So what you see is massive areas there which disappear. Again, the Army are really good at exploiting. But the Navy have played a really wide game against the Air Force and introduced the full back into the line, Craig Duncan, which really worked for them. So it'll just be interesting to see when the Army get a bit of ball and then see how they can exploit the spaces that do appear.
We're 6 minutes into this game and the Army haven't been out of their own half yet. Free kick. I think that went against Ben Watson. Bubba Watson, as he's known, moving up from second row as he was 2019 into that tight head position.
It's a free kick. Let's go.
Jack Johnson. It was a free kick tapping to himself. But yeah, that left boot of Duncan sweeping through, and Marine Craig Duncan is going to be a very special attacking threat for the Navy this afternoon, Owen.
Yeah, he's a very talented player. Made his debut against the RAF at Harlequins in 2019. He's a special talent, and when he gets a bit of space, he'll certainly try and attack it.
Line out sort of works, not quite as it's been practiced, but possession there for those in red. Little dab through from Matavesi as they unexpectedly get the ball.
Yeah, not known for his kicking skills there, and probably would have been better to keep it in hand and use the people outside him.
Good take from Will Reeve over his shoulder. Always nice for a fullback to get a secure one, but doesn't get the best of clearances, shall we say, and those supporting blue in the stands letting him know that it might have gone a bit further.
He'll be disappointed with that. They've got the opportunity to clear lines, even if he sends it downfield and he makes the Navy play from deep. But it's an attacking position again for the Navy.
Ben Priddy, another who said this is going to be his last game of inter-services rugby, earning his 34th cap, senior cap, this afternoon. Gott trying to find the way through for his centres, but the red line staying firm at the moment. Gerard Hayler being dumped to the ground, losing the ball in the contact. I think that was a Turkish tackle, wasn't it, Nathan? Nathaniel Tijal-Jones getting his shoulder in there to the opposition skip.
Yeah, that was pleasing to see from the Navy. Their line-out struggled quite a bit against the RAF there, and they just ran a nice little move off the front of the line-out, and it's just kind of hanging on to the ball, really. Just again another silly little mistake. I think this scrum now will be quite important.
Well, it's a scrum where the Army on listed weights have a 5.6 kilo per man advantage, which is a sizable plus if that's correct. Of course, technique plays a major part into it.
Yeah, when you add that bulk and you sort of put it as a cumulative bulk, it's quite a lot of pressure coming through. And that's twice now they haven't been able to obviously sustain the platform. And then the Army get to clear.
Mentioning the Army, we were hoping to have Major Andy Sanger with us this afternoon, and Andy unfortunately has had a family emergency he's got to deal with, and has had to head up to Wales. So, Andy, family, our thoughts are with you. Hopefully things will get sorted out. 10 minutes gone. Still nothing on the board as yet. Go for a short one, which looked a little bit squint, I have to say, from this angle, but something that they'd worked in training, no doubt. As it is, it's going to be a Navy line out. Reese does very well. Gar Reese is really up for this one this afternoon.
Oh,
there he goes. He's through. Is there anybody to support him? Cuts across, gets the offload in. Pick up there from Pascoe. Numbers to the left. Matavesi cuts back inside, showing the strength of the professional rugby player. Watson in as first receiver. Got supporting runners just overdoing it. John Kerwin out of position there for his fly half, but they go again. Watson revs the engine. Beasley gets through one, but just losing it in the contact, and these early glimpses of opportunity for the senior service, unable to capitalise at the moment.
Blue needs to get his head above his hips on the crouch.
Frustration from Lieutenant Salmon on my left, but you must be pleased with the way that they've opened, even though they haven't got points from it.
Yeah, it's great so far. It's been all the Navy, but like we've chatted about earlier on, it's all about taking these opportunities when they create them. You know, they've had 3 knock-ons now and a couple of missed goals, so it's really, really important to capitalise on these opportunities.
Bind! Set!
Ken Dowding just losing his footing on this near side, but Lloyd Whedon able to get the kick away.
Nice punch, just give me a picture on the next one. To the line.
Been pretty. 36 years young. Tells me he's a skateboarder. I'm not sure you're allowed to skateboard at 36, are you? Matavesi, no sense of him sliding off that one. There's Pretty coming in as the extra man. Good tackle from Fatiaki. And there's the tight head again. Watson happy to just make the odd metre or two around the close contact. Ramakita. Maybe getting the ball through the contact without able to find the supporting runner at the moment.
No,
Beasley.
Chest! Tackle!
Kerwin setting up position again, Reese just trying to pull some of those defenders around the fringe in. Pascoe goes a rumbling. Matavesi going to see him more and more at first receiver and getting the penalty call.
Let go.
I wonder how long Sarah Cox's patience is going to last with the way that the penalties have been given recently.
Yeah, they're in the red zone a lot. The thing is with the Navy there, they aren't going all the way to the fringe as of yet. They're not going into the 5 metre channels. They're going probably as far as 10 metres in and then going back the way. But further, they're making gains into the red zone. As they go into the red zone, then you'd like to start thinking they'll start taking some points from these penalties. They'll need to.
Yeah, it's crucial. I mean, there was some great continuity there, and they're getting over the gain line in attack, which is really, really important. And again, the Army have given another penalty away, so it's another great opportunity here.
Got slotted 6 out of 6 in practice yesterday.
He was off his feet in that break.
Still to get his first successful one. Does now. Quarter of an hour gone, and the Navy open the scoring. Third time lucky for Jordan Gott. but his side leads 3 points to 0.
Just spoke to Red about pushing the 9 after the ball's gone.
What's the picture at the strap?
So 3 went to ground, sorry, 1 blew to ground.
Well, 15 minutes in which the Army have been under the cosh for the most part. Yet to really see them get their attacking game into any sort of semblance of flow. Cohen leading the way away from the Navy 22. Reese just biding his time before that box kick goes up. Whedon can't take because Jess Lowe is up there. And this Navy side have just got so much stimulus to the way they're playing. Hayler stepping in as the feed. Pretty tackled behind the gain line by Bollandow. Oh, awkward bounce for Lloyd Whedon to have to cope with.
It was a great kick there by Garis. Army back 3 slightly out of position, spotted the space in behind and just dinked it through into the 22.
Wilden last week was playing for the Doncaster Knights in their championship game. Came off the bench for that one. Well, it's one way at the moment. Reese gets the call from Duncan. Duncan finds the way out to the right channel. And now the Navy are going to try and make something of this. And guess who? It's Ben Priddy. He scored a hat-trick here in 2014. He's opened the scoring in 2022. And the Navy deserving of that score. And look at the smile on the Cornishman's face.
Yeah, very deserving of that try. So far, it's been all Navy. They've created some wonderful opportunities. That one was a fantastic break by the fullback, Craig Duncan, feeding his winger, who made the break down the outside, and Ben Priddy running a great supporting line. And for such a stalwart of Navy rugby, fully deserves that try, and well done to him.
Yes, the most capped Navy forward in their history, went past Bob Armstrong's record not so long ago. Always seems to be the right man in the right place, Priddy, doesn't he?
Yeah,
is it a hooker thing?
I don't know if it's the hooker thing, but even from like under-21s, under-23s, when he played single service or UCAF, he's always been in the right places. He's such a great supporter, and he knows that the ball isn't dying until it's actually gone out of play or the referee's blowing the whistle. So his commitment is superb, even at 36, as you say.
Yeah, made his debut for the senior service 15 years ago. He assures me this is the last one, but who knows? Never say never. And Gart has found his range and finds the target and sends the Royal Navy into double figures as we come towards the end of this first quarter. Let's get down pitch side. Julian, who have you got?
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, I'm delighted to say that I've got a head coach, a very smiley, happy head coach, Dave Pascoe from the Royal Navy. Dave, should a 36-year-old, the oldest man on the pitch, be in that channel scoring tries?
Yeah, no, that's a great start for us. It's always nice when one comes off of the training paddock straight into the game, but we've struggled a little bit. We've had the ball, obviously, most of this first quarter, but we just need to stay in the fight right now.
You, of course, have kicked here yourself as a fly half, making those points for the Royal Navy. You must be delighted that Jordan has found his range, and that'll calm those nerves, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, Gotti's been great off the tee in practice all season, so it's just a case of him converting in the game. I'm just chuffed for him now. He's sort of got into his rhythm, hit one from the touchline. Pressure seems to come off on the touchline, you know, it's those early ones that really count.
Dave, thank you very much indeed.
Well, Dave Pascoe was thought that he was going to have to come on as a gridiron place kicker at one point. Renowned for his kicking from the tee, let alone for his coaching.
Great gathers.
Looks like the veteran Ken Dowding has taken a knock on the shoulder there, earning his 25th senior services cap. Here is that try, and it was the introduction of Craig Duncan that made all the difference there, wasn't it?
Yeah, like we said, you know, he will spot those gaps, and he's not scared of putting his foot down. And he linked up with Henry Hughes, the winger, there wonderfully. And as we said, Ben Purdy trailing on the inside to go over and get the 5 points.
Navy put in to the scrum inside their 22. Making sure it's quick ball to clear the lines. Conor O'Reilly done by the bounce of the ball, picked up by Jesse Lowe. Lowe, who scored a couple of tries in that RAF game. Well, again, Rees finding a way through, sniping from close quarters. Watson as outside centre, gets the ball away, the kick through from Duncan. Time for Will Reeve to hit his spots.
Yeah, Rees there again, finding quite a bit of space around that ruck, and he's straight through the middle yet again.
I don't think I can recall that any game, Army Navy, in the recent years where the Army have had no platform in the last third for the first quarter of the game. This is suffocating,
right,
really is.
And possession is key here, and so far it's been all the Navy.
Okay, done. Knocking advantage is still there, okay?
Got into that midfield again, too low. The Brixham RFC centre trying to make a dent in that red wall. There's a man who will definitely dent the wall, Gerard Hayler.
No advantage, you go back from the knock on. You're always going backwards.
Blue 9 down behind you, Potsy.
Yeah, no problem. Come on.
Well, we look at the clock, 21 minutes gone, and it's been a one-way match.
Absolutely, at the moment. I'd be very surprised. Mal Roberts will be shocked as well that he hasn't had any possession in that half of anything to speak of. But I'm sure, and Dave Pascal will know this as well, because they're two experienced coaches, that it's going to happen, I would assume, at some stage. If it doesn't, I'd be absolutely shocked. But then Army will get the ball in the attacking third, and I think Dave's aware of that. That's why he knows every point counts.
10 points to the good, the senior service, but maybe they would have hoped for a bit more, certainly with the 2 penalty attempts that have gone awry.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that that won't come back to haunt them at the end of the game.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Navy with a feed and an attacking position. Hayler in as the 8, but it's a mess, and it's a mess for a reason. Sarah Cox pinging the Navy 8. Let's hear from pitch side. Josh McNally down there for us. What are you seeing, Josh?
Oh, I've been so impressed with the Navy so far. The game management, playing the game in the right areas. They've exited so well. I think the Army is starting to find some dominance now in the scrum, and I think this could be a real entry point for them into the game and get them back into this game.
Josh, we've had a few scrums when it's clear that the Navy are going to move that ball away from that set piece as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the Army have got an unbelievable pack. I think they've got some real weight in the back 5, so the Navy are going to be, all they want to do is get the ball out. So I think that's going to be a point of pressure now for the Navy to withstand and keep in this game.
Thanks, Josh. Dowding losing the ball as he came through. And it's the Navy going again. Seti the machete, the outside centre, gets the offload, but no room through on that right flank.
And we've seen the defence there that was went really well against the RAF. Putting the Army big runners under pressure, low chop tackles and managed to dislodge the ball.
Both of these teams, of course, beat the RAF in the first two inter-services games. Is it a barometer of how this one plays out, or does it have a different feel? I stand to your experience, Tug, of what you've seen before.
I think Owen agree. It probably has a slightly different feel in the past when the Air Force might have not have been competitive. But you do see certain things, and a coach will be picking up certain things. But when you get in front of this crowd and in the stadium, it does make a little bit of a difference. But actually, the way they're both playing is actually how they were against the Air Force. So it's probably going to sort type at the moment.
Duncan unable to get that kick through the gap. Still there for his side. Gott changes the parabola. And plenty of time for Will Reeve, the Kenyan international. Didn't have to move hardly. There seems to be a variety of attack from the senior service that trying to test out this Army defence early doors.
Yeah, very much so, and I also think there's a desire to play in the right area of the pitch as well, and they're controlling the territory really well at the moment and not allowing the Army out of their half.
Well, they've certainly been playing in the right areas for all but this final quarter of an hour of the first half. Oh, Rees just evading the clutches of Tichard Jones there as the loose head came through. There's the Navy tight head, Bubba Watson. Got Yamakita. Just the alignment of that Navy defence being disrupted by the Army defenders. Rokadanguni, I think the first time I've mentioned him in the game so far, coming off his wing to make the difference in the tackle. It's a mess, but it is there eventually for the Navy. Pascoe being dumped backwards there. I think that was Ifeanyi Bollandau coming through. Again, Matavesi taking the contact, trying to get the offload in. The kick from Rees out to Wilden. Lovely little show and go from the scrum half. Now feeds to Fatiaki. In fact, no, I think that's Veliki Japani. They've changed numbers because of the shirt size, would you believe? So Fatiaki wears 13, but is playing it inside centre. And Mitch Veliki Japani wears 12, but working in the outside channel. That's a lovely, lovely kick.
Yeah, I think Sam Matavesi's brought his kicking boots today, but one just to watch in backfield is the Navy captain, Gerard Hayler's down and receiving some treatment.
It looks like Matavesi's Swiss Army rugby player for this afternoon. There he is. Last week he was up against Rokadanguni at the Rec, and it was Matavesi who actually ended up smiling on his 50th Saints appearance. And I suppose it was always going to be a good day for 36-31, enough to get the victory for the Saints. Again, Wilden sends it long. Henry Hughes, a man who's used to playing at Twickenham, albeit not for the Navy. 5 times an Oxford University Blue.
I think the one thing the Royal Navy will be really happy with, as Owen said before, was the ball retention. The recycles pretty solid, pretty quick. I think Mal Roberts will be the opposite for the Army. There's a lot of knock-ons, there's a lot of unforced errors, which you would expect them to retain the ball and go forward, which they're not doing at the minute, especially when that's their first real visit into the half, and to try and retain some possession in there.
Yeah, they've been trying to ignite something. Captain Jamie Miller He's just going to have to settle his team into this, because at the moment they've been in defensive mode for most of the 27 minutes that we've had in this one. First rendition of Swing Low, sweeps around the stands. Fairly tuneful from the east end, as to be said. How long that lasts, we shall wait and see. Folklore has it that there's more beer drunk at this fixture than there is in the entire Six Nations campaign. Whether that's true or not, I wouldn't want to say.
To Neve. Thanks, Neve.
Call for the red pack.
Yeah, the Army reverting to their power game there, and it's paying dividends in the scrummages at the moment.
They're going to get a chance now to work from the second set piece with that line out. First time they've been in the Navy 22, I think.
Yeah, great attacking platform here as well, so it'll be interesting to see what they do.
And at the back of the line out, watching for players.
The ball a couple of minutes ago might lead to this one being the same.
First real opportunity for the British Army to mount a serious threat on the Navy line. Tichar Jones getting the leg drive going. Wilden out to Veliki Japani.
No, take your hands out!
Duncan staying wide on this near side to mark the threat of Rokodanguni, but doesn't look like those forwards are going to give it up anytime soon, and that's why Sarah Cox gets into position and confirms the try. The power play from the Army bearing dividends straight away.
Yeah, we talk about taking opportunities. That's the first time the Army have had an attacking platform in the Navy 22, and they've scored straight away.
Matt Dawson, the man at the end of it, but this was the setup. And once they got themselves into position in order, there was very, very little that the blue defenders could do about it. Dawson wasn't available to play in 2019, was on ops then. Well, Johnson misses his first kick. Or did he?
There was no flags that went up there, so
no flags.
He didn't kick it. I thought it had, but
no, I think it goes down as a miss, as far as I can see. I certainly didn't see the touches flags go up, so 5 points in for the Army.
Yeah, when you are, yeah.
Two relatively young fly halves in today. Jack Johnson, just 23 years of age. Jordan Gott, 26. Both having their first experience. Park End, the conduit there. And the Army now really trying to fly. There's Conor O'Reilly. Oh, almost, but not quite. Last week, O'Reilly was in his club colours, Colchester, at Raven Park when they got promotion. Now back in the red of the British Army, and the first real chance we've had to see him there. Got that offload away, but the hands of Jamie Miller just unable to bring that one in.
that'll be disappointing for the Navy if Gary does stay down. He's been really, really good in this first half, to be honest. He's kept the Army thinking, keeping them turning, and he's not generally the person that will just go down like that.
No, he's certainly been the heartbeat of the Navy attack so far. But the the Army scrum half there, Lloyd Wheeldon, making a good break, and the Army managed just to get on the outside of the Navy defence there, but managed to scramble back and just close it out.
There is a similarity, isn't there, in the halfbacks? You have experience in both nines and relative inexperience in the tens, so you would think the scrum halves will have more of an impact, perhaps, on the way that they want to play the game.
You've got to change something, or I'm going to have to start escalating the game.
Tens have played in the under-23s championship earlier in the year, or in the end of last year, the early in the season. So that's sort of different experience from that nine, and I think is helping out the Navy, and Tom's trying to do the same for the Army, but just getting them through the game. But as they grow into the game, it'll become easier for them.
There's Colonel Sandy Fitzpatrick, the Director of Rugby for the Army, MBE, I should add. Get his full title in. Hope you're enjoying watching this. It certainly has got the full flavour of an Army-Navy game. Wherever you are today, you're welcome to be part of this great military family occasion from Canada and Northern Europe, across in the east where there's so much uncertainty, of course, at the moment. Germany, Cyprus, the Rock of Gibraltar, Ascension Islands, to the Middle East, Royal Navy ships across the world, of course, and down south on this 40th anniversary of the Falklands War. Today, of course, our charity is the South Atlantic Medals Association. So to all of you joining us here this afternoon, very good afternoon to you, and it has been a good afternoon weather-wise. It's been nigh on perfect.
That last one, yes. Prior to that, no.
Big psychological pluses to be gained from either side here, of course, before we head to the hutches at half-time. And just the 5-point difference means the next points on offer could be invaluable.
Yeah, definitely.
The way they're thinking. It's a good scrum from the Navy, but it's there for Wheeldon. Johnson gets the call from Rokodanguni. Again, ball in the contact. It's been an issue. Tug, as you mentioned earlier, it's ongoing, particularly for the Army.
Yeah, I think Matt will be really disappointed with the retention of the ball, as I said earlier, but actually going in at half-time only 5-10, I don't think he'll be too dissatisfied, because it could have been a lot worse. If they keep hold of the ball in there, that's quite narrow to attack in. The Navy's defence has been really solid in the sort of first third outside the set piece. So if they'd overloaded and gone wider, they might get a little bit more joy, but at the moment it's very, very tight, and the Navy are defending very, very well.
I hesitate to call the Army 1-2-3 the holy triumvirate. I think Matty Dwyer might have something to say to that, but it is a regular front row for those in red. Oh, the charge down there from Johnson, who's going to get to the ball first. Oh, it's Hayler to the rescue. Oh, Sarah Cox in position, just confirming.
Yeah, full on drop out.
No television match officials in operation this afternoon. So down
He's got to be behind here.
The officials.
Yeah, I think Jordan got just dwelt on that kick for a little bit too long there.
Right, they've got to be behind you. Yeah, behind.
But great cover from the Navy captain to come back and rescue his team.
Good footballing skills from Johnson to set the opportunity up, but unable to capitalise. Rokodanguni, another who we're told is in his last inter-services game. He will be leaving Bath as well to head over the channel. Nice little offload from Pete Austin. Johnson, O'Reilly comes in off the wing. Can't get the offload going, but the Army beginning to find their mojo now. 5 minutes left of this first half. Getting the penalty call too.
Move out the way.
Oh, what's the call here
Tell him to square
from
up
Jamie Miller?
Okay? First defence is not rolling. Be careful.
No, they're going to go for the line out.
Yeah, looking for the Army power game again. Last time they were here, scored the try, so they'll probably go secure the line out and look for a line out drive.
The obvious target would be the 6'7" frame of Lewis Bean, the Glasgow Wanderers second row. Hanging towards the tail of this line out. Doesn't get it, it's Parkins. Parkins, the line out caller, calls to himself. Austin takes possession and they head towards glory. Same maul is the call, so they can drive on. It's over, second tries in the bag. The Army tie things up with less than 4 minutes to go. Yeah, it's Pete Austin, the hooker, who was driving that maul. Thought they'd got into a lay-by for a bit, but suddenly refound their sat-nav, worked out their way to the try line, and the power play again from the Army pack paying dividends.
Yeah, again, they're taking their opportunities. This is the second time they've been in the Navy 22, and they've come away again with another 5 points.
I think the Navy will be very aware now, giving away penalties within that final third, if anything. So if they can set up the maul, they've obviously gone with something of a driving maul, and knowing that they're dominant in that size because of the size of the Army pack. So the Navy are going to be really wary now of where they're conceding penalties.
Austin happy with his lot. This is a huge kick for Jack Johnson to put the British Army in the lead for the first time. Can't find the target. Both fly halves struggling from the tee. So it's even Stevens with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. There are different options from a kicking perspective of both coaches. Guy Reese, of course, kicks for the Navy. McDonald might be an option off the bench for the British Army. Well, perhaps a chance for the Navy to hit back before the break.
Just making sure they get a strong set piece here. They need to make sure they hold shape on the scrum at a minimum, and just make sure they're not conceding any ground and conceding territory by a penalty.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get this ball in and out as quick as possible.
Reese has been a constant threat through the opening half hour of this game. There he is.
Let's be careful of weight. Let's make sure we take the hit as well.
Noble Seaman Reese. Real tackling dervish in what we've seen before, but we've seen the flip side of his coin, if you will. Certainly in the first 20 minutes, the attacking threat around the fringe was immense.
His all-round game first 20-25 minutes, superb, and he does chop low, outfights his body weight in defence, but actually turning the Army around, as we said, with the kicking and then the snipes. It's been really, really good.
Well, the moment's gone.
Second time, number 3.
Again, Ben Watson has been pinged. Tough for the relatively new tight head when you're up against an old hand like Turkish Tichar Jones. He's, well, lots of lessons to learn in the, should we say, the skullduggery of numbers 1, 2 and 3. Final play of the first half, and what a first half it's been. Austin with the line-out throw, Bean hanging at the tail again, providing secure possession for the British Army. Reeve trying to find a way through, up over halfway. That's a brilliant steal from Mitch Spencer. The crazy South African, as the Navy boys refer to him. Getting a brilliant steal there. Wrong club out the back for Gareth though, but that's enough. Sarah Cox has seen what she needs to see. It has been a quite superb first half. The Navy dominating the first 20-25 minutes. The try from Ben Priddy putting them into double figures at 10-0, but back came the British Army. Power plays from the pack. Dawson and Austin getting over the line. And it means that at half-time, it's even Stevens. It's the Royal Navy 10.
So a lively start for the Navy, then dominating those early exchanges. And a fantastic try there for the veteran Ben Priddy. But the Army came back in that second period. Got their mojo, as Simon put it in commentary. Matt Dawson with the try, and the power game for the Army making the difference. All square at half-time, 10-10. Wouldn't you love to hear what the messages are inside the dressing rooms? The Army won't be happy with how they performed in the early exchanges, but they've definitely got a power advantage. As for the Navy, well, did they leave some chances out there on the field? Their performance in the opening quarter, absolutely dominant. And a huge 40 minutes ahead, everything to play for. The crowd loving it, the sunshine out, party atmosphere. And we know where those people are walking down the steps. We know where they're heading. They will be back for this final 40 minutes in this Babcock Trophy match, 10-10. Josh McNally's alongside me. Josh, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I was extremely, like I said in comms, I was extremely happy with the way the Navy came into this game. They played the rugby in the right areas. But I think the Army have just found that point of pressure in the scrum, like I said in comms in the game. I think the people we haven't really highlighted before game, Ken Dowding, Titchard Jones, P. Austin, they've really put Navy under pressure in the scrum, and they've managed to put themselves into a game that they probably weren't in at the first half.
Let's have a look at that Ben Priddy try for the Navy then. We'd already had the penalty forgot by this point, so this took them out to a 10-0 lead. Josh, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's good. I think like I said, the Navy were playing in the right areas, and then when they did come into the Army half, they really came alive with the ball. It's just great work from Priddy's been playing rugby for a long time. He's sniffed out the try line there and got on the offload.
And Owen Salmon's joined us now. You must have been really buzzing at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. My heart was in my mouth for the first 20-25 minutes. I thought the Navy were outstanding. They probably could have got more points than they should have done. But fair play to the Army. That last 10-15 minutes, they've really come back into it with their power game.
Josh, let's talk about the Army's power game, which was evident for that Matt Dawson try.
Yeah, definitely. I think they started putting their way down. They're getting their way down the pitch. The maul started working. The scrum started working. And then they've just really gone into a forward game. I think me and Owen spoke pre-game off air that they haven't got a plan B sometimes. The Army haven't got a plan B. When they have shown it now, they've gone to a forward-dominated game, got themselves into the right areas, and it's going to be hard to stop the Army pack there.
Bit of a concern from the Navy's perspective, the dominance there, Owen?
Yeah, I think so, but they would have known that. They know what the Army forward pack bring. So it is all about playing in the right areas, and we saw that for the first 20 minutes. They pressurised the Army when they had the ball, made them force them into mistakes. So if they can do that again in the second half, it's all to play for.
And obviously they had a lot of confidence in that power game. They got the penalty, could have kicked it, went to the corner for that Peter Austin try.
Exactly. They've stuck to that. I was thinking in the game, they've got this pressure point. Have they got the game leaders to keep doing it? And Jack Johnson stepped up straight away, didn't go for the tee, put it straight in the corner, and they've come away with 7 points, 5 points. So, yeah, I think this is a point. If at half-time, all I'll be saying to the Army now is just stick to this. Tire the Navy forwards out, and we'll just keep getting on top of them like this.
We talked about some of the names before the game. Sam Matavesi's shown up strongly for the Navy. But as much as the Army power game has been evident, Actually, when the game breaks up a little bit, it's when the Navy come alive. And Guy Rees, not someone we mentioned before the game, he's really been a lively character.
Yeah, he's been great. He's spotted a lot of space around that ruck area, and he's managed to get through a couple of times. And also with his kicking game, he's been pretty good as well. He's spotted space in behind that Army defence, and he's exploited it really well.
He has been a fine player. Yeah, that break, slippery little character, and is going to be very influential.
He's such a good game leader for the Navy. He's exited so well. He's put the ball in the right areas. And then when he sees those little opportunities around halfway where he's got the licence to go, he's been causing Army some real trouble.
And it's so difficult to defend when you've broken them through the middle. It's so difficult for the defence to reorganise and get back into the game from there.
So we know what Josh would be saying if he was in the Army dressing room. What would you be saying in the Navy dressing room?
We need more of the first 20 minutes, I think. We know what the Army bring, and it's about stopping that. But I really do believe that we've got to put them play in the right areas, and the territory game today is going to be vital.
So this Army-Navy match is not only a huge occasion for armed forces sport, for rugby union in general, but also it's an opportunity to support one of many military charities, as this occasion is once again. And today, 40 years since the Falklands campaign, Operation Corporate, we welcome the South Atlantic Medal Association 1982 as Charity of the Day. Summer 82 exists to maintain and promote a sense of pride and comradeship among veterans. In fact, here today, there are reunions from units and ships that deployed at the Rush when the decision was made to sail south. Operation Corporate was one of the first conflicts viewed from home on the nightly news, so images took on added significance, and one photograph, known as the Yomper, became an iconic image of the conflict. And here today, at Twickenham, we're proud to have that last man in the patrol with his flag on his aerial, the subject of the photograph, the Yomper, Peter Robinson, joined by ex-Royal Engineer Paul Moore from Ride of Respect, Chris Jones representing Summer 82, and all Operation Corporate veterans.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. Thank you very much, Tim. Now, I'm delighted to say that not only is this the biggest event in the Forces sporting calendar, but as you say, it's a chance to promote those military charities, and the charity of the day today is Summer 82. Now, the person I've got with me, you may recognise him as Rear of the Year 1982 if it hadn't been for his giant Bergen, but you are the gentleman that we saw in the Falklands with the Union flag on your back as you were marching to Stanley.
Yeah, that's right. 14th of June, marching into Stanley, Union flag on my aerial, going through a minefield.
Now, the gentleman that took the photograph, Pete Holgate, unfortunately he can't be here today, so we wish Pete a speedy recovery. But for you yourself, did you know that Pete was behind you?
Not at that time. He had been trailing me for about 2 hours. Fortunately, the wind took the flag and he took the shot, which became iconic.
Now, the reason why you were yomping across the Falklands was because the Atlantic conveyor had been damaged so much that you lost all your air support, your helicopters, and you guys were asked to take the scenic route.
Yeah, scenic it was as well. Yeah, we missed the helicopters, but we all pulled together, worked as a team and got to the objective.
How key has the charity been to you and your colleagues and your former mates that went through that experience with you?
Yeah, the South Atlantic Medal Association charity supports all Falkland veterans, now, in the future and in the past. Fortunately, I haven't had to call upon their services, but it's there for everyone.
It's a very important organisation, I'm sure, and you're still in contact with your old mates?
Yeah, recently we had a reunion between the 6 of us that were involved in that photograph. Very traumatic in a way, but also brought back a lot of memories, and it was as if we just left the forces the day before.
Well, look, you've got a guard of honour behind you. These chaps look very smart, and you've got Chris with you as well. What's the role that Chris does?
Chris is the chairman of the Plymouth branch of the South Atlantic Medal Association, and we keep in contact and work together to promote the charities best we can.
How important is it to see everybody out supporting forces sport and, of course, the work that you do as well?
Yeah, I think it's very important. It keeps the military in the forefront of people's minds. and of course with the collection buckets that are going round, it'll help the charity.
Peter, thank you very much, and thank you all. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Fantastic to see the bonds between some of those guys over the years are very, very special. Equally, the bonds that are forged on days like this with guys in these squads must be huge, Josh. Owen.
Yeah, it is huge. There's a huge military ethos that obviously runs across all three services, and it's the old adage, you know, you might not see somebody for 20 years, but you'd meet them in a bar somewhere and you'd pick up exactly where you left off.
And there's some memories going to be made in this next 40 minutes.
Yeah, hugely. Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys for both teams that it's probably going to be their last inter-services this year. So it's an opportunity to go out. We have had no inter-services for the last 3 years, so an opportunity to go out now and really put a stamp down and put this game into history, really.
Owen, there's a definite momentum shift from the Navy to the Army in that first half. Is the concern that power game gets on top for the Army? How do you stem that tide?
I think, again, it is all about playing territory and playing smart with the ball, not being drawn into the scrummages for too long. That ball's got to go in and get out as soon as possible. But I think this next 10 minutes is crucial, and whoever scores first in that after half-time is going to be crucial.
Huge live event. Thanks for your time, guys, so far. Owen, I know you need to get yourself back up to commentary. Huge 40 minutes ahead. You can see the players coming out. So we'll go up to our commentary team, and ahead of that, Simon Ward.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, very interesting to see all the history that goes around this fiction. Talking to Dave Pascoe yesterday, he said that he'd had the captain of the 73-74 Navy team, who's now a Lieutenant Colonel, in to do the shirt presentation yesterday. And it's something certainly that neither of these services would want to or can escape the history that's gone on before this. I've got Tug Wilson alongside me. Do you think with the 3-year hiatus, it's made a difference from what you've seen now, from what you've seen in the first two inter-services games? Has it made a difference?
I think if you look at the Royal Air Force's side, for instance, they capped 16 new players this year at senior level. So you've had that period, of pause period, and then there's some players out there that have given the opportunity, like JJ, who's just had a kick off, and that's the same throughout the services. That might be the difference.
Yeah, well, certainly when the Navy played that game in Vannes against the Marine Nationale, Dave Pascoe had 14 new faces, and I know Mel Roberts had an autumn trial. Over 100 people attended, and it's meant that in that RAF game there were 4 new caps in the starting 15 and a handful that came off the bench as well. So certainly new flavours within each team.
Great new flavours, great opportunities, and some of the older experienced guys out there like Ben Priddy, Ken Dowding in the Army side, etc. Who've come all the way through the single service system, and the 23s find themselves here and then playing for UCAF as well, which is an experience and an opportunity.
Much as you know many of the players, I guess you know the coaches just as well from their playing days and a bit of their coaching as well?
Yeah, through their coaching, and now obviously in my position as the Director of Rugby for UCAF Rugby, Mal Roberts, Dave Pascoe and Justin Coleman from the Royal Air Force were the coaches for the senior sides, and similar for the women's sides in the 23s and our newfound 7 side.
Pete Austin hits Ross Parkins, and once again, as in the end of the first half, it's a line-out driving ball. Austin in the vanguard. Reese tries to hold him up. Side entry, though, called on the Navy scrum half, which will cede the penalty.
Might delay the inevitable, but that's clever by Gary Reese again. He's just come side entry, stop that maul, but I think we might be in for something of the same.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? There is an inevitability to the driving ball once it's set up. No way, really, legally, that it can be stopped if it has its right formation. Ross Parkins, once again, calling to himself, but that is a great play from Gerard Hayler. Hayler getting his mitt in there. And it's going to allow the Navy the opportunity to clear their lines through the boot of Reese.
Which makes Guy Reese's intervention at the original line out even better. From a Navy point of view, obviously.
Of course. And you are here with both eyes open. I might not ask that of Lieutenant Salmon on my other side, but understandably.
Yeah, my glasses are definitely tinted with a navy blue.
Not rose. Austin grew up with Gerard Hayler, can you believe that? They met and haven't when they were kids, so they know each other very well. You look at Matavesi and Lewis Bean, also the best of mates now. I think they were housemates before Bean went up to Glasgow. There he is, the big second row. So familiarity is not an issue in either of these sides. Wilden, Johnson, O'Reilly coming off his wing to add the extra. Miller trying to cut back on a more acute angle. Johnson, Dowding trying to bat that ball on, but the manual dexterity of the front row union may not be quite up to what the Fijian flair was waiting outside.
No, again, it was a solid set of defence there as well by the Navy boys. Watching them play across the face and then just closing that space down, putting them under a little bit of pressure.
Fatiaki, Fijian international centre, of course. Time at Worcester Warriors before he joined the services.
Bind!
Schoolmates. Talking familiarity, schoolmates with his opposite man there, Seti Ramakita. Amazing how 9 degrees of separation and everything comes back to face familiar foes.
You leave that bit to me. You do this bit, all right?
Sarah Cox, in my book, one of the up-and-coming best referees in the world now. Getting so much experience across the board. Different tournaments in different games.
Set!
Really has allowed this game to flow where possible. Hayler in at number 8. Rees puts it through. O'Reilly waiting, knew that was coming. Tries to bounce off the tackle of Henry Hughes. Parkins comes from a Navy family, of course, Ross Parkins, out of Portsmouth. So divided loyalties, I'm sure, behind that front door. Nice little kick from William Reeve. Again, Rees is forced back. Finds himself walking into a red cul-de-sac, but does very well. Got feet out to the skipper. Just a few Army tackles beginning to fall off and around tight areas. We saw it a bit at the first quarter, and seen it a bit there again. It must be a little bit of a cause for concern from Al Roberts and his coaching committee.
Yeah, I think you're right there. It is a warm day. The fatigue will get to you. You know, there's not a lot of wind here. The stadium is quite enclosed, so that humidity down on the pitch is going to take its toll eventually.
It is a perfect day in terms of weather. Whether the weather plays into how the match will end up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, moving the ball around as they would like to do as the game opens up the Army a little bit. It might play into their hands a little bit more. But again, as you say there, Gowrie's backing up in the corner, boxed into the corner. Great bit of footwork, stayed strong, went to ground when the Navy got support there to retain the ball. So I say that the scoreline probably reflects how this half started now.
Just looking to see the Army beginning to warm up a few people, and I can see down there, I think it's Senatiki Nyalo who seems to have changed shirt number. There he is, wearing 20 now. And also coming on, must be Stephen Jenkinson. So, well, Al Roberts has seen enough in the first 4 minutes to make changes, it would appear.
Straight swap for Bolladao by the look of it. The Shane.
Yep, Bollandale and Dowding. A big moment for Ken Dowding, bidding the inter-services goodbye. There is the man known as Shane Nyalu, the Coventry back rower.
Yeah, very highly rated by Mal Roberts.
Oh, Veliki Japani throwing that one away. Jenkinson having to pick up the scraps with blue shirts all over him. Dunguni almost, but not quite, but keeping the flow going. Wheeldon.
3 blue, never onside, makes the tackle.
Call has gone against Ben Watson again. He certainly has been pinged quite a bit, the Navy tight head, and there's another call against him. Sarah Cox telling Ross Parkins, thank you for your input, but we really don't need it. So inevitably, Jamie Miller calling for the tee, telling his young fly-half, we need to get the lead.
Yeah, this is a crucial kick now for Jack Johnson. He's not been on target so far, so this will be a big confidence boost for him if it goes over.
Johnson yet to get any points off the tee. First senior season for the young fly-half.
The back foot when we restart.
Civilian club in Kent, Medway Rugby Club in London 1 South. 20 points in that RAF game and only missed 1 kick out of 7. No thoughts of respect for the kicker here as Johnson steps up, ignores the noise, takes the 3 points, and for the first time in nearly 49 minutes of this game, the British Army have their noses in front.
Yeah, it's really important to get the first points on the board after half-time, and the Army have done so there by the boot of Jack Johnson.
That's a change for the Navy. That's John Kerwin coming off from the second row, brings Gav Hewen in. The Navy with a couple of back row options on their bench, particularly because, of course, Sam Metavesi can play at 8 or indeed as hooker. Gerard Hayler goes a-wandering, looking for a gap. Got the alignment there of Jeslow, just not really giving his fly half many options, but it's still there for the senior service. Got puts it out to Ramakita, quick hands from Duncan, the door on for Henry Hughes, offloads inside to Duncan, and that is a classy try from the senior service. My goodness me, they worked those Army defenders beautifully to open the door, and the Welsh fullback was there to finish things off. Classy try.
Yeah, absolutely quality try there. Really picked off those Army defenders to put Hughes into space on the outside. He made that break. Again, another assist with the ball back inside, one-handed, and Craig Duncan was there to finish it off.
Surgeon Lieutenant Henry Hughes doing all he needed to do on this near side. As I mentioned, he's played here before in 5 varsities. Haven't really seen him in attacking opportunity in this game so far, but my goodness me, that was beautifully worked.
It's great. Sette's just held the defence and just given a little bit of room on the outside. So and the pullback support play again from But Duncan has been spot on, and again, great try, good work. The difference in tries between the power plays of the Army and then moving the ball wide of the Navy is it's going to be interesting as it comes into the last sort of half of the game or last 30 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you're right, Doug. I think the bench is going to have a crucial part to play in this game.
Galt adds the 2, and the Navy response to that penalty from Johnson is the maximum return. Craig Duncan came out of the Dragons Academy down there in South Wales, played for Ebervale, now playing for Plymouth Albion in the Championship. That is an awkward take for Gav Hewen, and it's allowed the Army to set up camp inside the opposition 22 immediately. Advantage call is there for those in red. Wheeldon out to Lewis Bean. The 2 second rows combining to just gain a half metre or so. Mayalo. Somebody disappearing out of the ruck at a rate of knots there. I think it was Lloyd Wheeldon, and he looks to have crocked himself there. Hasn't got back to his feet, so the forwards will continue. Matt Dawson. The Army once again reverting to power play. They go again. Mayalo held up, is he? Yeah. Sarah Cox getting in position. She'll go back for that earlier penalty. Now, what's the call for Miller here? Is tap and go. Oh, there's nothing going to stop Shane Mayalo from that distance. Power aplenty from the big Fijian replacement, forcing the Army back in front. But that was almost schoolboy rugby. Give it to the biggest boy and say, go hell for leather for the line, and that's what he did.
Yeah, it's that power play, as we said. Give it to the bigger boy, but he's just run at the sort of near enough at the post, so nobody's in that area. He's going to give you a one-on-one tackle because you can't stand in front of the post, obviously, so you've got to come round the back, and he's gone one-on-one and just dropped himself over.
To be fair, the big Fijian did find the smallest guys to attack, didn't he?
Yeah, he's done really well there. He's carried hard and fought all the way to the try line there. It's a good effort.
That's the thing, if you go up right on him, I know that Gerard and have tried to go up to get on the ball, but it's very, very difficult to control him. Body on body.
So we're back to a 3-point game. Still 25 minutes left on the clock, and a lot of twists in the tail for this one, you suspect. And as you've said, Owen, the benches are going to have huge impact on this with the way that this match is going to play out, you suspect. That is a very good, what turned out to be, I was going to say a very good restart. Sarah Cox has deemed it a knock-on, I think. Looked to me like it came off a red hand. Lewis Bean and Kai Beasley just exchanging pleasantries.
You all good?
The last try for the Army all came from a poor kick receipt from the Navy, not doing the basics right, not securing the ball and not clearing the ball downfield, automatically putting themselves under pressure, and the Army took advantage and managed to score.
Matt Dawson, scorer of that first try with the red cap. I'm not quite sure why, but goes by the name of Wreck-It Ralph. Don't know whether you saw the Disney film. Useless piece of information. The Italian version of Wreck-It Ralph had Sergio Parise doing some of the voice work. There you go. Played Zangief, but that's beside the point as Conor O'Reilly makes impact and gets a call. High shot, I think coming through on the winger there.
It's a tackle. He's on his way down, Panifioli. Just caught him around the neck.
Just out of Jack Johnson's range, I think, for this. Jamie Miller asking his fly half to put them into the opposition 22. See whether they just managed to creep over that white line. So Toby Papp on for Mitch Spencer.
Wait a second.
Spencer really has emptied the tank for the Navy. So Papp, who played in the second row in that game of Ealing, into his preferred position in the back row for this one. Austin driving the red tank. Maul continues to move its way towards a fourth Army try. Some of the backs coming to augment the movement as the Navy just hold things off for the moment. Well, huge credit to the Navy forwards. That is a significant stoppage and a significant call.
Yeah, that looked ominous as they were going through. They'd gone from the near just inside the 22 to the try line, reset the second maul, and Sarah had called the second maul. Backs joining it. I'm not sure how technically good that was, so probably would have left it. And you've got Rocco, who's all out on his own, screaming for the ball. So Navy done well.
Let's get some reaction from the Army camp. I think Julian Evans has got head coach Mal Roberts with him. Julian?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. I have got Mal with me. Look, a sluggish start in this contest by your boys today, but what did you say at half-time? Because they've come out second half firing.
Yeah, no, it's quite an interesting half-time talk, if I'm honest. It's, I said to the boys, you know, in the first 40 minutes, we've not fired a shot, and we're drawing a game of rugby. So I feel really fortunate, if I'm honest, to be in that position at half-time. But, you know, like we said, we pointed out a few errors that we had made in the first half and come out in the second half and rectify them. There's still a couple of creeping in, but on the whole, pretty happy with the way we reacted at half-time, if I'm honest.
Your job is to mastermind success here, and everyone will be saying that you are a mastermind for bringing Big Shane on, and because he's made a huge difference already.
Yes, yeah, you know, we're quite fortunate. We've got a number of players that can come on and make an impact, and you know, you'll see that in the minutes leading towards the end of the game, that we've got those that can come on and make a difference. So, you know, it's all to do with those tactical substitution, I suppose, and that's it for me. So, yeah, if he comes on and makes a massive impact like he does, you know, it's a stroke of genius. If he doesn't...
Mal, thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Cheers.
Well, pragmatic and realistic reaction from the Army head coach there.
Bind! Set!
Hayler it is who picks up from the base and tries to lead his team away from danger, certainly temporarily. Rees with the clearance. End of the third quarter upon us shortly, and 3 points the difference between the teams. Parkins and Bean just discussing what they're going to do. Dawson with a little offload. Oh, Miller couldn't get it away. There was a blue hand in there.
That was a great hand in there from Gar Rees. Not sure how legal it was, but he certainly got away with it and prevented a certain try.
You just see that drive around the side, and there's the limpet-like scrum half. Not giving up anything there. That's what Rees is known for. Just waiting for picking up. Wilden feeding out to Bean. Hayler going into speed bump mode. And losing the ball in the contact is Valiki Chapani. And once again, the Superliga struggling to hold on in the contact. We've had that a few times before now, a couple of times. The Hull FC man, he said the conversion from 13-man to 15-man code shouldn't be an issue. Played a lot of sevens, of course. Guested for Saracens and Quins in various tournaments. Seti the Machete doing the job once again. There's the tackler. Another Plymouth Albion man. Hayler. Oh, and Rees not combining well there and shooting themselves in the foot in front of their posts. Wilden allows the Army to reset. Miller manhandled by Beasley, but still there, or is it? It is an absolute mess, Sarah, you're absolutely right. And they will go back for the scrum set up from the knock-on.
Yes, it's a shame there. Again, the Navy are really struggling to get out of their half at the moment, and as we all know, the territory side of it is crucial, and this is a great attacking platform now for the Army with the scrum 10 metres out under the post.
Well, Dawson coming off to be replaced by Kotipalavu.
And Bubba Watson coming off there with Richie Ives as his replacement.
Richie Ives, the man, thank you. Owen, the man with no number.
Come here, all three of you, come here. Come here. Yep,
Apparently another one where the hirsute figure of a front rower not getting the right shirt. The shirt didn't fit with number 16 on it.
Come on, do you understand, yeah? Yes, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
We've had a couple of cases of that, and see whether Jamie Miller will ask for a scrum set-up or whether he's going to take three. No, he's going to opt for the points from the tee, and with the score as it is, as we move into the final quarter of this match, that's a sensible and pragmatic call.
Yeah, I think they're looking to build the score now. I may have called for another scrummage there. To put the new man under pressure, but yeah, all important now to try and stretch that Army lead.
I've got to agree with Owen there, especially where Sarah's gone and warmed the front row. I'd have taken the scrum again. You're potentially sending somebody to the bin in this warm weather for the last for 10 minutes and leaving 7 minutes left. Navy have been camped in their own half for a while now, so they're having to work hard. I'd agree with Owen.
No problems for Johnson, who goes 3 from 5 now off the tee and just pushes his team slightly further away from those in dark blue.
Really interesting style of kick as well, straight on. There's no coming around the corner, which you can see in the modern game. He is a straight on.
It's almost a Bob Hiller.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember Bob Hiller with the square toe?
Yeah.
I had more black nails as a kid than trying to kick like Bob Hiller. Oh, the break again from Nyalo. He really has been a game changer in many ways off the bench. Penalty call though. Supporting players from the Army going off their feet. Austin, I think, the man on that occasion.
Big call here from Gerard Hayler now.
Well, you can see a huge crowd here at Twickenham, 58,825 in attendance this afternoon for the return of the Inter-Services Championship to Twickenham. Where's Wally? I have no idea, but he's probably out there somewhere. Now, a big, big kick for Jordan Gott. His team need these points. Got underneath it. Has it got enough distance? Yes, it has. The assistants were just looking at each other, waiting and waiting, and the crowd held its breath. Then the flags went up. So, a response from the tee for the senior service. 23-20 now. He will be a relieved man. Looked like he just got underneath it as he made the contact initially, but enough there. Hardly a breeze to note really today. Matavesi, haven't seen an awful lot of him in the last 10-15 minutes. I'm sure he's been doing the job in the darker recesses of scrum and maul. Good take from Reeve, committed to that. 3 times a Kenyan international, William Reeve, captain in the 4th Infantry Brigade. Oh, handling Harlem Globetrotter stuff from Shane Nyalo, but unfortunately unable to find Conor O'Reilly.
Yeah, that kick restart from the Navy was much better there, and they've managed to find their way back into the Army half.
Johnson hounded back towards his own 22, does well to present the ball, but gives it away. Obviously, support got out of alignment, really, with the way the fly-off was running.
Yeah, some great work there by Toby Pup. Chased down the 10, made the tackle, and then got in over the top as soon as he could, and the clear out from the Army wasn't straight, given the penalty away.
Well, not opting for kick at the post, opting to get the line out going. Interesting call. How is this one going to work out? Ben Priddy drawing the ball, making sure he's got good purchase on it. .12 minutes still to go, but another of the big moments in the game coming up.
Get the numbers in, guys, we can't hear you. 6.
Ed Pascoe, line-out caller for the Navy, takes the ball. Matavesi allows Priddy to take control. They turn it round the corner. Good work from the Army forwards, but the penalty call goes against those in red. Doug, what did you make of that?
I think they're a little bit unfortunate there, the Army, because Lewis Bean is coming from about 5 metres away and smashed that, and then the whole thing went down. So, yeah, drag down, hit down. I just don't think anybody could sustain the weight of him hitting it. But I was quite surprised that the Navy went into maul. I thought they were going to go around the top and sort of old-fashioned front row peel round to the tail of the line out. But this will be interesting now, because it's just giving the Army something else to think about.
Take 2 coming up. What will the call be now from Ed Pascoe? Trombone soloist with the Royal Marine Band has got to make sure he's calling the right shots here. Ty Beasley back on his feet.
10 years now
in the Navy ranks, the Cornishman. Here we go again. Take two. Pretty. Got to make sure these darts are accurate. It works, it sets up. Is it going to be more of the same as Pretty gets into drive position behind the Navy 7 in front of him? Hughes trying to come in and augment, but it's going sideways and going nowhere fast. So Rees is going to pull it out, looking at the short side. Ramakita, no thought of a sidestep there from the big centre. Sets it back, Pretty in as first receiver. Pretty, a Cornish wrestling champion 9-10 years ago, so he knows about close contact. Again, the forwards trying to drive through Army tackles. Out it goes. Gav Hewen. Big play coming. Matavesi! Matavesi, the man for the Navy. Jubilation for those in blue. As once again the lead swaps hands, and the Saint doing his stuff for the senior service.
Yeah, some wonderful perseverance there from the Navy. Knew what they were about, tried to drive it more. It got collapsed, and then just the one-out runners found a bit of space with Sam Matavesi, who drove over under the post, and that's a vital score with 10 minutes to go.
Your mind flips back 6 years to that 29-all draw here between these two.
It's definitely going to go down to the wire. I don't see many people moving, because this is not a given for either side. Great for the game,
and that's,
great for the services rugby.
That's Ben Pretty's just been replaced there, and what a great moment. His opposite man's come up and shook his hand. So.
Yeah, Pretty bids farewell to the inter-services. Also, Turkish coming off. Pete Austin, another one leaving the pitch now. And I think Will Reeve has also been replaced in the Army ranks as well. So Josh Wright into the mix. Looking to see now how this is going to set up. Rory Mitchell is out there. Joe Brown on as the Army hooker now. Started that game at Kingsholm. Line out works. Into the midfield it goes. Johnson in as that second receiver. Kaliki Chapani finds no way through this time. Bean. Navy setting up that blue line just inside the Army half. Mayalo. Wilton. Well, they're not playing for the Army, they could be playing against each other today in the Championship. Doncaster playing Coventry. Johnson. O'Reilly coming off the shoulder of the fly half, but at the moment, those in blue holding firm, holding that 4-point advantage. Can Rokodanguni make a difference? The break from Jamie Miller down the right flank. He's got a man inside. Suddenly this game switches once again as the Army open the door. Josh Wright. Well, this game continues to deliver. Impact player off the bench. in support of his captain. Okadunguni weighing up the options. Yeah, Miller knew where he wanted to support, pointed to it, got it, and the Army get the 5-pointer.
Yeah, some great work there by Okadunguni. Managed to take 2 people out of the defensive line there and created the overlap on the outside, and the rest is history.
That's the thing when you get a player of that calibre, of that standard. He didn't really have to do a lot. He just stood there and 2 people went to him, and he creates overlap by not even moving.
It's a magnet, isn't it?
It's a magnet, yeah. But the thing is, they know if they give him room, he can equally go the length of the field. So that's the X factor.
Johnson sets it on its way, but doesn't hit the target. So we have a 1-point game. We have just over 5 minutes left. Who's got the nerve? This a very historic day, of course. The first time that we have got the doubleheader, the first time that the women will play their Army-Navy game here at Twickenham. Make sure you stay in your seats after this one. It's got a lot to live up to if this game's going to play out. It's going to be a fascinating final 5 minutes. Tired legs from those that have played all 75 minutes. Impact off the bench is what's called for, and that's what Pascoe and Roberts are now hoping for from their sides. Duncan takes cleanly, suddenly tries to open up, but loses the ball. Hayler again using that sidestep. I thought Matavesi had the sidestep, but Hayler showed a nifty balance in the contact. Tug, from a neutral perspective, final 5 minutes. What are you expecting? What are you seeing?
I expect both sides to go for it. Actually, if you would say if it was a league game or something like that, then the guys would try and put themselves in position, go from there. But I think, as you've seen, where Shane ended up out on the far right with Rocco, they're going to try and create some overlap wide for the Army. But the next couple of minutes will be crucial. If people start giving away penalties, then that's where the issues are going to be.
Beasley and Hughes off for the Navy. He really has given his absolute all, as ever, Kai Beasley, on his 17th senior appearance. Duncan. I'm going to ask both Tug and Owen to think about player of the match. You've got just under 4 minutes to make your calls, but plenty of options, I would think, in the mix. Paul goes for the Navy. Men down now. These two experienced coaches scratching their heads, wondering, good job you've neither got any hair, isn't it? Can't quite work out what you're going to do here.
It's always nice when I put something on social media and everybody says, it's, oh, my twin.
Well, it doesn't, I'll say here, it doesn't have to be from the winning team, because right now, I don't know who the winning team's going to be.
I just wonder if the Navy are going to miss those, rue those 2 missed kicks earlier on in the first half.
The amount of points left out there, same as it was for the Navy against the Air Force, that's going to be, could be crucial.
So once again, the Navy move into enemy territory. Once again, you wonder whether the lead is going to switch hands. Matavesi moving up to his club position. And now coming round to his services position. Oh, Hayler knew that the man was up on him. Fatiaki coming up so quickly. Fatiaki getting that tackle in on the Navy skip. Duncan having to wrestle his way to set up position.
No, let the ball come, leave it alone, leave it!
Well, these servicemen giving their absolute all for their regiments, for their families, for themselves. This is a different type of challenge from their day-to-day stuff, but still an immense opportunity. Oh, the breakdown, holding on too long to the ball. 2 minutes left on the clock. At the moment, the clock is the Army's friend.
Let's not waste time, come on.
There's Jamie Miller, Gerard Hayler, the two captains now urging the last drops of energy and effort from their teams. Miller playing his last game, his last competitive game of rugby, he says. Brown with the line out. Less than 90 seconds left on the game clock. Miller it is, who's the target. Nyalo puts it back as the Army pack tries to wrestle their way towards some sort of security on the scoreboard. Diverted for now, dropped to the deck.
Stay onside, onside.
Well, pick and drive, the order of the day. 36 seconds left for the Army to survive. The Navy desperate for possession now. No chance of the forwards allowing this one out into the back line. This is just hard yakka. This is all about muscle, all about desire. The dream of victory here at Twickenham is hanging there for those in red. We're down into the red zone on the clock. Is it going to be roses that are blooming here at Twickenham once again for an Army victory? They go again for the try line. Nyalo's held up short. Determined Navy defence, defiant defence on their line. The try is there though. That's it. That is the final score. I think that's Kodabalavu. It's Kodabalavu who's finished things off. Well, what a match we've seen. It has been absolutely immense. And you can see all those guys absolutely out on their feet. The kick goes over to end things. Celebration for the Army once again as they take another victory here. But what a match it's been. The lead has changed hands 6 times through the course of this game. The score to finish things off: the British Army 35, the Royal Navy 27. And once again, Inter-Services shows it has a place at Twickenham with the best. Owen Salmon, Tug Wilson, It has been a quite incredible game once again. Doug, your thoughts?
Yeah, great finish by the Army, just showing their power, but again, showing that Inter-Services rugby does belong on the good stage, and the Premiership grounds when we're playing the other games at the moment, King's Own, and especially this game here at Twickenham today. It's just showing that a good brand of service rugby, good brand of service players, and all three games in the Championship for the men have been close, and anybody could have won.
Right, between the two of you, I asked you to come up with your player of the match. I'm going to let Owen make the call. Finally, have you agreed between the two of you?
Yeah, we've agreed, but just want to point out a few players, particularly from the Army side. Lewis Bean was at the forefront of everything. Nayalo made a huge impact when he came in off the bench. For the Navy, Sam Matabese worked hard all day alongside Captain Gerard Hayler. But today's player of the match is the Navy's number 9, Garis.
Oh, Garis, the Navy scrum half, getting the call. Well, I said it doesn't have to be from the winning team because we didn't actually know who was going to be in the winning team up until the final 30-35 seconds of this game. But Garis having a huge influence, particularly in that first 30 minutes or so. Well, these
Gareth, come over here.
46 servicemen have put in a huge effort. Let's hear from that Babcock player of the match. Garis is with Julian now.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yeah, I've got the real live wire of Navy rugby. Gareth Rees, you'll be gutted that it hasn't gone your way today, but a fantastic performance by everybody in a blue shirt.
Yeah, we dug in deep there. We gave it our all, but they came out on top today. But the boys played well. It's hard in these conditions with the sun and that, but we tried as hard as we could. It wasn't for us today.
Perfect conditions for you, and it was great to see the old man getting the try, getting you up and running.
Yeah, it was very nice to see the try, but just wasn't enough today. Nothing else, but the boys are built for next year now. Hopefully it'll come one day.
And you played your part as well in what has been a fantastic fixture, bearing in mind that you guys have had to come from a standing start to play in front of 60,000 people here at Twickenham with silverware on the line.
Yeah, it was tough, but we've missed 2 years of it. It's been a big build-up. We have missed it, but it's not for us today, but we'll dig deep next year. But not for me, it's my last one, so I'm out. It's done.
Well, you are the man of the match today. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Yes, the Babcock player of the match, Gareth Rees, another who's just announced that is his last inter-services game. I wonder how many will be retiring from that as the tunnel is set up. Due respect, of course, utmost respect from both teams. They know each other so well, and they know just how tight that was, how difficult it was. Huge disappointment, of course, within the Navy ranks. How close did they get? At 28-27, it was almost but not quite. But Jamie Miller did the job, his team did the job, and now Julian is talking to the British Army skipper.
Congratulations, perfect performance by yourselves. Left it a bit late, I might say.
Yeah, I think that was a game, a lot of unforced errors. We had some retention issues and that really cost us, and the Navy absolutely smashed us as they always do, so definitely one we had to hang in for.
You were expecting that, you were expecting the Royal Navy to come out in that first half, and it was how you could cope with that pressure.
Yeah, look, we always know when we come and play this fixture, it's just about staying in the fight. It's fast, it's furious, there's obviously always an amazing atmosphere, and you've just got to stay in there. You've got to grind it out, ride the storm, and then see who comes out the other side.
Perfect swan song for you. You're signing off now from Army Rugby with silverware.
Yeah, look, I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be proud of the boys. Obviously, to go out here on this stage, 80 minutes of rugby with this group of players, it couldn't be any better.
I suspect that you want to get into that huddle. What are you going to say to that team of players that you will have led for the last time?
Do you know what? I don't think there's much left to say. I think we're just going to enjoy the moment and have a good time tonight.
Congratulations and enjoy that moment. Thank you, Jamie.
Many congratulations to that Army side. Josh McNally's alongside me. Josh, How much will that mean to those guys in that huddle now?
Yeah, hugely. I think. Well, like we're starting to hear now that it's a lot of their guys like last year now. So to finish the way they have, it's amazing. I think it's a hard-fought game. Commiserations to Navy. I think they threw everything at them today. I think they were unbelievable. But I think a bit of stardust at the end from the Army and a bit of a power game got them over the line and deserved winners.
And we just saw your Bath teammate Samita Rokandanguni. Special day for him. He's been a servant for so long.
Hugely, yeah. I think he's been playing for the last 12 years. I think it's his last game today in an IS jersey. So, yeah, hugely proud of him, really. Like of what he's done for the Army Rugby, for military rugby. He's been a huge sort of trailblazer for people like myself to go and do it as well. So, for him to bow out on a victory like this at Twickenham, unbelievably proud for him.
Yeah. Owen Salmon's now joined us from the commentary box. The Navy guys played a huge part in a great occasion. Your reflections on the game as a whole now you've had a moment to catch your breath.
Yeah, I think it was a great all-round day, if I'm honest. You know, credit to both teams, both were 100%. I think the lead changed 6 times throughout the game, and it's a great advert for Armed Forces Rugby as a whole, I think.
Josh has already sung the praises of Rocco. He's with Julian Evans now.
Well, look, Rocco, you won't know this today, but we've got Josh McNally on the touchline giving us his input as well. I mean, he's full of the plaudits for you. Tough game today, real nip and tuck.
I mean, yeah, like you said, tough game today. The Navy actually turned up, and they a couple of times there they give us a fight. So yeah, hats off to the boys for their hard work and all that. So yeah.
For you yourself, coming to the end of your Army playing career, where does this win slot into everything that you've achieved?
It has been one of an emotional journey for me, because this is where it all begins for me. And yeah, to come back in for the last time, it's really emotional for me. Playing with these boys, so yeah, it's a moment that I will never forget.
We're going to let you enjoy the moment. You've got to follow these guys and go and collect that silverware. Congratulations, Rocco, for everything.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
A moment he will never forget, says Rocco, and well, richly deserved after a fantastic performance. I asked you earlier about 2018, and where this ranks. But the pride that you'll be able to look back on Rocco and any player that's involved in a win of an inter-services championship will be able to look back at with.
Yeah, I think it's so different to playing for any other team. For playing, you go through so much on the rugby pitch, away from work. You have such similarities with people you serve alongside, the stories you can share, the places you've been, and then to bring that all into a team environment like rugby, it brings so much more as a brotherhood, as a connection. To be able to win and to be able to lift trophies and to achieve things as a group of lads like that. There's nothing else that can rival it. It's still one of my greatest moments of my playing career. To be able to lift that trophy, to play in the RAF and win the inter-services, it's still right up there, and I'm absolutely buzzing for the Army, and obviously commiserations for the Navy.
Well, our player of the match there just had to walk past the Babcock Trophy. He is the player of the match. The Navy captain now is with Julian.
Yeah, I've got Gerard Hayler with me. Gerard, look, we've just seen Gareth Rees go up there and get his Man of the Match award, and that was well deserved because he put you on the front foot early on in this match today.
Yeah, Gareth in his last game today, absolutely brilliant. Just from the team, we'd like to wish him and Ben pretty well for the future, leaving the heart of Navy Rugby. So good performance.
Yeah, I'm glad he told you that he was stepping down, because that would have been a shock to you. Look, where was it won and Data lost? Because you know, it was such a tight fixture. Look at the scoreline, 35-27.
Yeah, we wanted to keep the Army sort of fighting until the last minute, and that's what we've done. And I think the pressure that we put on in the end, one tiny mistake, and they capitalised on the last sort of play of the game, unfortunately, and that's what won them the game. Fair play to them.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you, Gerard.
Gerard Hayler, disappointed, but can be very, very proud of the part that he and his team played today, Owen.
Yeah, very much so. He's really gelled that team together. There's a lot of new faces and a lot of young lads in there, and having an experience like today under Jared's leadership is going to put them in a good position in the years to come, I think.
This one's all about the occasion as much as it is dissecting the game itself, but when you look back on it in days to come, where will the Navy kind of think they let it get away?
I just think they created opportunities, particularly in that first 20 minutes. They missed 2 kicks at goal, which would have got them on the scoreboard really early doors. And I think they got themselves into the right positions. They just failed to close out on occasion. And you saw the Army; they were ruthless when they got themselves into the right position. They were scored.
You've been a part of some fearsome packs over the years. It's pretty hard to stop when one gets going.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Army's pack was phenomenal today. But then also the bench that came on for the Army, Senator Kiniola, like the boys coming on, like made a huge impact, put some real physicality into the pretty tired Navy pack at the time. So it's so hard to call this game because you can see the Navy boys coming off. They have thrown everything at this, and it's been won in the last minute by a try. So it's real hard to pick the winner and loser in this game. Obviously the scoreboard shows that, but what they've put down today in front of this crowd, and as like you said, it's an occasion, it's been unbelievable today.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the Navy there walking past the trophy with their commiserations, but it's all about that side today, the worthy winners of the Inter-Services Championship. And Simon back in the commentary box for that moment of the trophy lift, the Babcock Trophy and the Inter-Services Championship.
Yes, thank you, Tim. The waves of emotion sweeping through these stands is absolutely palpable. So many send-offs, of course, to servicemen that won't be playing anymore for their services and indeed may well be leaving the service entirely. Friends, family, all gathering round to say well done. In the 115 years in which this encounter's happened, there's only been 3 exceptions: the First World War, the Second World War, and of course the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the 103rd fixture between the Army and the Navy, and what a fixture it was. Right Royal Rugby entertainment. We've seen 8 tries in total, with the Army taking the lion's share of that. It really has been quite immense, and the 60,000, nigh on 60,000 here, have been treated to quite wonderful rugby entertainment. Pete Austin leaving the Army up. To see a few friends and family members attaching themselves. We've seen the farewell tunnels from both sides indeed to say goodbye and thank you. Drananoo will be one of those leaving, heading across the channel. And there's Captain Jamie Miller, captain in the Joint Helicopter Command Aviation Warfare Branch, and now captain of the British Army for the last time. Pictures of special moments, everybody involved. Great to see this huge military family occasion. Jamie there with one of his kids as well. Looking on to say, I was there. Miller allowing his kid to take it. That's great. That's a great picture. Yes, you hold it aloft. It's the Babcock Trophy and the Inter-Services Championship. Young Master Miller helps his dad with his last official duty for the British Army. What a victory it was. The 67th time that they've been victorious in this encounter. And a very special game that we've witnessed. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage wherever you are at the moment. But this, don't forget, is only the first act of a very special 2-acter this afternoon as we make history once again here at Twickenham, with the Army women against the Navy women to follow. Let's get back down pitch side to Tim Cocker as we leave this Army presentation now.
Top man Simon, what an occasion! And I mean, the images there with the children as well just hits home. This is a whole family thing to get these players onto this field in the first place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the sacrifice these guys do for not only for just the British Army as a service, but for what they do for this club as well, to represent the Army jersey as well. It's obviously a huge family effort. Like, they sacrifice so much to be able to come out here and to be able to have their family here. I know the Army do it well, and they have the families here last night, tonight, celebrate together. It's a huge family occasion.
Yeah, I mean, still the Navy have to look back to 2010 when you were a backs coach involved. I'm sure you'd be disappointed, but a word on the occasion, Owen.
Yeah, it is a great occasion, and you can see by the amount of people here today, the amount of people that will be in and around Twickenham for the next few hours, you know, all celebrating, and they'll be talking about this for a whole year, waiting for next year's competition.
And, well, Josh, you've won a championship. You won a championship last time the Navy did back, well, 2010. What are your memories or lack of memories of the
definite lack of memories, I think. I think the biggest thing now is that you have to wait till next year. So tonight is like, you're not going to see a lot of these guys now for another 6 months. So it's just spending as much time together, have a great weekend. Yeah, and obviously it hurts a lot for the Navy guys because they have to wait another year now to have a crack at it. So yeah, there's emotions up and down, but yeah, a great night for both sides to celebrate each other's company and have a great night.
Well, here's to 2023. Owen Salmon, Josh McNally, thank you very much for your company this afternoon. Good luck getting out of the stadium. Have fun. Fantastic occasion, but we're making history today at Twickenham because for the first time ever, this is a double header. We've seen the men, next, the women.
It's great. It's really nice to see the whole union combining this weekend.
We can thank all of the women, past and previous, and the whole squad.
Try and take in the atmosphere and the noise and the warm-up.
It's very unique and not many people get the opportunity to put on the jersey.
It's amazing. Just walking in the stadium takes your breath away.
The weeks and weeks of prep that we put in, lifetime dream achieved really for me.
Know that you don't own that jersey forever and you've got to pull it on, you've got to perform.
It's all about the bragging rights.
Really nervous, but I cannot wait to go on the pitch with the girls. So excited.
A huge occasion, and as soon as they walk in the dressing room, taking photos of their name above the peg, that just hits home. What a special day this is today. Autographs in the programme, mementos. Whatever the outcome today, history will have been made, but there's trophies up for grabs. And we've just seen the Army take the men's inter-services and Babcock trophies. The Navy, well, they may be underdogs, they will have high hopes. Big, big day ahead. The Army, well, they have been the dominant force in women's services rugby. Big expectations, and look at this. A whole new bunch of guests. Jane is back with us. How are you doing? Chrissy 6 Hour. Hello. And Anna Flynn.
Hi there.
Anne, a word on this occasion.
Just a fantastic day. It's great to see both women's teams having the first chance to step out on this hallowed turf. It's an amazing pitch. It's a great occasion. We can't wait to see the game they're going to bring.
And Chrissy, I've spoken to Josh McNally, and he would love the RAF to be able to perform on this stage. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm incredibly jealous to not be playing today, but I think, you know, it's a mark of where the women's game in service rugby has come. It's been 25 years, you know, in the making, but look at it. They deserve to be on this stage, and I'm really proud of them, even from an Air Force perspective.
And Jane, we've been, we were pitch side earlier. You've been off and around the stadium and into a box even, I believe. So how's it been around Twickenham?
Yeah, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. It's so good to see, and it's so good to see so many people have stayed behind to watch the women's as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the Army are an incredible force. You were skipper of, and you were unbeaten in your time, right?
Yes, I was.
So they'll be very confident, these guys warming up behind you. I mean, it's a new stage and a new occasion, but you feel like they'll be taking this in their stride?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all the hard work's done now, like the preparation for it. You know, it's all about what they come out with. They've just got to keep their cool, play the game that they know so well, and execute.
But however good they've been, Anne, this is new territory, this stage.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I really hope the players can take a chance to take it all in and not get completely overwhelmed by the occasion. Just have that chance to settle, look up and just see how far the game has come and how far they've done and the part they've played in it. It's a great occasion, and I hope they can contain their excitement and maybe keep those nerves under wraps and actually play to their full potential.
Well, let's see exactly how the Army are feeling right now, because Jade Mullin, the captain, is talking with John Knighton.
Jade, good to talk to you, and I tell you what an afternoon it's going to be. I mean, history in the making here. What's it going to be like when you step out onto that pitch?
I think it's going to be an overwhelming feeling of emotions. Some of the girls obviously been in the squad for a while, and then you've got the new players which wouldn't have experienced playing at Nella Hall before, HMS Excellent previous. So yeah, it'll just be overwhelming moment of nerves, happiness, yeah, everything all at once.
But you've got a rugby game to win.
Yeah, no, and that needs to be in the forefront of our heads, is keep focusing on the present, forget where we are, and just try and focus on our game, our structure, our processes.
And what sort of a week have you had in the build-up?
We've had a great week. You know, it always helps when the sunshine comes and we can play the kind of rugby we want to play. So yeah, we've had a really good week building, and we're looking forward to showcasing what we've done this week today.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's just talk for a moment about the trajectory that women's rugby is on, because it's flying.
Yeah, it definitely is flying. You know, a lot more girls are in the Premiership now, playing like with their team and playing more and more rugby. Well, we've got like 2 separate games today. You know, there's 2. Wales and England are playing today in the Six Nations, and you know the crowds for that have been enormous throughout the Women's Six Nations. So I think service rugby is just a reflection of that. You know, we've recruited, all 3 teams are recruited really well from the sort of the civvy teams, as we would call them, and it's just a reflection of the standard of the game where it is.
Yeah. Well, in terms of recruiting from the huge athletic talent that's in the armed forces, having a stage like this and being able to dangle that as a carrot, maybe come over from boxing or athletics, come and give rugby a go. That's a huge one, right?
Absolutely. It's a great offer that the military has to offer people who are genuine athletes. It's one of the reasons I joined the forces rather than being a vet in general practice, was because I could get to play my sports. So it's a key offer we need to keep working at, and it's really important that the units and regiments and ships keep supporting that. But it's great to see so many people here today supporting their teammates, their work colleagues on the biggest pitch in the country.
And you've seen both of the sides today against the RAF.
Yep.
How do you, what's the balance of power at the moment?
Oh, I mean, never write the Army off. You know, they are hurting from 2019 when the Air Force beat them for the first time. You know, that's 3 years in the making. I know they were coming for us in 2020 and they never got the opportunity to play that game. So imagine that sort of pain, that frustration bottled up for 3 years. I have no doubt they will come out all guns blazing today.
Not to mention the excitement for this, which has been on ice for 3 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this should have happened in 2019, couldn't for obvious reasons. The mood in those heads right now behind you, Jane, what do you reckon?
Say again, sorry?
Where will their heads be, the guys behind you warming up?
I think, you know, if they just stay composed, like, it's a mixture of emotions. There's some girls have been in the squad for 10 up to 12 years, and some of them freshly. We've got some new caps today. So if they keep their composure and they take the experience from the older girls, I think everyone will just come together nicely. I do.
Well, let's have a little word from the Navy camp then, because John Knighton's talking with the Director of Rugby, Charlotte Fredrickson.
Well, Charlotte, it's time. It's time to do business on the pitch here at Twickenham, and I'm sure everyone is absolutely thrilled, aren't they?
Yeah, everyone's buzzing. Can't wait to get on there, and there's turning up here in the crowd. Everyone's just super excited and ready to go.
What's the build-up been like this morning?
It's been pretty relaxed actually. We're very lucky. It's been a nice, just taking it easy. We did all the hard work in the earlier part of the week and the earlier part of the season, so we could afford to take it easy this morning. So we're fit, ready to go.
And of course, normally you're the warm-up acts for the match on the pitch for the men. You're used to an early start at Nella Hall, not so this time.
No, it's really good of the men to be the warm-up fixture for us this year.
And tell me, you know, in terms of the team, are they ready?
Yeah, absolutely ready. Couldn't be in a better place.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Quite calm in the Navy camp. Is there an element, Anne, do you think, where they've got nothing to lose?
Yeah. In a way, yes, because they are the underdogs, and they would say that, I think, fairly themselves. But from chatting to their team this morning, Paula Bennett-Smith was saying they've had their most successful season this year, and they've been building game by game and trying not to focus on the distance in services today. So they had a good time, and they're working towards today as their pinnacle. But they've nothing to lose. Go out there, the best pitch in the world, and they get a chance. And all it takes is a couple of quick tries, and the game could easily turn.
Yeah, no, I think they'll be taking a lot of confidence from the Air Force game. You know, that's the first time in a couple of years they scored some tries, and some really good tries as well, so they should be really confident today.
Right, well, today is the final game in a bigger picture, which is the Inter-Services Championship. Let's have a look at the story so far.
Looking to move it now. They've got space outside, and they can move through the hands.
And here's the full-back going through. This is a real opportunity, and it is going to be an opening score for the Army.
Yeah, the RAF are moving the ball cleanly now, and one of their own players got in the way.
No, they're not. And an opportunity then for the Army to go through once more, and a second try for Courtney Pursgrove. The interception, absolutely perfect.
They're watching at home today, so big shout out to the family, O'Flynn clan, watching as well.
You don't have much choice, actually, Amy, because Dad's here. And a chance for the Air Force then to get themselves on the score sheet. It's a drive for the line, and well played from Nicole Berger. She's gone in for the try.
That's why the Army have just stopped that momentum and sheared it off to one side.
If the ball can go wide, referees allowing play to go on. Air Force still have it. As it goes wide to Graham. Opportunity now for the RAF to pull it back. And it's a brilliant bit of play. And it's a... Is it a try? It is a try. And guess who scored? Yeah.
Good ball presentation and a pick up and drive there from the back of the ruck.
Army defending, but it's the Army who are over. And it's Carrie Smith. Looks to me like she's the one who's gone over. Well, but the Army's so strong as they head for that line. And that is over. And that's such a crucial try for the Army.
So a hard-fought win for the Army against the RAF. As at Ealing, in the second fixture in the Inter-Services Championship this year, the RAF played the Navy. And Chrissy, as I've got you alongside, your memories of this fixture?
Yeah, the Air Force came out the blocks absolutely firing. They scored a very, very quick try. As you can see, 3 minutes on the clock, and they're already, 5 points up. They scored again really, really quickly. Some great phase play. The Air Force have got some fantastic backs at the moment. Real slick hands, and results in a fantastic try, a relatively easy try to be honest. But I think the occasion may have got to them because they oh, here we go, another quick try.
See, they love it in the wide channels, don't they, the RAF?
Yeah, exactly.
They'd love a big open pitch like this. We'll have to work on that for the Twickenham games.
But then, they let the Navy back in. This may be a mindset or whatever. The Navy absolutely upped it in the sort of second half of the first half. And look what it means to them. That's the first try they've scored in in-service rugby for a few years.
Is that potentially a strength and something to watch for the Navy? Is that power game?
Absolutely, yeah. They're forward pack. I mean, but saying that, I was just about to say their forwards are fantastic, but look at this. That's just pure gas out wide.
Got some wheels.
Yeah, and that's what the Army need to look out for today.
But as Anne mentioned, a really fast developing force, the Royal Navy side.
Yeah, absolutely. They've come on leaps and bounds. They've changed their coaches recently, and look at it. It shows. It shows in the results they've had this season. I mean, Lucy Nye, fantastic individual. Look at that power. Great way to finish. But I think, the score maybe complimented the Air Force a little bit because it was 15-all at one point, and I'm sure the Air Force were a little bit nervous at that. But it just shows the class they've got in the squad. They can come back and pull out a couple of tries.
No Amy Cockayne either.
No Amy Cockayne, I know.
And here we are with the clock in the red, and a comfortable win, but there'll be enough surely that the Navy can take from that to feel confident coming into this one.
Absolutely, yeah. They've come away and they've scored some fantastic tries against the Air Force, so they've not done for a couple of years.
Well, I mean, I say that, and as you can see, the possible outcomes of this Inter-Services title 2022. It's fairly complicated. I guess the one thing to emphasise is that the Army are the dominant force in services rugby. They've only lost once in the history of the competition, so arguably you'd say it's theirs to lose, but all outcomes are possible. It just adds an extra little dynamic.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you wouldn't bet against the Army in this game. Like you said, they've only ever lost one inter-services game. That's a fantastic stat to uphold. But in the same sense, they do have everything to lose if they do lose again. So I can't see anything but an Army win today.
Well, let's get a word from the Royal Navy camp, because John Knighton is speaking with the Rugby Assistant Director of Rugby, Paula Bennett-Smith.
Yeah, well, Paula, it's a wonderful occasion, isn't it, to be here today. You're actually got two hats today because you're acting team manager. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so acting team manager as well as assistant director because, well, my team manager's over there warming up.
Now tell me, I mean, this occasion, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? You've waited a long time for this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it should have happened a couple of years ago, but we know, well, the world knows a pandemic stopped it. But actually this time, we're good and ready. So, you know, it's a better time, actually, because we're well prepared.
Now, of course, the Army are overwhelming favourites today. It's something that you will have expected. They've only ever lost one game at inter-services level, but the performance that you put up against the RAF, we've just seen the highlights, that will have given everyone such a lot of confidence, really, in the way that the Navy can really take a game on and really make a match.
Oh, absolutely, you know, and we accept it, you know, that we're seen as the underdogs, but this is a historic game and maybe there's more history in making to come. But they are so ready, and we've got a couple of new players that weren't with us in the Air Force for the Air Force game because they were deployed, so we'll see what they can bring as well.
And I came down to see you on Wednesday down in Portsmouth, and the buzz around the whole camp was unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's been a difficult season because, a difficult week because team selection, and as you can imagine, the emotion, those that didn't make the selection, it's been really hard. But they gathered together as a squad and just rallied, stayed strong, and that's why they're all out there now, even those that weren't selected, you know.
Well, Paula, at least half the people in the audience here in the crowd will be rooting for you this afternoon. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Big day for the Royal Navy this occasion. Actually, just psychologically, Jane, pressure and big stages can do funny things to people. How much of this battle is just an emotional and psychological one today?
Yeah, it'll be huge. The emotional build-up to play at Twickenham and to represent the Army it's such a huge fixture. It's every game that everyone wants to play in. But again, like I said, the experience in the squad will hold on to those less experienced and build them up.
Well, you know about pressure and psychological challenges rowing across the ocean.
Yeah, that was definitely an emotional roller coaster more than it was physical or psychological. But it's know what the bigger picture is. The bigger picture here is just to perform and have a good rugby game. And if they can do that, then the score will take care of itself.
And which players should we watch out for in your camp on this game?
I think particularly look out for the 8, 9, 10 as a combo. So for me, Lieutenant Sally Stott, Royal Army Veterinary Corps, my cap badge, working at number 8, a great player to look out for. Quick on the ball, powerful, great offloading. And then at 9, 10, you've got a good combination there, Charlie Morgan, with good passing, good speed out, and again, decision-making there. And then, of course, we've got Jade Mullen, our captain, at 10. And again, that's going to be a key decision-making for her. A position change this time round. And it'll be interesting to see how that works in the team play we're going on behind us.
So the 8, 9, 10 to watch for the Army. Chrissy, you've watched the Navy side when the RAF played them. Any area of strength there or anyone you would pick out?
I think for me, Rose Dixon's got to be a rock for them at 13. It's a difficult place to defend anyway, and the Army, I'm sure, will target her. But you know, they recruited well from rugby league, from Navy Rugby League. So I think the 8 and the 11 and the 15, if they can bring them into the game, then they'll be able to bring some firepower.
Well, we've already heard John Knighton running around on the touchline, getting interviews a little earlier. He spoke to the Army Director of Rugby.
Oh, Charlie, the day has come, and not before time. You've got the Twickenham main pitch, and it's just fantastic, isn't it?
Absolutely. 25 years in the making, and I'm such the proud DOR in the chair as the ladies walk onto the park today. And I can't describe how proud I am of this moment.
I mean, you've done it all with Army Rugby, you know, playing and captaining and coaching. Here you are, Director of Rugby, and this must be such a proud moment.
It really is. So for me, this is completing the circle. I used to play against the Army when I was at Loughborough University. I then played for the Army, as you've just said, and bringing the girls to Twickenham is literally just the complete circle.
It's not just about the occasion, though. There is a rugby game to win. You've got a wonderful record, of course. Only one defeat ever in inter-services rugby. But the Navy will make this difficult for you today.
Absolutely. The Navy played really well against the RAF, and actually it was a very close game. So we know we've got our work cut out for us today. However, I know my team. I'm looking at the conditions, and it's a fantastic day for rugby. And my team, it's ideal for us. I'm expecting really professional performance from the squad.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Cheers, John.
Expecting a professional performance. Seem very confident in the Army camp. Again, I'm going to come to you, Chrissy. How do the Navy crack this nut? The formidable one that it is, the Army side.
Well, we all know it's doable, but I think they need to just focus on the little things. Don't try and win the game in the first 10 minutes. You know, chip away at the score. They've got a fantastic kicker in their 10. The Army gave away any penalties in 22 to 40 metre mark. They're going to kick for those points, so they just need to keep the scoreboard ticking over and not give away silly penalties.
Well, Anne already mentioned, I think, no, sorry, you, Chrissy, mentioned Rose Dixon, and that's exactly who John Knighton is speaking with.
Well, Rose, you've finished the final preparations. Are you ready?
Absolutely. We are so ready to go out there and show the Army what we've got today.
I mean, it's been a fantastic day so far. Obviously, the Navy men came so close. You would really love to top that with a victory today, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. The men played an absolutely outstanding game and unfortunately lost it in the last couple of minutes. But yeah, we're ready to put on an absolute show today.
How are you going to beat these Army women?
Well.
You told me this. You'd give me the secrets before kick-off.
Absolutely. As a team, we are so strong together, and we've got some absolutely stellar line runners, ball carriers, everything. So yeah, we've got cards in our back pocket.
I wish you all the best. And when you come out onto the pitch, it's going to be a wonderful moment.
Absolutely. Something we've been waiting for a long time.
All the best, Rose.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that is what you want in a leader, someone with proper confidence running back into that dressing room. A talismanic figure. What would you be saying if you were in that dressing room and you were Rose Dixon right now? What would your messages be?
I think I'd be saying, let's take every 5 minutes as it comes. Let's go out there, get the first thing done, first scrum, first line out, first sort of, phase play. Just get those little things done and just play the game in those little bite-sized pieces and not think about the whole 80 minutes.
And Jane, same for the Army. You have been skipper in that dressing room. You've got memories of giving those pre-match team talks. What will be being said in there?
Yeah, I think I used to always take my pre-match team talks to another level. I really get excited. I would want to get the girls like super pumped, ready to come out with fire in their bellies. And from the off, I think against the Army game against the RAF, a little bit of a slow start, and we tend to do that. So if the Army come out all guns blazing with that fire in the belly and go from the off, I think we're in for an exciting game.
That opening quarter is going to be massive.
Yeah, exactly. They need to settle. Both teams are going to need to settle quickly. Yes, I totally agree. Loads of fire in the belly, but they can't let the occasion get the better of them. They have to make sure that everything they do is clinical. It's a big stadium, there's a lot of people, it's a very wide pitch. It's not going to be won in the first 5 minutes.
Just take this in. We're in Twickenham Stadium about to watch a women's inter-services game for the first time. And we've got Jerusalem. This is special. Just a word, Jane, on this occasion. Just how special it is. Look at what's happening, Jane.
She's jealous. She's jealous she's not playing herself.
I've got goosebumps. I have got goosebumps.
The scene is very much set. History about to be made. Anne O'Flynn's already made her way up to commentary. She's alongside Claire Thomas.
Thank you very much, Tim. Well, I'm pleased to hear that Alicia Lowe's, with that beautiful rendition of Jerusalem, has got her breath back. She might be the only one in this stadium after such a scintillating men's game. But as if that weren't enough Babcock action for one afternoon, we've another match to enjoy now, and one which will make history. 95 times now the men have competed here, and with rugby like that, it's a sight which will never get old. But it is over to the women now, who are about to take to this hallowed turf for the very first time. To say that the Army have dominated this one is something of an understatement. They've faced the Navy 17 times and won every one of them. Head coach Gemma Stonebridge-Smith has picked a matchday squad who'll look to continue that tradition, determined to wrestle the inter-services title back from the RAF on this grandest of stages. Courtney Purseglove, who starts on the wing, made a real splash on debut, bagging a brace against the RAF. She's a live wire, but this backs unit isn't short of experience. Skipper Jade Mullen knows exactly how it feels to lift this trophy, and so does fullback Lou Dodd, player of the match back in 2017. It's a 4-4 split on the bench for the women in red today. Stonebridge-Smith apparently wants them to finish fast. It's a Herculean task for this Navy side, but they're writing history just by running out here today. Why not make some more with the upset? They've never won the inter-services title, but a thumping result this afternoon would do it. Charlie Fredrickson has selected a 23 full of young talent. 21-year-old Meg Musgrave might have only made her inter-services debut this season, but she is a destructive carrier and tireless tackler, whilst Tegan Morley on the wing was described to me earlier on this week as the quickest woman I've ever seen. Praising the winger was Emily Park, known as Peanut, who's come out of retirement at the age of 41 just for this fixture and wears 18 today. This is not only her final appearance in a Navy jersey, but her final day in the force itself. What an occasion. Here they are, history makers each and every one. What an achievement for these women, what a moment for this fixture, and for those of us fortunate enough to be here at Twickenham. It really is cacophonous. Women's rugby is at the top table where it belongs, and just listen to that reception. Plenty of young women watching on. How inspiring it will be to watch these 46 players take to the pitch today. The Army were made to wait and work to lift the Babcock Trophy in the men's fixture, so perhaps the Navy women on this historic day can tear up a form book of their own. We'll have a minute's applause here at Twickenham for the armed services. Plenty have stayed on to watch, so we'll enjoy this moment with them. They'll have sung plenty of anthems before over the course of their careers, but none quite like this. We'll hand over to Alicia Lowe's yet again and hear Twickenham in full voice this afternoon. The reception these history-making women very much deserve, and I'm delighted to say that I have been joined by former England international and Army captain Anne O'Flynn. And be honest, which is winning the battle at the moment, envy or pride?
Oh my gosh, it's a close competition. I can hardly imagine how those girls are feeling, but it's a great day, and I really hope they can take the chance, opportunity, and use the enthusiasm to produce a great game today.
We saw the Navy men give the Army a real scare there, and if there's a side in rugby that would know how to handle a storm, it'll be a Navy, right? So well, they could well cause a bit of a shock today.
Yeah, you think so, and I know they've been building throughout this season to having this as their final and pinnacle of their season. From chatting to their assistant director of rugby just before the match, she said they've gone game by game, they've scored tries in every fixture, and they've tried not to focus too much on the end result, but now they're here, they are eager to get going.
There's our man in the middle for the afternoon, Grant Stephen of the RAF. He'll be taking control of proceedings as Sam Alderson steps up to take a history-making kickoff. Women's Services Rugby has arrived at Twickenham. Let's get this one underway. What an occasion to be a part of. The Babcock Trophy is on the line. The Inter-Services title is to...
Okay, ready on you, mate.
Get ready, Army. Time on, please.
And Alderson gets us underway. It's a scuttering kickoff, goes lower perhaps than she'd have liked, and it is returned with interest immediately by the Army. They're up and running. Lewis gets a couple of early yards under her belt. Morgan in at 9 today. Such a crucial axis between her and Skipper Mullen with the ball just there. Beautiful conditions for this. Dry, quick track. Sun is still shining over a busy, bustling Twickenham. And speaking of bustling, it's an early involvement by Sarah Batley, hooker today for the women in red. Morgan digs the ball out, finds Stott to her left, coast to coast. Go the Army, it's through the hands of Dodd, but the pass is deemed forwards by Stephen. A bright start by the Army, Anne.
Yeah, good to see the ball getting moved through the hands nicely there. Just a little bit of impatience maybe by the winger before the ball came to her. So now we've got a first scrum of the match, an important opportunity for both front rows to really set their mark, hit hard and try and secure a good ball.
Always so crucial in establishing some early momentum. So it's Wilson, Batley and Lewis packing down opposite Staples, Addis and Honeybell. Our first glimpse at the set piece here.
5, 6.
And it's a big shove by the Navy, and a very profitable one too. First blood to the women in blue.
Yeah, a crucial first scrum there. The Navy be pleased with that. A great chance to get a good field position now. Their fly halves looking at the corner, hoping to seize some good territorial advantage here for the Navy.
Alderson's no stranger to a stage of this size. This is her 8th appearance in an Army-Navy match, 20th cap for the Navy, and she'll be delighted to, off the back of this platform, see what she and her women can build. A real leader in this team, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, the 10's a crucial position because she makes all the calls to the back line, but also she's got to communicate forwards through the scrum half to the forwards to try and make sure that the ball she receives is what she needs.
Well, it's a lovely dart by Addis. She finds Bithell up at the top of the line, out through the hands of Captain Dixon. Sop, just 18 years old and running out at Twickenham for the Navy. What a day for the young fullback. Bithell finds Musgrave. She's brought down. It's through the hands of Alderson again. Tiny little pass and onto Bryan. Try scorer against the RAF just a month ago. The big number 8. Alderson pirouettes, gets the ball away. The first glimpse really at what the Navy can do with ball in hand. Alderson drops it to her laces. Dodd is there.
So that's fullback Louise Dodd, who's a nurse in the Queen's Alexandra's Royal Army Nursing Corps, taking a great high ball there, calling the mark, giving her team a chance to clear their lines. Today, Lou Dodd is playing at fullback for the first time, I think, in the Army team. So an interesting selection choice by the coach, but clearly that's one of the reasons she was chosen. She's now off already, ball in hand.
Justifying that right away. Lou Dodd in space. Absolute acres covered there by the fullback. What a mazy run. It's dug out quickly.
13 blue offside.
On a plate from Morgan. Army with the advantage. They've got a free hit here at Twickenham. Dug out again by Morgan.
Gets him again the side ground.
Finds Mullen. Mullen out wide on the wing to Pursglove. Pursglove puts her foot to the floor. She's wrapped up neatly by the Navy defence, but Army now just 10 metres out. Their first visit to the Naval 22. What can they do with it? Slow ball for Morgan as she marshals her troops. It was all about the backs a moment ago, but here are the forwards having a chug, working their way ever closer. Oh, it's Bethan Dayton away. She played as a winger in that red jersey, down at open side today. Such a dynamic carrier, and Army now really knocking on the door. Every hit counts by the Navy at this stage. Gathered around the post, count those red shirts. But the blue wall is holding firm. Great defence from the Navy. The Army go again. It's a double carry and it gets the job done very nicely indeed. The Army are over. First blood to Sally Stott of the Army. She opens their account, and it is the Army who are up and running here at Twickenham.
That's a proud moment for my own cap badge, the Royal Army Veterinary Corps. Sally, a fellow veterinary officer, scoring a brilliant try there. She got in a good deep position and took a great short pass to drive over. And now here we've got Lou Dodd with her catch from that mark, and she's breaking tackles, driving the ball forward. A fantastic offload there to Jade Mullen, I think, the captain, on her shoulder. Set the ball back well, and then the Army now had this clear position from which they're able to score with an excellent short drive, latched on by her fellow forwards to drive over the line.
From the backs right through to the forwards and all the way to the celebrations. Absolute delight on the faces of the Army, and there'll be smiles all round as Courtney Pursglove adds the extras. 7-0 with just as many minutes played.
This is the kind of start maybe our Army men might have hoped for. An opening try under the posts and a clear conversion. So a great start for the Army, but I'm sure the Navy are going to turn around now and try and drive back in. They've had lots of possession. I'm sure they want to convert some of that to points.
Spoke to Emily Park in the week, who knows this fixture like the back of her hand, and she reckons this is the most talented 1-23 the Navy have ever put out. She's confident there's 80 minutes in this side. The first 7 might not have gone their way, but let's see what they achieve as Alderson takes that second kick-off. And it just trickles into touch. Miscommunication perhaps amongst the Army backs.
I think, yeah, the forwards there, one called it and ran forward and overshot, so an unfortunate fumble, effectively. The Navy will be glad about that. Gives them a position in the 22 now to try and strike back.
Navy, there, please.
Well, it stopped the try scorer, who didn't quite field that one, and it just trickled past Macaulay on the wing. Well, Army have the ball back in their grasp right away off the overthrow on the line out, and here sets Miller. Lurks to get the offload away, and it is messy, but the ball stays with the Army.
Yep.
It's with Navy now, through the hands of Brian.
Come back, first knock on.
And a hard carry by Sondak, but Stephen calls us back, the ball knocked on.
A bit scrappy play there by both teams. The Navy should have hoped to do more with that, really. It was a great pick-up by Major Chantal Miller to gain the ground, but we were turned over. So clearly, body position, ball presentation was not in the right, so the Navy did well to turn it around.
Well, it was an exceptional opening scrummage from the Navy pack. They've got the field position now. Another similarly impressive shove, and there's plenty of width down towards us, Anna, across this side of the field.
Yeah, some inviting open space for those backs.
Right, we need stability on this side, okay?
Just reset that one, Stephen. Not quite happy with how they were set up there.
both front rows will want to get dominance in this situation. They want to establish a strong position to take the hit in the scrum, but also securing good ball. So it's always a bit of a battle, which I quite enjoy.
We've been enthusing about Lou Dodd. That was Chloe Sock there, another teenager out on the field today, also just 18 and awaiting, hopefully, some speedy ball from the back of this set piece. Well, it's another one to the Navy. They are really edging the arm wrestle at scrum time. And Alderson again opting to go to touch. An interesting decision given that they've not had complete stability at line-out time.
Yeah, but it's a great platform to launch your back line from, because the defensive backs have got to be on the try line. Now it's only 5 metres away, but it does give them more options. And you can see the Navy fly half there, planning her move with her back line. They've got a move planned. See the layout of their backs in an interesting diamond formation. Let's see what they set up.
And they will be urged on from the moment that ball is released by those who stayed on for the women's match. It's a packed out stand behind them and an excellent line out. The ball goes loose, but Dixon is there. A skipper's intervention as she scoops up the loose ball, gains a couple of yards, and all of a sudden, Navy with their tails up. It's another heavy pick and go from the forwards. The ball's been slowed, but on they march. Navy now 5 metres out. Perry fizzes it out to Alderson, but it just drops and is knocked on. Another squandered opportunity by the Navy.
Ooh, the Army were lucky there. That was a great call by the fly half to change sides, switch the attack to the right-hand side of the pitch going forward. But she was just behind the pass, so scrum half gave her, and unfortunately she knocked it on. So here we are, she makes the run, knocks it forward. You can see how cross she is with herself and her back's outside. Just to prove the point, run it through and dot it over in case the referee decided there could have been a try awarded.
The Navy haven't put a try on the board against the Army in this fixture since 2013. There's already been a sense in this opening passage of play that they've got tries in them.
That's right, they've scored tries in every fixture this season, so they've been building and building towards this fixture, and the Army are going to have to work extremely hard to keep them out.
Well, they've got to exit first, and here goes try scorer Stott with a carry of her own from the base of that one. A better scrum from the Army. That will be reassuring.
Hold the rock, Red.
Purse glove hoists it up, and it bounces just on the inside of touch there. Sott unable to do anything about that one. A lovely touch finder from the winger.
Yeah, she'll be glad to have made that kick. Gives her team a relief of the pressure, and the forwards now can focus on defending the line out and trying to steal back the ball with an aerial contest.
Stonebridge Smith described Purse Glove in the week as a fantastic find, and she just doesn't seem at all perturbed by the size of this occasion. Fantastic on debut, and now running out at Twickenham in just her 3rd appearance in this jersey. But it's all about the women in blue, and it's a volley from Dixon.
That's unfortunate. She reached out reflexively just with her boot and kicked it forward, which is fine. Then unfortunately her own teammate was in front of her and caught the ball because it was kicked straight at her. So she couldn't help it. But that does mean she's offside, so it's a penalty to the Army.
All smiles in the aftermath from Dixon. Doesn't seem too fazed by that one. She was a real leader at the team run yesterday, incredibly vocal, really setting the tone for a very positive feeling Navy team run, and we heard her before the match there. She's a real carrot captain rather than a stick captain, someone who leads by example and fills her team with enthusiasm.
Yeah, and that's the kind of person you want to follow on the pitch. You don't want somebody who shouts at you and just makes you annoyed. You want someone who encourages you, rewards the good things, and knows when you've made a mistake you didn't mean to, so that's a great leadership qualities.
So our first glimpse at an Army line out, and it is Silcox who rises the highest at Twickenham. Army with the ball and back inside the Navy's half. Mullen with a carry of her own. Morgan takes it out. Stott, little stutter step into contact. She's brought down. Morgan in again. She wants quick ball and she gets it. Miller, the Welsh international. Carrying on. Right across the pitch here, the Army, and the ball is with Purse Glove. She is so quick when she builds up ahead of steam, but Dixon snags her, brings her down. Morgan, quick delivery to Dainton. Oh, leaves one defender for dead before she is snagged. They go the same way again, the Army. Batley adds coal to the fire. Morgan to Mullen. Dances around Dainton on the floor. Finds Miller. What a fend that was by Miller. On the 22 here, Morgan. Silcox with a carry. Silcox still going. Finds her winger on the outside. Dancing back into the centre of the field is Macaulay.
Go forward there!
Step by step, phase by phase, the Army are building here, and through the middle goes Dodd. Lou Dodd with a fend like a piston, and Lou Dodd is over.
Fantastic break by the fullback. Built up by some good hands, and you can see there the team have all come in to congratulate her. It was a great team try, building up for forward pressure, some fantastic passing, a couple of missed passes then to create the space, and Lou Dodd saw the gap and went for it.
She is absolutely delighted, and so she should be. Patient from the Army before they pounce. They want their inter-services title back, and they are coming for that trophy. What a line from Dodd off the back of the hard work from the rest of her side.
Yeah, this is the first run here by Pursglove, where she lays the ball back well, then on the reform the other side, Dodd sees it, throws a dummy, steps off her right foot, dances round the fullback, who just grasps at her outstretched arm and can't stop her filing over the line. A great team try.
Yes.
And Pursglove has brought her kicking boots to Twickenham. 2 from 2 so far for the afternoon. 14-0 the Army lead. Just a reminder, a win today and they get 2 pieces of silverware. They will be inter-services champions once more, and they will lift the Babcock trophy. There's a lot at stake here, and they look well up to the task.
It's great to see how many people have stayed to watch. Opposite now, the East lower stand is looking about half full, and it's great to see the people have clearly gone for the bar and now come back in to see the second match. And I like to think of this as the main event as far as we're concerned, and in fact the men have done a fantastic job of providing an excellent curtain raiser, but here we are with the main event going on, and some great tries straight away.
I thought it was a nice appetizer, agreed. I was ready for the main though, and it is delivering so far, Anne.
There we go.
Well, delight amongst the Navy for that reclaimed restart there, and we'll have another look at the scrum. Army managed to execute on the last one that we saw, but so far it has been one-way traffic at scrum time.
Yes, I think for me the real challenge and the real fight here is on this side between Nat Lewis, the Army tight head, and then on the loose head side for the Navy you've got Rosie Staples, and they're clearly having a bit of a personal tussle. As a former front rower, this is always a great battle to have.
Use that now. Ball was out before it went.
Brian off the base, bundled towards the touchline, does very well to wriggle herself back in field a little bit. Staples has it now. Perry to Alderson, employs Badger, Badger to Dixon. Sop. It's McLaughlin on the wing. She does very well, but so too are the Army.
Take it easy, take it easy. No, you can't.
It's time now to hear from someone from the Navy camp. Emily Park, Peanut as she's known amongst her side, is with John Knighton.
Emily, disappointing obviously to concede these 2 tries, but lots of positives for the Navy so far.
Yeah, loads of positives. The time we've spent in their 22, the chance we've created, we're unlucky not to score just now. Hopefully we're about to score in a minute. Put pressure on the Army. It's just they've got some individual skill in there that we need to come up and defend and be more efficient doing that.
You need to convert this possession into points.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We hear so often, Anne, how elite level rugby is about red zone efficiency. It's about entering 22s and then coming away with points. Do you think we will see a clinical side to Navy at some point over this 80 minutes? Is that in there?
I believe so, yes. They've clearly prepared very well. Their match play looks good. Their team formations are excellent. Hopefully they'll get a chance to demonstrate what they've been practicing all week. I'm sure they've got a lot of more moves to show us.
Well, they won't manage it if they get turned over at the line-out like that. Dainton plucking the ball from the skies. The rolling wall is up and running. Army flexing their muscles as they grind through the gears. What a procession this is. The Army have made 10 metres here before being brought down. Morgan. Pearson. Carr. Lovely one-handed take there. Some real razzle-dazzle on show here at Twickenham. Well worth waiting for. Doubleheader proving more than twice as entertaining. Oh, very well scragged indeed. Tegan Morley dashed back to cover that loose ball, but was well wrapped up.
Let's use that, Navy.
The Navy will need to exit here. They're under an awful lot of pressure, and 14-0 down is not an easy place to exit from, but it's with Morley.
No hands now, tackler.
Couple of metres from making it out of their own 22. It's back to stop, puts boot to ball, hoofs it into touch, and the Navy have a moment to get their breath back.
Yeah, that was good defence there, some good teamwork in scragging the defence coming through. They'll be pleased to get out of that pressure situation because they could easily have conceded a try there, so well done.
Alderson gesticulating, figuring out how the Navy will withstand this latest wave of Army attack.
Backwards.
Tapped backwards.
Okay, wait now, tackler.
Have the Army clung onto possession? They have. Yes, it is back with Morgan, and it's been knocked on. Got away with murder there, the Navy.
Yeah, that was really frustrating. The Army managed to secure the line, although scrappy ball with the ball knocked backwards. The referee has now spotted a little knock-on with the balls on the floor, so presumably maybe the scrum half or a player trying to move it back, and it's been knocked on. So good pressure for the Navy has put the Army under pressure to making an uncharacteristic mistake.
Crouch. Bind.
And we pack down again. Gorgeous afternoon sunlight here at Twickenham. It's Perry with the put-in. It's a good scrum from the Navy. They've been so strong in this area so far this match, and through the middle, it's Badger. Badger skipping through tackles. Fantastic carry from the rugby league player. Alderson, just unable to pick it up off their bootlaces, and it's Army with the ball. They've turned it back over through Pearson. Big carry from Mullin. Army putting real width on the ball here. Dainton opts to come back inside. Dainton, 8 times a Welsh international, but that experience is not enough to prevent her being stripped of possession. We're going to go back down pitch side. We've got another member of these squads poised to speak to John Knighton. I believe he's found Alex Eddy of the Army.
Yes, I have indeed. I have indeed found Alex. Unfortunately, with a leg in a brace at the moment, which was. Can you show us the leg there, Alex? Oh, that's it. Yeah.
7.
Unfortunate for you. Obviously, you did that during the RAF game. How soon are you going to be back fit again?
Hopefully in a couple of months' time. I'm not going to rush it because obviously it's getting towards the end of the season now, so I'm hopefully going to be fully fit for the next season. Yeah.
Must be hugely frustrating though, sitting here when you'd much rather be out there.
I mean, absolute dream to play on this pitch, as for the rest of the squad. So for me, it's pretty devastating. But I've been with the squad all week, and it's nice to still be part of the team. Yeah.
Now, just tell me, I mean, it's been a great start for the Army, 2 great tries, but have the Navy surprised you with the way they've come out and played?
Yeah, they've been very physical. I think both 2 of their kickoffs that we haven't caught, and they've capitalised on it, just haven't quite got the execution right, and we've managed to turn the ball over, so they've definitely got a lot of threat there. See how the rest of the game goes.
Cheers, Alex, thanks very much.
Well, that is Dainton's second line-out steal in the last 5 minutes. What an absolute menace the flanker is proving to be today for the Navy. But that is a pile driver of a hit on Batley. Driven backwards, but the ball stays red. Stott, quick hands, and so nearly snatched by Perry there.
And then downfield, that's you there. Okay.
And Beside is pointing at the post. She's desperate for the Army to play it safe here and head for the 3.
Oh, no, not at all. I was pointing at the corner.
Oh,
there's a
good.
big, huge gap over there. There's no one. I was like, go. I thought Jade was going to go for the far corner and tap and run, but they've gone sensible, and they're kicking for touch. An excellent kick for touch there by Courtney Pursglove, but we could have gone quickly and could have taken the opportunity, but probably better to take it safe and take the ground.
Thanks, mate.
Kicking options in the men's game proving very influential indeed. A couple of efforts denied by posts, a couple of driving mauls that didn't come to fruition. It'll be fascinating to see how the women opt to play today. It's still as you like at Twickenham. Perfect weather for efforts off the tee. And here the Army just looked to have built ahead of steam, but the referee says no, and the Navy yet again withstanding enormous pressure in their own 22.
To be fair, that was more an Army mistake than Navy pressure. Great take by Heidi Silcox there, our combat medtech. Great line-out ball, but unfortunately one of her own teammates was in front of her, so when she was driven forward, it was deemed to be offside. So we might see it here on replay now. Great two-handed touch, taken down, and she's got one of her players in front has wriggled behind her and got in the way, unfortunately. So an Army mistake there. The Navy will capitalise, thankfully, I'm sure.
Crouch.
And there is Silcox packing down. Navy with the push in.
Stable.
And yet again being asked to exit under pressure. Better scrum from the Army. And Sop drops it to her laces and gains a couple of metres for the women in blue. Speaking about decision making, Stonebridge Smith in the week said that this was just another game of rugby. Yes, it's at Twickenham, yes, it's making history, but the approach would be it's just 80 minutes of the game that these women love. But surely, Anne, the occasion will affect the decision making out there today.
I think you can use that to your advantage. So when you're in a high press situation, you can keep it in the same way. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes on. But unfortunately, there now just had a crossing again. So this time the Army have done the same thing, got in front of their own player. It's at times like that you've got to be cool, calm and collected and give a chance the ball to be going in the right direction.
Well, that is two of those obstruction penalties back to back now from the Army. Let's get the thought of Jane Leonard.
Hello, I'm down on pitch side, thoroughly enjoying this half. Yeah, you can see there was an obstruction penalty.
Well, good to briefly hear the thoughts of Jane. She's completely right to be enjoying this game. It's been absolutely brilliant so far. Jane, I'll be interested to get your thoughts off the back of this one, because Navy have been forced to exit time and again this match, but we're not yet seeing much attacking impetus from them, although here could be an opportunity as Dixon fends off an encroaching Dodd. It's a bit of a caterpillar formed there, a blue caterpillar here at Twickenham. It's in the hands of Sondak. And Perry looks for her options. Finds McIntyre. McIntyre with an effort of her own. Lots of Navy forwards ready to go there. There's a pod to be formed, but they opt to kick.
Oops, sorry, wrong whistle. Yeah, 8.
Jane, what will it take for the Navy to actually manage to not only leave their 22, but come away with points once they make it down the other end of this pitch?
Make sure you're not actively blocking. I'm happy there, but make sure you're not actively blocking, okay? I'm happy there.
A little bit one-out rugby. Okay. If they get that ball a little bit wider, it's a massive pitch. It's really wide, so they tend to they're playing very narrow. They spread that ball a little bit wider and execute some of the pace that they've got in their back line. With Rose Dixon in there, I think they'll slowly creep up the pitch.
Okay. With the likes of Tegan Morley in their side, Shah McLaughlin, real speedsters, Jane. Do you think that width could be the way for them to manage this then?
Play on.
Yeah, I think so. They've got to try everything, haven't they? The Army are killing them a little bit in the defence every time they get the ball.
That was forward from Red.
Yeah, I would definitely, if I was on there now, I'd be saying keep hold of the ball and just work the phases, try and get it that little bit wider.
Towards Fraser from where you
and talk to me about that Army defence, because I actually was speaking to Alex at the team run yesterday, and she mentioned that there is immense pride in this concept of the red wall. The Army not only celebrate tries, but they celebrate turnovers. The fact that they are impenetrable like that is something that really matters to them.
Yeah, this is true, and I think this has come a long way for what the Army women implement. We call it the legacy. It's about wearing that shirt with pride, and And it's not just the 15 players that are on the pitch today, it's the people on the bench, the management, all of the girls that have represented the Army in the past. It's that Red Sea wall, we used to call it back when I was playing. And you can see that pride, that passion, every time they score a try, most players will congratulate each other. It's such a strong unit. And it's so good to see that that's been carried on throughout the years.
Thanks very much, Jane. I'm sure we'll speak to you again later on in this match. But for now, yes, again, it's the Navy attempting to exit. Brian, little chicken wing offload to Perry, and the Navy working their way through the phases here. Perry finds Staples. We've talked about width, we've talked about speed, but perhaps it's patience that will get them there. Not to be Alderson. Poofs it over the top. Dodd points to the sky. She wants purse glove at the end of this one, but it's Dixon who takes it very nicely indeed, and just out the back door manages Dixon.
Yeah, good.
Excellent read there by the captain. McLaughlin brought down in possession.
Oops, sorry, after you.
Perry to Addis.
No, off!
Slow ball indeed for Perry. Finds McIntyre on a hard line, but it's turned over, it's back with the Army. We've not seen them with possession for some time now.
Play on.
In as acting scrum half is Lewis. She finds Dainton. It's a hard carry from Silcox. 10 minutes left on this half. The Army will want to go in with a slightly healthier buffer than this. Dodd to purse glove in off her wing, out to the wing on the other side, and it's McCauley. McCauley does very well to burst through those tackles. Eventually snagged. Morgan.
Number there, Fraser. 14. Okay.
Penalty advantage. Right up on that 22 again. So short-lived that respite for the Navy as the Army go looking. Their tails are up now. There's a third try to be had, and they have it! And the Army bring Twickenham to its feet. What scenes here? History is being made, but it's all about the here and now, and Beth Dainton is sparkling out there on that hallowed turf.
Yeah, a great try there by the Army. Fantastic to see Beth coming through with a really hard hit. Beth Dainton, in fact, the first military woman to play for the Barbarians this season. So she had that honour, and it's great to see her today using her speed, her reading of the game, and her excellent footwork to get in position there to get over the line.
Such a tenacious pick and go there, and the leg drive, absolutely amazing. Spotted the mismatch, spotted that it was Perry opposite her, and knew that she could smell blood. There were points to be pilfered.
Yeah, she'll be delighted about that. I remember seeing her at the RAF Army match, and every time a score was made, she was bouncing for joy. She was so stoked, so beat up about the game. So it's great to see her getting over herself, adding her own name to the score sheet.
And Purse Glove will be very grateful to the try scorers so far today for giving her 3 such straightforward conversions, but still not letting the occasion get the better of her. 3 from 3 for Purse Glove.
Yeah, and again, it's great to see their support from the bench. Players encouraging us, like Jane was talking about there. It's a whole team effort out there. Decades of women behind these players, scoring those points, not just for her, but for all of us.
Just curious, Anne, the emotions watching on now, can you sum them up?
It's difficult because I have a heart bursting full of pride, almost relief that we've got here, but also deeply envious. I'd love to be back out there again, in the sunshine, people cheering on, watching us play a game. But I'm just glad they're there at all. Red and blue, it's great to see both sides out here today.
Absolutely is. Army up then, 21 points on the score. 3 converted tries. Really rising to the occasion, the women in red. This fixture, Anne, this women's fixture, it's looking very at home at Twickenham.
I think it's found its rightful place, Claire, really. For me, I feel we always should have been here, and it hasn't always been possible. for a variety of reasons, but we're keen to move forward and look forward, and maybe not to reflect on what could have been. So this is a great step in the right direction, and there are a few other things to get right for us, but I have to say our union's been fantastic this season, giving us equal parity with the men's team, senior team, and so we're glad to get the opportunity to play here today.
Apparently one of the big changes over the last few seasons has been the kit. Speaking to Emily Park, it does sound like that has come an awfully long way to the ill-fitting items that they used to be. Look at them out there now, professional as you like.
Yes, I mean, the kit is one thing, but really it's all about the whole support and the funding as well, so an opportunity. So not just being here in the park, but actually our team was staying in the Marriott Hotel last night with their friends and family, which is something that's never happened before for our team. So that's been a real step forward, and that makes the occasion more special for them. So the kit is one thing as a player. It's good to have clothes that fit you correctly, or else you can't even run properly.
I'll tell you what, they'll need that spar at the Marriott tonight. There have been some bruising hits going in, not least from that woman there, Brian, with a big carry, and Dixon arcing round off the back of that scrum, the outside centre, adding some yardage of her own. Alderson awaits, flicks it onto Honeybell, who is bulldozed backwards, but does very well to put it on a plate for Perry. Alderson again sniffs an opportunity. Little skip pass to Sop, who's well wrapped up and brought to the deck.
And
Perry,
hold,
Alderson.
Six. You're on now, thank you.
Sends it high to the sky. Bit of miscommunication there. But Macaulay has it. Finds Dodd. Dodd in space. Dodd well snagged and brought down by Tegan Morley. She is everywhere, Dodd. And Army now back again inside that Navy half. Morgan. Big carry by Batley. So industrious in the loose, the hooker. Stott. Got a try to her name already today. Ticking over that Misa edge. Miller. Honeybell tackles her, rolls back to her feet, prepares to go again. Navy really going to the well defensively here. Great inside step by Purseglove. Dances through 1, 2, 3 tackles before she is brought down. Head of steam now for the Army. Silcox tips it on. Wonderful little offload there by Mullen. It's Pearson with the ball, just meters out now. The Army sniffing blood. They want a fourth before the half-time whistle sounds. Out in the sunlight. Inches away. Every tackle by the Navy has to come through now. They've been so staunch in defence, but they're breached once again. The Army have their fourth of the afternoon.
Sally Stott getting her second try there. Fantastic to see the team working together. And I think, in fact, it was gunner Amy Carr that little snick through, the long dark ponytail bouncing as she was tackled by a thumping hit on the far side. Here we have it, yes. Great fend and drive from Stott.
Well, the England under-20 and Loughborough Lightning player finds herself on a brace with just 40 minutes played. What a way to mark her Army-Navy debut.
Yeah, fantastic. This is her first inter-services competition, although she's played for the Army before. Great to see her supported well by her teammates. And again, you could see in the replay there, her team turning and congratulating her. Really chuffed to see. It's not about one player scoring a try, it's the whole team. They're all in this together.
There really are, and there aren't many solo efforts from the forwards when it comes to pick and go time. When they're working their way through the phases, you pointed out already, but they're so quick to latch. There is a real sense of togetherness in the efforts as well as the ethos of this team.
Yeah, and that's also about being well drilled as a team. So they've clearly worked and trained hard. They know each other's movements. They've learnt to read body language. So when someone goes in, they know which shoulder they'll use. They'll straight away know which side they should bind on to provide the best secure support. So that's all bodes well how their training has gone. They've had a good season, building up towards this, obviously the pinnacle of the Six Nations. Where am I? Of the inter-services. I've got my mind on a small match in England-France obviously going on right now. And so it's important that when you get tired as well, it's that drills which pick you up because you know instinctively how your team are going to play.
It is a huge day of women's rugby indeed. The Roses out in Bayonne. Wales and Italy have already played. Ireland and Scotland a little bit later on today, but for now, all eyes, and there are plenty of them here at Twickenham. Look at that crowd, are on the heroics of Sally Stott at number 8 and today's kicker.
Yes.
Yes. The note perfect Courtney Purseglove. That is 4 off the tee. As perfectly judged as you like, and Army are on an absolute roll here, 28-0, 2 minutes left of the half. And good to see the crowd taking health and safety seriously.
Very important feature of the day. Make sure your friends get home safely.
Exactly, no man left behind.
Indeed.
As Alderson gets us back underway. Finds Dodd, risky. She's been such a menace with ball in hand already this afternoon.
No, 2. Thank you.
Morgan is in. To Mullen, opts to have a go herself.
Wasn't held.
Back to her feet. Grabs an extra yard there. She had absolutely no right to, Jade Mullen. Through the hands of Pearson, Miller. Lovely little hands through to Silcox. Silcox gets herself up and running, stretches those long legs and canters across the Twickenham turf. Miller straight back to her feet.
Stay on for me, keep working, Navy, keep moving.
Mills with a carry of her own. Morgan, Dainton.
Good work too.
They are relentless, this Army side. 4 unanswered scores on the board, but they will not give up. There's only 60 seconds left to play, but how they'd like to go in with a 5th under their belt. Slower delivery here for Morgan, but she digs it out and finds Stott.
Last minute.
Thanks, buddy.
Onto Dodd and the intercept. Almost there, but not to be.
Come to me, 5 more metres.
Really bright stuff from the women in red right now.
It looks to me the Army team have just relaxed a little bit. They've kind of settled into this match and they've realised that they just need to hold their depth, and the passes they're trying to make will come off. They had a couple of little shuffles there where people slightly overran, but they look a much more relaxed and confident side. I think that's showing in their play.
Well, relaxed and confident, but perhaps a little too relaxed from Purseglove there. That won't have been the nudge she was after.
Maybe not her intended option, but she did secure touch, and the Army have a throw-in to go into to the end of the half-time. They'll look to score here, nothing to lose.
Absolutely nothing. It would be an almighty drive from there. They're parked right on the 22. Batley lines up her darts. Very nicely delivered indeed. Silcox, the line-out guru, brings it down. That is a huge fend from Stott. Stott has 2, but wants another. After the half-time hat-trick indeed is Sally Stott through the hands of Silcox. Lewis with a carry to Miller. Ruthless here from the Army. They are going again and again. Plenty of hands on knees from the Navy. They are blowing out there. It's been a hard defensive set. A bruising opening half for the women in blue. Lovely direct line there.
Tackle!
Pearson directly onto that ball, but brought down very well from the Navy. Silcox, pirouette.
15, JP. Happy.
Finds Macaulay. Lovely little inside step. The Army right, knocking on the whitewash here. Dainton out wide to Dodd. Dodd to Purseglove. And Courtney Purseglove, she cannot stop scoring, and she has absolutely no intention of doing so.
Can you use this conversion to get rid of that backing off quickly? Yeah, copy.
That is 4 conversions and a try for Purseglove. She looks so at home in that red jersey.
She's a real find this season. What great running speed, fantastic angles, a great sidestep, and she can kick as well. So a fantastic talent. And only a young player, young in the Army as well. She's got an exciting career ahead of her.
Supposedly a huge personality away from the pitch as well, and that is so important on long campaigns like this.
Oh, and also in your, in your workplace, in your unit, it's great to have people with character and spirits. Life's too short to be dull at work, so let's make sure a bit of liveliness and some character is always welcome.
Oh, inches wide that ball is drawn. It's not to be 5 from 5 from the tee by Pursglove, but she will head in with 13 points to her name. 13 of the Army's 33-point haul in that first half. An unanswered first 40 from the Army, resplendent in red. It looks like the Inter-Services title, the Babcock Trophy, will be heading to the Army unless the Navy can really pull a rabbit out of the hat in the second 40. Twickenham is loving this being a doubleheader. What an entertaining opening 40. There's a whole half still to come, of course, but we've been treated to 4 tries, a pretty busy Twickenham, and an awful lot of fun with it.
Well, it was all even at the start, but the Army's dominance wasn't long in coming, and Sally Stott has made a huge impact. Same goes for Lou Dodds with the second try. 2 powerful performances in that first half from a dominant Ari that really got the juggernaut rolling. Beth Dainton going in for try number 3. Sally Stott number 4, and the momentum has been all one direction the longer that first half has gone on. Pursglove with the 5th and final try of the half for a commanding 33-0 lead at half-time. Well, whatever the score today, this occasion is a historic one. And for the moment, it's all happy for the Army. Jane, I've got to ask, what is it about this Army side that makes them so formidable?
I think they've just got a solid team from 1 to 23 in all places of the park. They've got some really dominant figures who are taking leadership. They're all stepping up. They're all working together. It's been a smooth half for the Army.
Chrissy, the Navy had some really positive elements at the start. The scrum was rolling. They had some territorial dominance. What do they need to do?
They need to cut out some little errors. You know, they nearly scored in the corner down here early on in the game. That could have really done a momentum shift. Could have done a real big favour. Needs to be more secure and clean with the line out. They're going sort of middle and back when maybe the hooker hasn't got that in the arsenal today. So just tie up those things. You know, just little things can really sort of change the momentum of the game.
Well, let's have a look at the tries then. 5 of them for the Army, and it begun with the first one from Sally Stott. She's some player, Jane.
Yeah, she's electric. I love watching Sally play. She's dangerous with the ball. Without the ball, her defence is solid. This was a great run by Lou Dodds. Look at that tenacity, going through player after player. Great support. I think that's Erica Mills. Great support there, and just keeping that ball alive. Again, yeah, just the momentum, getting that support from behind, pushing her over. Just a really strong and together pack.
And that all began from an offload, which had been so dangerous for the Army when they've been able to keep the ball alive, Chrissy.
Yeah, I know, and they've kept it really tight as well. They've been really clever. They kept it really tight for the first sort of 30 minutes, and they scored all their tries near to the post. And then when the Navy started to tire towards the end of the half, then they stretched them. We just saw with the last try there, you know, out wide, Courtney Pursglove, loads of space. Fantastic try.
Another standout performer in the first half, Lou Dodds. We saw her setting up the platform for that first try and deserved to go across the whitewash on this one. Jane, talk us through this one.
Yeah, again, just keeping that ball alive. A little show and go there, use a little dancing feet, and off she goes. She's a powerful rugby player. She knows her way around the park. She's absolutely brilliant. When she's on form, she's unstoppable. Little offloads like that, you know, keeping the Navy on the feet. They're not sure if she's going to offload or if she's going to take it over. And that's the value of having her at 15, though, isn't it? Where she can come in off the shoulder, out of sight, and just hit that line and, you know, pick it perfectly.
And well, I mean, there was a lot of power in that. There was some skill with the footwork and the change of hands and stuff, but the power that the Army are exerting, particularly up front, is setting a platform.
Yeah, they are. They're just completely overmatching the Navy, which is a shame to see, to be honest, but not something that's surprising. But the Navy need to just get that foothold back in the game to sort of get them back into it.
And that was in evident there for Beth Dainton's try going over. And the juggernaut started rumbling, didn't it?
It did. Once the Army get momentum like that, you can see the spirit's high. The team, it's really positive. It'll just keep lifting and lifting, and that's credit to the Army. Like, that's what they kind of do. They get on a roller coaster ride. And
Sally Stott's on for a hat trick after this, her second try. And it's just basics being done really, really well,
It
Chrissy.
is, yeah. Great support by the latch there. I think it's Heidi Silcox again. She's having a fantastic game as well, as you'd expect from Heidi to do. Yeah, again, there, you know, playing 9 to put Sally in. Fantastic.
But this is a pretty complete team, because, yeah, we've seen the power game there, but the end of the half, with Purdsclove's try, reminded us that they can really play.
They can play, and it's a shame to see they're putting the players in the right places, and it's just they just got to execute a little bit harder, a little bit more clinical.
Thank you, mate.
It's a little bit loose at the moment. They tighten those things up. Anything can happen in the second half.
Lovely finish.
Yeah.
Chrissy, I've got to ask, so Navy are struggling here, 33-0 at half-time. How much would the RAF love to be here on this stage?
Yeah, you know, undeniably we'd love to be here. I mean, playing in a big stadium for inter-services women's rugby is not new. You know, we've been playing at the Stoop and at Kingsholm for a good few years now, so it's all been about a stepping stone to get here. All of those things have been, you know, part of the journey that all 3 services have had over the last 25 years to make sure that this is the stage we all want to play on, and this is the bar now, and it's fantastic.
That said, if you were in the dressing room now and those Navy the Navy guys were your teammates, what would you be saying to them? I
mean, having been at half-time on the end of a 33-0 myself, you know, I think it's just about the next 5 minutes, the next 10 minutes. It's about scoring first. You know, the Navy got a fantastic kicker. They can't give away an easy ball to the Army, because like we've seen, they'll start to dominate the scrum, they'll dominate the line out, and with Courtney, they've got a fantastic kicker as well, so just need to do something just to get them back into the game.
And the Army side strike me as a team that aren't gonna... They're going to do the old cliche of 0-0 right at half-time, start again.
Yeah, perhaps they got to not come out complacent. You know, they've had a brilliant half. They're building and building, and hopefully they'll just bring that energy back out. They've played really well together as a team, and hopefully their forwards can still work with the backs. And I think we're in for a really exciting second half.
I'm just amazed at the number of teenagers and real young rugby players, the young talent on show out on the field today. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, I mean, it's what we expect of service rugby, to be honest. You know, it's just the way that the game is now, and it's fantastic. You know, it means that players like us have to retire, which is great.
Have to retire? Are you forced out? How much would you love to be out there, Jade?
Oh, of course, it's like the pinnacle, isn't it? To get to play at Twickenham and to represent your own service. Like, as soon as you put your own service shirt on, it's just a power suit. Of course, I would love to be there, but.
And I know, Chrissy, you went around the ground a little bit during that first half. Tell us about the mood in this ground, what your impressions of this match are so far.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm really impressed that so many people have stayed. It's great to see, you know. I'd love to know that actually how many is here, but it's not just the people in the stadium, it's people outside, it's people watching this as well, you know. It's not just about physically being here, it's the support that the service women's rugby gets.
Well, let's just have look at that. I mean, this is what it's all about. And this is just... We're just getting started now. We've got the final half of the second match. A little earlier today, the Navy and Army men's put on an incredible show that went right down to the wire. The lead changed hands time after time. In the end, the Army came out on top in a scintillating game. And you can see what it meant to them. The Inter-Services Championship and the Babcock Trophy lifted by the Army this year. Congratulations to them. And the women's side on the plan to do exactly the same again. How close are the RAF and Navy to bridging the gap from this dominant Army side?
From a men's or a women's perspective?
From the women's perspective.
I think the Air Force are there or thereabouts. I think they'll be disappointed with their performance this year. Or, you know, you could argue that on the team sheet they should have beat the Army this year, but they didn't. And that's why we love rugby, because, you know, when you start a game, it doesn't matter what the team sheet says. It's all about who turns up on the day, and the Army really turned up. So I think the Air Force are there or thereabouts. The Navy might be disappointed by the end of today, but it's all about the journey. It's about what you do next, so they need to come back stronger.
And if you got Chrissy's RAF and you got the Navy trying to snap at your heels, how did this Army team push it on even more? How do you take it on the next level?
You got to just play rugby. Like I said before, there's a lot more girls going into playing for Premiership clubs. The more you play, the more you're going to learn. There's enough games throughout the season to play together. It's just that clinical work, the outside work, the hours that you spend in the gym. Those things can really bring on your performance.
How much are you loving this, Chrissy?
I'd say it's just classic Army Navy, to be honest.
Yeah. And that's the most beautiful thing about Army Navy. It is about the rugby, but it's also about the social as well. Like, so many friends and family have come here today that haven't met up for
for so many years due to COVID, and it's just such a great atmosphere. I love it. It's electric, and that's why rugby is just the best sport in the world. Amen. Even as a neutral, I've got to say, you know, this is impressive. It really is.
Well, I think...
Look at that fancy dress.
Well, as much as the result at the moment, the Army are looking very, very dominant and hard to turn over, with the couple of years we've gone through, with the fact that this is a historic day for women's services rugby, that's got to be the focus at this point. And I think the thousands of people in the ground now are exerting that point. I don't know about those guys so much. 33-0 it is at the half. The Army in a dominant position, 5 tries, the power game coming to the fore. Then I think we've got to focus on the Navy's first 5-10 minutes of that game when they were right down here. The scrum was exerting pressure. Territorially, how do they manage to get themselves into that position, Chrissy?
They just need to cut out the errors. They're letting the Army into the game by little knock-ons, little silly little passes that aren't sort of going to hands. I think if they sharpen those up, then it'll even the tempo out of the game and the momentum might shift.
Final thoughts from you, Jane, before we get on with the second half?
I think just come out and do exactly what they've just done. They've had a great half. They've got to come out, keep calm. Again, don't let the pressure of it come to the head. They haven't won it yet. It's only 33-0. As always, anything can happen in rugby.
All right, well, it's 33-0 at the half. We'll go back to commentary in a second via Major Gemma Stonebridge-Smith, MBE, head coach of the Army, who's with John Knighton.
Yeah, Gemma, fantastic atmosphere as the players come out for the second half. I'm sure that your half-time briefing didn't have to be that long.
No, we had a good first half. There's a couple of things that we want to tighten up on. Really want the girls to lift the energy in the second half, but I thought it was a great game of rugby so far.
33-0, that's a great place to be at halfway stage.
It is, but we can't be complacent. We have to keep to our processes. They've been working in the first half, so I've asked the girls just to do more of that, but just at a higher intensity.
Is it more of the same in the second?
Let's hope so.
Gemma, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Well, Gemma Stonebridge-Smith, a bit of a legend of the inter-services rugby scene. And in fact, Anne, I believe you were catching up with some other legends of the game a little bit earlier on. There's so much more to this occasion than just the 80 minutes played on the pitch.
Yeah, that's right. Earlier on today, I was very honoured to be part of a gathering of the Army Rugby women's legends, i.e. former players of the game. We had a chance to thank those directors of rugby, team managers and coaches who've got this team in red where they are today. So it was recognising the efforts, the hard work and the sacrifices they had made with their own time, money and effort, and sometimes, to be honest, their careers have really suffered because they've actually put rugby before the things. And they're here today. We had a meeting and a photograph taken, in fact, by Lieutenant General Sharon Naismith, who took a picture of our group to recognise the great achievements. So it's great they're all here today, and big shout out to our Army Rugby Union Women Legends team.
Sorry, Grant.
Wonderfully put. And I think it's important to note that women's rugby all over the world has never been in such an exciting place. We've got a World Cup on the horizon. We've got the parity here, the women at Twickenham. Although I don't envy the position that the Navy women now find themselves in. Yet again, clearing their lines under great pressure as that line out is just bounced back into touch off the hands of Bithell, the blindside flanker.
Okay, so I'm just behind you.
An inauspicious start to the second half for the women in blue.
Yeah, they've got to really focus to get this ball cleared away. The Army want to secure the ball themselves.
Well, 33 points to the good, and the Army in an advantageous position as Sally Stott, with a huge fend and a dart inside, gets herself camped right on the whitewash. And over off the back of that with a quick carry is Natalie Lewis.
I think that's Sarah Batley, actually, our hooker, who's gone over there. She's got the big purple mouth guard here in the centre, so she has a fantastic opportunity taken there. She saw the gap, dived over. I don't think she can quite believe her luck.
Well, throws the line out and is straight back in off the back of the carry to bury the ball in the whitewash. Barely a minute on the clock, and the Army are up and running yet again, and Sally Stott again at the heart of it all.
Yeah, Sally Stott standing in the 9 position for the scrum, sorry, for the line out, and therefore able to get the ball off the back and peels round effectively with that strong forearm fend. And then Batley picks up, dives over. She's a happy girl today for scoring at Twickenham.
Yes.
And first glove adds the extras yet again, bringing her tally for the day up to 15 points. The winger absolutely flying out there on the Twickenham turf. Army lead 40 points to 0.
That's 1-0.
We've also seen that Sergeant Nat Lewis is sat on the bench now, so the Army have clearly made some changes at half-time. There must be a forward row replacement on. I'll have to catch if you can see who that is. I haven't spotted the number myself so far, but hopefully we'll see him in action soon.
Well, a presence throughout this match is that woman there, Lou Dodd.
Yeah, there's 6.
The fullback receives the restart, gets her head down. It's through the hands of Stott to fellow back rower Dainton. Morgan in at the ruck, finds Miller right out on the wing, tiptoeing down the touchline is Macaulay. Miller, lovely outside ball to Dodd. Puts it back on a plate for Morgan. Dainton awaits his first receiver. Just about avoids knocking that one on before finding Stott. Morgan.
7 blue, offside. 7.
Okay, thank you. Offside advantage 7.
Army with the free play here.
Okay, new advantage 13.
And it is Carrie Smith who is on for the Army. The replacement prop forward with her first carry in the second half.
You just play on.
Dainton assesses her options, opts to go herself.
It worked well.
She's brought down an Army yet again on the offensive. But Grant Stephen refereeing today brings us back for the penalty. It'll be interesting to see what the Army ought to do here, Anne O'Flynn.
Yeah, they've got a few options here. They could take the points, central kick. They could take a scrum, or they could even kick the touchline again and start from a line out.
You've worn the captain's armband for this side. What would you opt to do at this stage?
I'd go for the corner myself. Start again, another kind of secure line out ball, and then we could do a catch and drive and get over that try line.
Well, plenty have stayed on here at Twickenham to watch the second half of this historic doubleheader. They will want to see tries. They won't want to see 3-pointers nudged over, so I think they will all be very much aligned with you there, Anne.
Yeah, I think at 40 points ahead, the Army really should seize the chance to practice all those excellent moves they've been training for all season. So there are plenty of other players inside. I'm sure I'd like to get their hands on the ball and get over the line.
Stonebridge Smith has said that she wants people to leave Twickenham today and say, wow, that was some eye-catching rugby. They threw the leather off the ball, they entertained us no end, and I think also that 4-4 bench split is indicative of that.
Yeah, it's an indicator of an adventurous and ambitious plan by the coaching team.
Okay, time back on, please.
I'm reassured to see we're kicking to the corner.
That was Jade Mullen in your pictures there, skipper for the day, at the heart of that decision as the Army yet again down in that bottom corner. Try scorer, Sarah Batley, lining up her darts. And it's messy, but the ball comes up red. Stott with the carry, gets her head down. Fearsome leg drive from the number 8. Mills
keep working free.
Next to get her hands on the ball. Mullen shouting orders, wants them to go to the blind side. The offload doesn't quite come good, and the Navy have the ball.
Stay on, look at the back.
Bodies flocking to the ruck. Plenty of support there, but the ball is slow. Too slow for Alderson's liking, and she wades in. Rolls it back for herself and opts to box kick it. Doesn't look delighted with the outcome there, but it's so difficult for Navy to do anything when they don't have possession.
That's right. For a decent box kick, you need to have a firm, secure platform with plenty of people effectively blocking your defenders coming through. So the fly half there had to take it herself, and so she got out untouched, but wasn't her best kick she's done today.
Well, that is balletic by Silcox in the air. She stretches up, plucks that ball from the heavens. Army with the maul.
Red.
Brought down, it's messy. And it is, in fact, the Navy who turn it over. Delight on the face of Brian. Applause, hugs, and Alderson opts to go quickly, scurrying off down the pitch, finds Brian to her left. That is a mismatch, but Mullen does very well indeed melts the number 8 backwards through contact there. Morgan finds Musgrave. We've not talked much about the number 7 for the Navy, but a really exciting young prospect, such a dynamic carrier. Honeybell next to add some yards. This is better from the Navy. A couple of phases starting to add up. They're finding a foothold here. Oh, but Alderson sent backwards by Mullen. That is 2 big hits from the fly half, and Army have the penalty.
2 in, off feet side.
Yeah, Jane Mullen shown there, maybe why the coach has placed her at number 10.
I'm trying to help you, okay? Yeah, but
That's a fantastic tackle, taken right low around the knees, knocks a player off her feet. She therefore finds it really hard to play the ball back safely and cleanly for her own teammates. So Jane Mullen makes up in power what she hasn't got quite in stature.
Small but mighty. Jade Mullen, such an inspirational leader.
Yeah, she's one of our human resource specialists. Not renowned maybe for their kind of violent tendencies, but she's shown here she's got real strength and determination today.
Got to be pretty hardy to work in HR, I reckon.
In the military, you have? Absolutely.
Well, the Army with a bit of a head of steam here. This is a better driving maul for Stonebridge Smith's side, and they find themselves just a couple of metres short. No options to the left, but Dainton doesn't need a passing option. She will go it alone. Drives them just a metre shy. All those blue shirts, blue body sandbags against the flood here. Batley in as acting scrum half. Pops it up to Silcox. Oh, she's bundled backwards, and off the back of it goes Stott. Stott wants another. Eyes on the hat-trick. Number 8 does well indeed to get that backwards. Plenty of overlap. That's a 5 or nothing on the right there. But the Army absolutely butcher an overlap the size of half of South London. And we will come back. Anne O'Flynn, your head is in your hands. What an opportunity going begging.
That was startlingly surprising, let's say. That's not the kind of pass they would have practiced all week, and I think just their over-eagerness to get to the try line was their undoing there, unfortunately.
I don't know what was more surprising, the forward pass or your choice of surprising to describe that passage of play.
Yeah, it's just not what they used to be doing. They need to keep their eye on the prize here and not get too overexcited. Focus on the basics, run hard, run forward, run straight. The play will then come. They almost, say, overexerted themselves there and got themselves in all sorts of problems. So Army now have a chat, have a reset, sort themselves out.
There are plenty of rugby laws. It's a famously complicated sport, but what it boils down to is run forwards, throw backwards. Army managed the first of those things, and then
you got the touch then.
Shocking to see.
To be fair, I think maybe the ball came out much more quickly than anticipated. Sometimes if you're a backline runner setting off from deep, that can throw your line of running, and if you're super quick, that's what those backline are. They may have actually just, you know, started the turbo boosters too early. That's not a problem I ever had myself in the front row. But some of those girls out there have got serious pace, so I'm going to give them that as a reasonable excuse for how that may have happened.
Meanwhile, on Groundhog Day, the Army going again in this bottom corner. So close they've come now so many times. 6 tries to their name, but the 7th is really proving elusive. Stephen awards the ball to the Navy, and this is a really resilient and bruising defensive effort that they're putting in here.
Ball unsuccessful end.
Yeah, the Army took that ball in and didn't do anything with it effectively. The ball was held up, so a collapsed maul taken in by Army leads to a Navy ball going forward. This is the attempt at the try. The Navy did very well to spin the defence round, so the ball was held up and wasn't actually cleanly able to drive the line. The Navy actually stayed together much closer, and the Army was split apart, so their power was lost. So the referee's brought the scrum out onto the 5-metre line now to give both sides a reasonable chance to defend.
The Army set up, ready to defend what the Navy throw at them here. Backs awaiting Navy with the advantage. That's a free play.
Advantage. Red wheel.
And the scrum is deemed to have been wheeled, so we will come back yet again. They cannot get this ball out of that corner.
No, the Navy just need to find some yards in this kick. Big, deep breath now by the fly half, just to give herself and her team some breathing space. That's a better kick, a nice spire on there, but it's only just made the 22. So we know the Army have got a strong line-out attacking option, but let's hope their defensive option is
15, 4 and 9 blue.
Perhaps some divine intervention for the Navy there from those that are watching on. They have managed to clear their lines a little bit.
9 and 13 red as well.
The fancy dress on show today has been magnificent. We'd expect no less from this occasion.
Oh no, this is one of the features of the Army Navy's fixture, is a breadth and inventiveness of fancy dress. It's always welcome. It provides a little bit of light relief in seeing how people you work with have turned up in interesting outfits and bright orange hats, such as that team there.
Well, Twickenham is famous for its red chinos. How about some red crustaceans? Look at that.
They're having a great day. The sun is shining. They've got a drink or two. They've seen some friends. They may have even had something to eat as well, you know, so all is going well in the world for them.
9 gone.
No, not yet. She's stood right next to you, Fraser, in the line there, in the 5 channel.
9 sub.
And we're about to see a change at scrum half for the Army. So leaving the field, Charlie Morgan, and entering the fray is Beverly Gilbert. She's played for Loughborough Town, for Harlequins, for Army Sevens, a long and decorated career. See if she can get them over the line for that elusive 7th try. But Silcox extends a Inspector Gadget-style arm and hooks that one away from the Navy's possession. They've done very well to bundle that one back.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bev Gilbert got squashed there by a hefty Navy pack, so she won't welcome that as her first start on the pitch.
Well, that was a bit of sublime skill, although it is deemed not to have quite come off.
The ball hadn't broken the plane of touch, her foot was touching the line, so it's a blue line out here.
I mean, there's a career in ballet for her if she wants one after she hangs up her rugby boots. That was absolutely elegant, as you like. Such a shame it didn't come off.
Yeah, it also shows the real core strength that she's got as an athlete, because that takes a huge amount of strength and poise to try and hold that position, extension, but as the assistant referee has called it, her toe broke the line of touch where she held the ball there. So, unfortunately, it was deemed to be out, and therefore a Navy ball.
There is a blade of grass in that, if that's at all.
I'm sure the assistant referee had an excellent position to view that and called it correctly.
Well, we've also had a change at scrum half for the Navy, and Olivia Critchley-Peddle seizes the ball from the back of the ruck, has a carry herself. Bithell has a go. It's in the hands of Brian. Rugby league turned union in just the last couple of years, already having such an impact in that blue shirt. Scored a fantastic try against the RAF. Critchley-Peddle in again. Finds Alderson at first receiver through the hands of Badger. Badger with a hammer blow of a fend. Finally, Navy are into the Army's half, and spotting space is Alderson. Macaulay, lovely little step, sells it entirely. Manages to get it out. The Army halted in their tracks. The counter-attack will have to wait. Stott. Through to Smith.
You're working one.
As the Army go again. Miller. Wrapped up by Sammy Smale of the Navy on in the front row. Dodd. Little skip, but drops it to her ball.
Advantage.
Okay, Grant, come to me.
As it just trickles out. A moment for all of these players to get their breath back after quite an end-to-end passage of play.
Yeah, there's quite a few phases gone through there, but I think we're going to come back for the fact, the Navy didn't roll away from tackle situation here on this close side of the pitch to us. So in many ways, not much ground to be gained there, but the Army will be relieved because they didn't really make enough of their chances in that situation.
Al Bithell in the centre of your shot there.
Yeah, see.
One of the busy back rowers of the Navy today. They have had their work cut out defensively. She's a power lifter, I understand, when she's not playing rugby.
That makes a lot of sense. from her play today. She's been impressive. The way she's hit rucks has been significant. She's made a real impact. On occasion, she's been pedaling backwards sometimes, but it's much harder to affect your power in that situation, but she's done well. I've been impressed with how the back row have played together today.
So Bithell does well to get a hand to that line-out ball, but it's knocked on. And the Army have the ball yet again. 25 minutes left to play on this one, 40 points to 0. But they're struggling, the Army, at this stage, and just wanting to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Do you think the outside backs might be a little frustrated with how the last 10 minutes have gone?
Yeah, I mean, they're still 40 points ahead, so they're not struggling too badly, but they are not yet reaping the benefits, the chances they're creating, I would say. The outside backs possibly a bit frustrated because they haven't had the clean running chances they would like. But again, we've had some substitutions, don't forget, so the team setup has changed. Different decision makers in positions at 9 and at 10 as well. So we've got a bit of a change formation now in the back line, I can see, from the Army. Let's see what works out here.
We've talked about pride in the shirt. They'll want to put out an 80 minutes performance, so they won't want to stop with the tries that they've got. And cue Jess McCauley. What a carving run that is. Finds Pursglove on her wing. Pursglove gets on her bike, sets off, leaves the covering tackle for dead and dots it down. Absolute elation for Pursglove here at Twickenham.
Fantastic try there by the Army right winger. And interesting, the Army stepped up and they did change their first receiver to gunner Amy Carr there, who was the starting 10 for the match against the RAF. So clearly there's been some changes in the back line, not just in shirt numbers, but also in positions on the pitch. So this meant that Jade Mullin, Jess McCauley and Pursglove were able to run through for the back line. Then Amy Carr, great releasing pass. Lou Doddin at second receiver, releases Jess McCauley, makes a fantastic burst, ball in two hands, and then a fantastic pass to release Courtney on the right wing. Takes a look at her advancing cover, shrugs it off, curves around the back to place the ball firmly under the sticks and give herself another slightly easier conversion.
That is pure afterburners from Pursglove. He's had to get her breath back and set up, ready to add the extras to her own. It looks like she's struggling to do so.
Yeah, that's where the speed endurance is so important for an athlete like that, where she's had to sprint 50 yards and then control herself to do a controlled motor skill of conversion. So
1 and 3 blue off, please.
Doing a great job.
1 and 3 blue.
Well, it was finished by Pursglove, but it was made by the rest of the backs, an arcing line from McCauley. And I think I've spotted that Millie Williams is now on. She's wearing 20, but she's playing at fly half. And the plan was to bring her on to inject something a bit different into the Army's attacking shape. You spotted it off the back of that scrum. Perhaps we'll see a bit more jouet for the remaining 20 of this one.
Well, they've got 20 minutes now to get things going, and let's hope we see some more tries in the ball in hand.
Forward.
Go off. There's nothing there for me.
Colonel Fitzpatrick watching on with a very well-deserved beer after that, gosh, nail-biting Army victory a little bit earlier on. And where were you watching it from? What did you make of that topsy-turvy encounter?
I was watching it from the very prestigious area of the VIP lounge, I have to say, as a guest of the ALU. I was grateful for. And in fact, Colonel Fitzpatrick is enjoying this game because he's also the Colonel for Army Women's Rugby, so he oversees all representative teams, men, women and the Masters. So it's good to see he's paying attention to both matches equally. But I'm sure he has been quite relieved at the nail-biter in the first match he's seen. But now the main event is on, he's able to relax and enjoy the mountain of tries the women's team are producing for him and the many thousands who've remained here to watch the match.
Well, there's just been an injury on the pitch. Jess Bryan's receiving a little bit of attention. Gives everyone a chance to get their breath back. Beth Dainton just addressing the rest of her side. They've got a very comfy 47-point cushion here, thanks to a couple of second half tries. Let's revisit those. Well, this one, blink and you'll miss it. There will have been people making their way back to their seats who missed this one out.
Yes, exactly. A fantastic line out. A 2-lob ball back for Heidi Silcox, who took a fantastic ball off the top to the number 8 coming round. Sarah Batley there is on hands to pop it over. I believe that's her first try at Twickenham. She's delighted.
Plenty of firsts here today. Plenty of unprecedented things taking place. And what a treat to relive that score. What a perler from Purse Glove.
Yeah, fantastic change of pace there. You could see she watched as her defender came across, slowed down slightly, and then just flicked into 5th gear again and cruised past on the outside.
Strikes me as a player with an awful lot of gears, Purse Glove, just out and out gas.
Well, also great strength, because she's done some fantastic handoffs and also done some fantastic ball securing within the contact play. So again, it's not just about pace. The wingers nowadays have got to be strong and powerful, and also have ability to read the game and give offloaded passes.
I'll tell you what, Anne, you're going to be hard task to pick a player of the match from this one. So many players putting their hands up for that accolade.
I wasn't aware that was my... I was going to give it, oh no, that's fantastic. I'll have to get my thinking cap
there you go, some homework for you. Get thinking about that now. Well, the ball is loose. Purse Glove does her best to get a toe to it, but it's been knocked on earlier on in the phase, and Grant Stephen, today's referee, brings us back for another scrum.
On that note, it's probably a good chance to mention the officials today, and also the RAF given the honour of officiating in the Army-Navy match, but there are officials throughout through the whole of UCAF. So we've got the Army officials would have refereed during the RAF and Navy match, and again the Navy would have done the Army RAF game. So men and women who have done many years and many hours of hard service supporting the game of rugby. We're fans of the game. I'm a referee myself, so I'd like to give a good recognition to our own Army Rugby Union Referee Society and all the UCAF Referee Society supporting the game across the world, really.
An outstanding see Sarah Cox so ably handling the men's match beforehand. Such an authoritative voice, and no TMO there to help her, handling a really, really tight fixture.
Yeah, well, she's an ultimate professional, you know. She's a fantastic referee, and I know many here are pleased to see her. She's earned the right, and she's handled the game fantastically, I thought.
Speaking of handling things fantastically, Dixon, awkward bounce on that ball there, almost dribbled into touch, but she did brilliantly to defuse that one. And Stott has been note perfect today, but just allows that one to spill through her arms.
And 2 blue.
Ball's knocked on.
14
Navy
blue subs.
have the ball back in their hands. And also, speaking of women in key roles today, thrilling to see 2 head coaches that are both women as well for this match in Gemma Stonebridge-Smith and Charlie Fredrickson. It's not often that you see that at this level.
No, but it's something we've been building towards many years. So both of those people have been involved in the game for 2 decades now. They've both invested time to their own skills from being players and now as coaches. And again, it's the way that in rugby as a whole, ex-players are encouraged to stay in the sport, be supported as administrators, organisers, officials or coaches. But they both prepared their teams really well, and they'll be kind of, you know, slightly nervously pacing on the sidelines, wishing they could be back on the pitch in some ways, but also glad in some ways they're not.
Well, Anne, I'm going to give you a second to ponder that player of the match conundrum, because we have got John pitchside with Sarah Mitchison, who's got something to tell us.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. In fact, we're in a very privileged position here in the coach's box. Sarah, you must be thrilled to bits with how things are going.
Really thrilled. They've really come out and got their processes right. Obviously putting points on the board. They've not died in the occasion, and they're playing exactly the rugby that we want them to play.
It would have been quite easy at half-time, 40-0 up, to say, hey, okay, we're there, but they haven't done that at all, have they? They've just been relentless.
Absolutely, and that was the message at half-time, was that we want more tempo, we want more, because you can see they were just being a little bit composed, which is exactly what we want them to do. And now half-time, let's screw it, and let's finish this game on a really good high.
All credit to the Navy. They've battled so hard in this game so far.
Yeah, and they always do. We never thought anything less of them, and we always knew we were going to be in a big battle with them. And they've battled every minute, and it's not over yet. I still expect big things from at the end of the game.
And obviously this is a game to win, Sarah, but what a fabulous occasion. And it's great that so many people have stayed on to watch this game after watching the men do battle earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot about today that is amazing, and the fact that we're playing on Twickenham, that I can't believe how many people have stayed. It's an absolute credit to the people watching us today, and we couldn't be any more thankful for the support we've been given today.
Do you wish you were out there?
Yeah.
Silly question.
Very much. Yeah. I wish I was out there, but I don't. I wouldn't deny a single one of those a chance on that pitch though today.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a fabulous end for the Army today. A brilliant double, and well, you couldn't really ask for much more, could you?
No, and if it finishes like this, which I suspect it will now, then we're inter-service champions, which is the main aim. Whether it was 1 point or 40, we're inter-service champions, and that's what we're here to do, and that was the title we've got back now.
Thanks for your time.
Well, onto the pitch comes Mariette Claessens, better known as Maz, who's done the unthinkable, Anne, and since a lengthy injury layoff has switched positions from scrum half to hooker.
That's not such an unusual change, actually. Having done a very similar move myself about 25 years ago, I could heartily recommend it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a key decision-making position. Scrum half and hooker, you're right at the spine of the team. You get to give orders, organise things, and make sure the plan goes to hand. So I'm not surprised at all. Maz is a fantastic player. I'm looking forward to seeing her make her impact on this team.
Of course, Amy Cockayne of the RAF used to play fly half. Now deeply embedded in the dark arts of the front row. You can see her playmaking ability, always such a threat with ball in hand. So creative, as Alderson does a bit of creating of her own. Spots some space, forces the knock-on from Macaulay. And the Navy are just marching their way up the field. Some crucial territory there for the women in blue.
Yeah, I think we've got a bit of changeover of personnel, so some more substitutes on both sides, and they just need to settle back down to a bit of organisation again. Remember who's in the park now, so different faces, different attributes, got to reset their kind of instincts to get their teamwork together. And again, you can see Bev Gill there, the replacement scrum half, who's a combat med tech, marshalling troops, communicating back to the Army back line.
Set.
And the Navy with a big shove on there. The ball's through the hands of Alderson.
Sorry, 15 offside. Copy. Penalty advantage, 15
Dixon
red offside.
Does very well to spill it onto McLaughlin.
Okay, Olivia, you've got the penalty you want.
Advantage to the Navy as they find themselves back in the Army's half.
Yep, good throw.
16 minutes to play. The result might start to feel now like a foregone conclusion.
On the 10 metres, Grant, in the middle of the
field. But the Navy have time yet to
early.
score a historic try here at Twickenham. They will want to reel in their opponents today.
They would love to get a try today here, I'm sure. A try at Twickenham is something to be savoured. I've never had that honour myself, but I can imagine they would be delighted. Looks like they're going for a short tap here rather than a kick. Interesting choice.
Well, it's Ives who has it. Gets
Feels
it
good.
to Musgrave.
Okay, and then 07.
Navy with options on either side of this one, but the Army are hustling hard at the breakdown. They'll do well to keep this ball blue, the Navy. And they have not. They've been stripped. Army back on the offensive. Tails are up, always on the hunt for a score. And it's Perscott puts her foot to the floor, pedal to the metal. This is the Purse Glove show here at Twickenham, and aren't we lucky to have tickets? She is lighting up this historic ground on this historic day.
Fantastic hands there from the Army backs. Quick turnover, able to release their speed from the outside. And again, that excellent athletic speed from Purse Glove being shown there, outstripping her defenders. Now trying to get her breath back as she goes to the kick again.
Well, Purse Glove has her hat-trick, and the Army have one hand very firmly indeed on the Babcock trophy. That was such a deft little inside ball to Dodd, who did very well to unleash the unstoppable Purse Glove.
And you can see now you've got the backs interplay really coming off there, doing a fantastic job of linking together the Lou Dodd, Jade Mullin, and then Courtney in the end scoring the try.
We mentioned those frustrated outside backs, and it has been one-way traffic ever since. Throwing the leather off the ball here at Twickenham, putting on a real show for those smart enough to stick around and watch the second match of the afternoon. And just to draw your attention to this, it's Dodd taking this conversion.
Two subs, 11-14 red.
And the touch judges having a race back to the halfway line here. And I think photo finish, but it goes to the man at the bottom of your picture there. Ooh, that really was a tight one. You'd think they'd have had the legs run off them trying to keep up with Purse Glove down the wing today.
Well, clearly they're looking for more work, so I'm sure the Army backs will have taken the hint and will give them a few more to chase around now.
11-14.
Well, applause rings out around Twickenham as Purse Glove, the hat-trick hero, having a dazzling debut season in that red jersey, leaves the field of play. On in her place comes Molly Green. What boots to fill, what a day it has been for Purse Glove. She seems to have hardly broken a sweat, but she's been carving open the Navy for fun. Do you think for a second, Anne, that when Purse Glove tucked herself in the Marriott last night, she even dared to imagine she'd be scoring a hat-trick at Twickenham?
That would have been the best dream anyone could have ever had, isn't it? I don't think she would have dared to dream that, but hopefully she was going over in her mind, rehearsing good things that she could do in her skills. And today she's had a chance to execute that. She's done it brilliantly. So she should be very proud. And I'm sure her family, her unit, her colleagues are all dead proud of her today.
She's not camera shy either. She seems to be thoroughly enjoying the attention, being able to take to this stage.
Yeah,
it's been a long time coming, this, but the sport, this game really does look at home here.
It does. It's great to see, and I know the Royal Logistic Corps, from whom she is a member of, will be dead proud of her today. She's really thrown that flag high and strong.
Bind. Set.
12 minutes remain, 54-0 the Army lead, and it's an immediate involvement by Green.
Off feet, no red! Still in, wait for me, good.
Well, the Navy have turned it over. They'll have another throw of the dice and attempt to get themselves on the scoreboard. They've been held scoreless 7 times in this fixture's history by the Army. They'll want to right that wrong today. Score a first try against them in a decade. How sweet that would be. Alderson hoists it up into the air. It's diffused by Mullen. Thundering run by the fly half, carrying like a forward there.
Fraser, just check she's okay, please. 30.
Williams.
Yes, good. Thanks, mate. Straight off
The
feet.
Navy have turned it over yet again. Industrious in defence. It's not showing on the scoreboard, but they have at times really come up with the goods defensively.
Yeah, they have that. They also are allowing the Army to overplay themselves when they can. So that occasion, the second row, Silcox, came in such energy that she shot over the ball and was off her feet. So the Navy were quite clever, allowing her own momentum to be used against her. So she was penalised for having her knee to the ground that occasion. So that's also the Navy are going to have to use every trick in the book they can to try and secure this. And so they're using that with good common sense and a good bit of reading of the situation.
Well, Claessens is on for the Army. So too is Addison Prout for the Navy. Wearing 17, but she'll be playing as replacement hooker.
Turn back on, please. Yep.
An athletic stance, ready for her first start of the afternoon. No delay on this one.
Let's go, please, Navy!
To execute here, the Navy.
Backwards.
And it's messy, but it just about stays within their clutches as the Navy look to go again, to build something, to get something
11-20,
from this fixture. Plenty of turf open there. And Green is forced to cover. It's Mullen who's back there in support. Fly half in as acting back three, covering that territory nicely indeed. They are relentless, this Army side, turning the screw, looking to go again. They're not content with 54 points. These women want more. They are putting on a show at Twickenham, and they are certainly not finished yet. I think there's time for an encore.
Pick it up, please, Red.
Gilbert.
Yeah, happy.
Delivers it
play
out.
Play on.
The Army work through the phases. The ball is loose, but it's scooped up by Silcox. Silcox frees her hands. But Grant Stephen reckons that that one went forwards to Sally Stott.
Yeah, that's from his position. Clearly, he's got a better view than I have. He's right beside the play, so he's obviously made the right call there. But Silcox did push her hands through, but of course, it's as the ball leaves the hands, it must go backwards. So, as Silcox was trying to push the pass out, she could see the space in front of her, which her teammate would have had 50 yards to gallop into. But unfortunately, the referee was in a great position and called it correctly there. Of course, unfortunately for the Army, I'm sure the Navy were very pleased.
Straighten up for me, you're miles behind the rest. Crouch! 5 6 Ball's available, play on.
Well, the Navy with the ball, with some good field position here. It's an awkwardly bouncing ball, but it's fielded very nicely by Billy State, in and wearing number 22. The tall figure of Emily Howard on now and wearing 20.
Tackle, play on.
Adds some yardage, but it's stripped, it's turned over. The Army stamping their authority over every facet of this fixture. Mullen with the up and under, and Dixon, the Navy skipper, egging her side on. They will not want to be bageled here at HQ. There's time yet. Sondak has a chug, so too does Bithell. Bit of momentum here now for the Navy. Bit of a platform upon which to build as Alderson finds Musgrave on the halfway line now, on the Babcock logo on the pitch. What they're playing for today, what is at stake? The Babcock Trophy. Feels like the Army very much have a hand on it. It's Park. Emily Park now on the field, her final appearance in this jersey, her final day in the Navy. It would mean so much to her to go out with a bang.
Playing advantage, you're not getting a penalty.
Playing advantage, says Grant Stephen. He's not giving the penalty just yet. The Navy are to play on. And play on they do. Sondak to little grubber through from Smale. Green does well to grab the loose ball. Rugby tennis taking place here at Twickenham, but eventually play is brought to a halt. And Anne, if you're ready, if you've had a think, cast your eye down that Army 1-23 and tell me who has been your player of the match.
For me, there have been a number of standout performances. I think Lou Dodd has run some fantastic lines in the back and has been a real safe, secure pair of hands. I cannot fail to have spotted Courtney Pursglove on the outside, but for me, the forward's been at the heart of what's been good about this game. They have defended brilliantly, they've driven hard, and they have created chances for their backs to execute as well. But for me, the player of the match is number 8, Sally Stott.
And just like that, Stott leaves the field of play. She has been absolutely everywhere. Just her second appearance in that jersey, and she looks so to the manner born. 2 tries, all over the field. I think you can be happy with that decision, Anne.
Yeah, some fantastic team play as well, working hard for her teammates, and some fantastic defensive hits. So a great debut for her on the Twickenham pitch.
Wait, go back now, go back now.
And Dainton moves to number 8 in her absence. Oh, and the Army not done yet, it seems. Plenty of options here, plenty of width.
No, 21
as
off,
they
21.
burst into the Navy half yet again.
No clear release.
The ball is with Mullen. Out on the wing, fantastic spin and offload there. Army still with the ball, quick delivery. Looking to, well, this one has been put to bed, but looking to make it a thumping victory. 60 points looming large here for the Army. The Babcock Trophy is won, but it's the manner of the victory that they'll be chasing now.
Yeah, they'll want to finish in style, to have an emphatic win. They've obviously got the points here, but it's also about how they finish well. It's not just about starting well. I know this team's been focusing on finishing well, executing their plan, and as Sarah Murchison, or Huddy as we know her as, she was previously Sarah Hudson, both the Rugby Union and Army Rugby League cap player, said so well in her interview. It's about how they finish the team and actually putting to practice all the things they've trained at this season. So
apparently all season long this Army side have been building a tape ball. At the end of training, at the end of a match, they have been scrunching up and then layering their tape, the tape they wear on their wrists, on their lifters, anything that they've got. And apparently this thing is now about 6 kilograms heavy. It's the size of a pumpkin. And they have been carrying it with them all campaign. Apparently, if they lift the 2 pots at the end of this occasion, they'll be lifting the tape as well. The Babcock Trophy, the Inter-Services title, and this, I imagine, rather fragrant ball of tape too.
Yeah, it's probably quite dirty as well, I should imagine, quite grubby. So that's a good way, I suppose, of making sure you do your good team behaviours and clear up the changing room after you finish, because after a match, all those bits of tape which were so essential to hold you together suddenly are quite tricky when you're trying to get changed after a game. So it's glad to see there's been good stewards of the changing room and they're not leaving the rubbish for somebody else to clear up.
Blue, 5 is yours.
Supposed to symbolise how tight-knit they are as a group, how this season has been a process of layering, of building, and how they would like to add one final flourish, one cherry on top with a score here. 4 minutes remaining as the Army rumble their way towards the try line, looking for another score to top it all off. But have they been held up? They have indeed. This Navy team will not say die. They will not roll over, defending to the very last. And just look what it means to them. They're celebrating like they've scored.
I think they felt they had, to be honest, but the referee was in a good position again. He gave a very clear primary signal to indicate no try. Unfortunately, the Army team weren't looking at him at the point. They were celebrating. So he's, as you can see from the replay there, he's right behind the players. He moves round to the side, and as the play goes down, it looks to be a Navy knee under that ball. And there may have been some delayed wriggling to get the ball down, but that's a second movement, which means that the score could not be allowed.
Delayed wriggling. Technical term.
Yes, it's well practiced.
It was a ride up.
Green with a carry. Dainton up and away. They're clinging to her shirt, but she frees her hands and gets the ball out. The Army straight back into the thick of things, determined to get one more. They've been held scoreless for a few minutes now, but they are going again, adding coal to the fire. Wave upon wave of red jerseys. Look how bunched in, how packed in the Navy have become, desperate to repel their opponents today. One pass will do it. The width is there. It's through the hands of Williams, and the ball is over. It is Millie Williams who dots it down and crosses the whitewash yet again for the Army. They have been resplendent today, emphatic in their conquering of Twickenham.
Just over 2 left, Grant, just over 2.
Yeah, she did well there, Millie Williams. She had the ball, an option to go wide, but she used her leg drive, drove herself forward, got the ball down. This is the earlier part of the play here. The ball comes out from the contact area. She drives half the legs, reaches out, strong ball carry, and secures the try.
It is shaping up to be a very good day indeed for the Army. How it will have stung to have relinquished the Inter-Services Trophy back in 2019 to the RAF. They've waited years to get it back. COVID delayed the rematch. COVID delayed the chance for them to snatch it back. But there will be a sense amongst this team as Dodd lines up the conversion to bring up the big 6-0 that the trophy will be heading back where it belongs.
Yeah, it was a very dark day 3 years ago when the RAF beat the Army for the first time in the inter-services fixture. And I know the team have been focused on that for the last 3 years. This is a sweet victory. It's been a long time coming for this team, but they have grafted, they have been patient, and they've deserved this win today. For me, they've been by far the better side, but they've kept working. They've kept scoring tries, and they're turning around now. There are 63 seconds left on the clock, and they're still turning, ready to receive, and they're going to go again.
And what a day for the young woman we just saw. Molly Green making her debut in that jersey. What a way to mark it. Dodd has been at the heart of so much that's been good for the Army today. Still going. Frees her hands to find Mills.
Holding on,
but it's a Navy turnover with 30 seconds on the clock. Could there yet be a final twist or turn in today's proceedings?
Let's go, girls!
They have not given up, these women in blue. Critchley Pennell goes quickly to Badger, hoists it over the top, down the throat of Mullen. Ball in two hands, assessing her options, always scanning. Finds Pearson out on the wing. That is an almighty hit on Tweddle. How she kept herself in the field of play, I do not know. It's just beyond the outstretched hands of Dodd. Army still with the ball. We are into the final play here at Twickenham. Green out wide to Dainton. Dainton, such an amazing runner, goes inside, goes out. Dainton flying away down the touchline. And with her second of the day, it's another score for the Army. They have ran rampant. They've won back both trophies, and with a plum, and at the heart of it has been Dainton. She might have cramp, but that cannot mask the smile on her face or all the points to her name.
Oh, a fantastic way to finish a brilliant game there. Beth Dainton showing her speed, her power, and her ability to get in the right part of the park and use every last ounce of energy she's got. As you can see now, she's absolutely given everything. She's got cramp in her left leg. She's being helped by the medical team just to try and erase that out. But lovely hands here. She grits her teeth, puts her head down, and then waves outside the defence, looks up, takes a look across, thinks, oh, it's a long way, I've got to keep running. Okay, head down, suddenly she's in the clear, and a joyful dive over the line.
She's played on the wing for the Army. She's been capped as a back and a forward for Wales. She's so versatile, and her teammates are ecstatic for her. What a way, cramp aside, to cap off a sensational afternoon for everybody here in a red jersey.
Nice to see now, just the smiles breaking out on the faces. The team all lined up, arms around each other. They just stood 10 meters behind Lou Dodd as she goes to this final kick. And again, just displaying their unity as a team, wanting to celebrate together as they've worked together, as they've played together. These women deserve this victory. It's been a fantastic match and a great final kick from Lou Dodd as she's surrounded by her teammates, and the joyful celebrations begin.
How appropriate that the conversion was nailed. Pinpoints to finish a pinpoint performance from the women in red as they flood the pitch. It is a red tsunami. They have described themselves as a family, and you can see just how much it means to them. There is so much pride in those jerseys, in that performance, in one another. You struggled to pick your player of the match today, and because so many women there put their hands up, and put their hands up not just for themselves, but for all the women who have worn these jerseys before them. this was a performance for the ages and the culmination of decades of work.
Oh, absolutely. It's just a fantastic, fantastic victory. Hats off the Navy. They were valiant, they battled fiercely, they gave some fantastic opposition. Unfortunately, today was not their day, and they were blown away. The Army have deserved this victory. They've really worked so hard, and I'm so proud. I cannot tell you how proud I am of the women out there, the way they've played, the way they've conducted themselves to get to this part of the pitch. So fantastic and well done.
68 points on the board, and quite a few of them thanks to the two women who are down pitch side now and ready, if they can get their breath back, to speak to us.
I'm in amongst a very, very happy group of Army players. I've got Courtney and Sally here too. Well played, ladies. Absolutely magnificent performance. Sally, you are the player of the match. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh gosh, I didn't expect that. That's amazing.
It's such a team game, though, this, isn't it? You know, to be a player of the match in a team game.
Honestly, to be honest, there's not a single girl in a red shirt here that doesn't deserve it, because everyone stuck to the processes, did their jobs, and that allowed us to get that score that you see on the board up there. It's phenomenal.
It was the right toss-up between the two of you, because obviously this young lady here gets a hat-trick and, you know, absolutely lethal with the boot today.
They made my job easy. They did all the graft today, and honestly, every single girl just did their job, and we pulled through, and now we're in Service Champions, back where it belongs. So unreal. Yeah, so proud.
What does it mean to you to come here to Twickenham and produce a performance like this?
I think it's just a testament to what people don't see is the work behind the scenes that has gone into not just this season, but this has been 25 years in the making, and there have been staff and players who have pulled on shirts in car parks and made that happen all the way through to this squad this season, really pulling it together in every camp, every game to produce this performance on hallowed turf. You can't ask for better.
And Courtney, if this game had been played 2 years ago, you probably wouldn't have been playing.
No, definitely not. So I've been quite lucky and fortunate for it to everything what's happened, and for my first season especially, it's just all come thick and fast, and it's been great. Yeah.
Well, listen, you've been magnificent today. Congratulations. Go and celebrate.
One more thing, because she didn't get mentioned in the bio, I've got to say thank you to my mum, because she was the only family member who didn't get mentioned, and she was very upset about it. So thank you, Mum, for washing all the kit for so many years.
And we know all about your mum, Courtney, don't we, from the RAF game?
She's actually been allowed in the stands today, so I heard her screaming. She's still embarrassing, but yeah, here today.
You're all marvellous. Well done. Congratulations. Back to you, Tim. Captain.
Fantastic scenes, and I've got Jane Lennon alongside me, who wore the 7 jersey for the Army, skippered them unbeaten when you did. How special is that, Jane?
Look, it's so hard to put into words. I'm like really emotional right now, but do you know, like, what a better person to hand over the jersey. Beth Dayton today did an absolutely incredible job. She riled those girls up, kept them on the front foot going forward. She's just a credit to the Army team. Alongside Jane Mullen, captain in the side today, keeping the spirits high. There's so many players I could talk about. Sally Scott, deservedly woman of the game today. Like, just an incredible performance.
Well, you just mentioned Jade Mullen. Let's hear from her. I think she's with John Knighton.
Hey, Jade. Well, what can we say? That was just such a sensational performance today. You could not be prouder.
I'm so proud of the girls. We put in the performance that we wanted. We want to showcase what we can do and how much we've improved from 2019. And yeah, I'm proud of every single person on that field, not just on the field or those that didn't make the 23. We had 30 girls in our team, and obviously some have to be unsuccessful in selection. But everyone's worked hard and everyone got us here today.
This was a wonderful occasion. It's a historic occasion, but you've made it a sensational one for the Army.
Yeah, 100%. To be at Twickenham for the first time is overwhelming. Some of the girls are in tears after the game. And literally, we couldn't be more proud to be here and play at Twickenham.
You got to try.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, there were so many great tries. I mean, obviously we've just been talking to young Courtney, who has just been sensational today, and also Sally Stott as well, player of the match.
Yeah, Courtney is when we found her in the 7th season. The girls got a bit of gas, and we knew putting her on the wing, she could capitalise every time. And then obviously Sally's a strong player, so we're lucky to have her at 8.
Just a final word for the Navy, because they really gave you a hard battle today. The score obviously suggests, you know, it was very easy, but it certainly wasn't that.
No, they were physical, they brought it. There's going to be a few sore bodies tomorrow, definitely. But they've improved massively. Like a few years ago, it was like 100 or close to 100 nil. And obviously they've brought that down and they're going to continue to improve, and we really want them to bring it to us because we want a game of rugby to showcase it more, and we want it to be a tight competition.
Congratulations, Jade, well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Wonderful scenes, and I actually have to drag Jane Leonard away because you're just staring at what's going on.
I'm sorry. I want to join them. I want to go jump on them and congratulate them. But it's their moment. It's their time. They've done all the hard work, and it's just so great to see. 68-0 performance. Amazing.
The togetherness of that group is so striking. You saw that during the game, after the game.
Yeah.
What is it about them that makes that such a unit?
Honestly, I talk about all the time, it's the legacy of the shirt, leaving it in a better place. I can just give you an example there, leaving my shirt to Beth Dayton, and then whoever she then passes it on. But it's not just this, it's every single shirt, every single player is it's an exceptional moment. I'm struggling to find words.
Well, do you know one thing I did see as the players were going through the tunnel was a big smile on the face of Rose Dixon. I think she understands what an occasion this is today, and she's with John Knighton.
Yeah, Rose, we saw a wonderful smile on your face when the national anthems were playing. You're smiling now, but I know there's tears there. But it takes two teams to make a great afternoon, and the Navy's contribution has been brilliant today.
Yeah, it's very bittersweet for us. Obviously, the day we made history, but the scoreline didn't go the way we wanted. So it's tough, but we're here to enjoy the moment now.
You're up against such a good side in every department and very, very difficult to keep away. But in the first few moments of this match, you had the chance of that try. It could have changed it.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, the Army were the better team today, and we didn't capitalise on what we should have, but we've got plenty to learn from, and this is just the start of the next chapter for us.
I mean, to play here at Twickenham today, I mean, what an occasion.
It's honestly, it's beyond words at the moment. just so pleased with the girls' performance and the environment we're in. So
I'm a bit proud of the girls today, Rose. You go and commiserate with them, but remember, it takes two teams to make a good match.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Cheers.
Back to you, Tim.
She's a proper character, Sam Nixon, isn't she? Rose Dixon, sorry.
Rose Dixon, yeah, I was like,
sorry.
You?
It's been a long day, Jane.
Do you know, I know, it has been a long day. Rose is amazing. I had the opportunity to coach her out in Dubai just before Christmas. She's such a kind-hearted, influential player, and she will go on and lead the Navy on to more successful games.
And as you see the Navy going up the steps, they've got a whole year to think about this, but I guess that's the pleasure and the pain. You've got to live with the defeat for a while, but you've got a target to go and challenge again in a year's time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, credit to the Navy. They come back year after year after year, and they get stronger and stronger. And I'd like to say the scoreline, you know, it doesn't reflect on their effort, and they're just a gallant performance from the Navy. They've got some amazing players in there. They tighten up those small errors. They're a phenomenal side. I think we need to see them play more and more rugby, but they've had loads of games this season, and I think that trajectory to send them forward will just encourage them to keep performing, to keep coming out and performing to the best they can.
Fantastic, Jane. Stay with us. We're going to go back to Claire Thomas now to take us through those trophies being lifted.
It does indeed take two teams to make a fixture, and the Navy women were valiant in defence at points today, holding the Army at bay. What an honour for them to take to this pitch and be a part of this historic moment. And historic it has been. We waited decades for this fixture to be planned. 2020, this doubleheader was meant to happen. We waited 2 more years for it to become a reality because of COVID. And now these women, these warriors in red, they have waited 80 minutes and 9 tries for this moment here. They have taken to centre stage. They have been at the heart of this magnificent day at Twickenham, and now they will lift the trophy. 68 points to 0, as emphatic a victory as you could hope to see, and a performance from 1 right through to 23. They're receiving their medals on a day they will look back upon with enormous fondness and enormous pride. It really was exemplified in every hit, in every score, in every moment out there, and reflected on the faces of those watching on. Thousands stayed to watch these women carve out a little niche in inter-services sporting history. The smiles really do settle, and another thumbs up from Courtney Purseglove. Such a bright prospect. Stonebridge Smith came out with quite the understatement when she said that she was a fantastic find. She left scorch marks on the pitch today, Purseglove, and smiles on the faces of everyone watching on. And that woman too, Jade Mullen, captain of this side. In just a moment, she will lift the trophy before all those who have stayed on to watch the culmination of this event. And here she comes. Dodd goes early with the celebration, and richly deserved too. Proud family members watching on. They are the ones, as Sally Stott said, who've washed the kit. They are the ones who have watched at smaller venues, but here and today, these women played at the biggest and most historic of them all. Vice-Captain Dainton, Captain Mullen, and the Army lift the Babcock Trophy, and with that, lift themselves back on top of the inter-services world. They are all conquering, and they have proven supreme on this history-making day. Twickenham today is red.
Congratulations to the Army. Double triumph today, but there's something extra special about this one. The first time the women's game has been contested here at Twickenham in this double header in historic fashion. And yeah, Jane alongside me, who never lost with the Army, but just how pleased will they be not only to win in this stage, but to have got those pots back again.
Yeah, it's so important to get that title back. Like, everyone loves to win. We want to be inter-service winners. They have done that today. They've put on an amazing performance. They've done themselves proud. They've done the legends proud. It's just a great day, and like, thank you to everybody that stayed around to support them, because that really does help.
Anne O'Flynn is back alongside us. Anne, you've had a couple of minutes to gather your thoughts since commentary. Your feelings now?
Just a fantastically proud moment for all of us. As Jane just said there, it's just about so many people, not just the 23 players in the pitch who did a fantastic job today, but all those who supported them, who've enabled them, who've made the opportunity for them and the access to the things which women should have for sport in the military. So it's been fantastic to see, and all credit to both unions, Army and Navy, bringing this day together. But thank you to the support we've had from all our friends and family over the years as well. They've been right there with us. These players have done a fantastic job today. What an occasion. So chuffed to be here. I've been quite teary myself.
Anne, can I ask you about the blazers? You both got them on, looking fantastic. What the significance of these?
So these are our blazer badges. Before we were given caps, the Army Rugby Union gave us these blazer badges as our colours. These are our Army caps. So many of our players have these. In fact, some of the players still don't have caps, unfortunately, yet. So over time, that's been righted. There are still some players to receive those. But for us, these represent everything that's good about the sport. Togetherness, unity, pride, a bit of style. And today, we've all worn them, those who still got them, on our blazers to show we are one family, one team. And this legacy of 25 years is our 25th year in the ARU this year. So for us, fantastic way with these girls, this team, celebrate a fantastic achievement.
There's going to be a lot of people around the Army who are going to be looking at that, eyeing up one of those badges of their own, Jane, I imagine, after this.
Hopefully the girls have done enough. I mean, they've done enough, for definite. But they've put on such a performance that hopefully it would advertise women's rugby in such a good way that more and more people will want to go along, play for their corps. Everyone's got the chance to play for the Army, and that's what the Army facilitates.
And the camaraderie and the togetherness of this team is really special, and that's what struck me, I think, most out of this whole day today, watching these guys together.
Yeah, they're a really tight squad, and that's been fantastic to see. So great friendships, lifelong friendships. Jane and I met with legends today of our team who we haven't seen for 15 years. And it's been like we were, you know, right back there again. It's been fantastic.
And you mentioned the person wearing your jersey now holding one of the trophies. That legacy goes on, and that principle of leaving the shirt in a better place than you left it, well, they keep moving on, Jane.
Absolutely, onwards and upwards. They just get better and better.
Well, I think, we've got one of the players coming over now. In fact, we're just mentioning the number 7, but I know the number 6 is on her way over. She's been given a microphone as well. Come on in, Erica Mills. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, there aren't many words. I don't think anything beats this. Just riding the emotion right now and just still taking it all in.
And I understand you're leaving the service in January, so this will be your last inter-services game.
Yeah.
So how special to leave it like that?
Oh, the crowd, the game, the girls, the management, everything has been outstanding, and we made it a bit difficult for ourselves at times, but actually we stuck to our processes largely, and I think the scoreline speaks for itself, and the occasion and the fans that have stayed behind also speaks for itself. It's a real privilege to be a part of this spectacle for women's rugby.
And Jane, how proud of Erica are you?
Very proud, and it's Erica's 25th cap today as well. Like, to get to 25 caps is an astonishing workload that you don't see behind the scenes, and I'm so proud of it. And there's 3 of the girls that got their 25th cap today as well. And it's such a monumental moment for those girls.
Yeah, no, brilliant. What a fantastic year. Well done to you and all the team. We're so proud. We are just so in awe, but also slightly envious. But what a fantastic day. You did us proud.
I'm glad you think so. There's a lot of legacy behind the shirt, so the scoreline, the shirt, it means a lot.
How will you celebrate later this evening?
Hydrating.
Some tea.
Hydrating and recovery first, and then we might open Sally's champagne.
You haven't got far to go, have you?
No, it's a novelty change.
Erica, there's a photo happening. I'd love to chat with you, but you need to be part of this moment.
Thank you.
But I've got the microphone. Enjoy your day. Congratulations. That's what it's all about. Special stuff. And we've spoken about it already, but just a word, and Erica mentioned it there, this occasion, you could just tell from Erica speaking just how special this is and what it means.
Yeah, it's an enormous privilege, you know. This is the home of rugby in the UK for us, and it's a fantastic chance, home of the RFU, for us to get and play. So what an occasion, and to share that with so many people watching. Maybe people may never have seen the game of women's rugby, and hopefully they've been inspired, they've been impressed, they've been excited and thought, actually, that's a great sport, I want to get along and play that, or actually, I'm going to go and watch the next season the Army or the Navy play. I'm going to go down because it's a great game, running rugby, lots of tries. What a spirit to see. A great team sport for a team that needs to fight on and off the pitch.
That image, I think, says it all. Any final word, Jane?
No, just a massive congratulations to the Army team. You can't take away the effort from the Navy, though. They did a gallant performance. They were pushing the Army back. They didn't give up till the final whistle. Credit to both teams. An amazing moment, a day we'll never forget. And thank you so much for having me.
Oh, Jane, it's been absolutely wonderful having you. Thank you for your company. Anne O'Flynn, thank you for your company. Many thanks to all the guests, and there have been many popping by, to the thousands who stayed, the thousands who came to Twickenham, to the people watching from services around the world and the UK. This has been a historic day. Rugby is back. Services rugby is back at Twickenham. Inter-Services Championship has concluded. And as Claire said in commentary today, rugby is red.